To start with general management, it is going to be covered in various parts. This chapter is general management part 1. So this is the agenda. These are the points that we are going to cover. We shall cover them one by one. But before I go into detail, I just want to tell you guys that in this chapter, many of the things you will find that they are based on common sense. I might not cover them in the video, right? That is one way. But I will be covering them so as to not to assume anything, so that you get all the knowledge and you do not lose any marks in the exam, right? So let's start. So first we are going to discuss about what is management and what are the functions of management. So what is management? See, we would have heard this term multiple times. We use it almost on daily basis, but when it comes to defining this term, we might be short of words. So let's see what actually is management. See, every individual has its need, wants and desires. We want to achieve a lot of things, but many of the times it is not possible that we can achieve those needs or wants individually. We need to work together. Right? Many needs are fulfilled only by working together. And when we work together, there is a creation of group of people that can be in terms of business community, that can be in terms of a team, or that can be in terms of a group of school children. Right? Now, when group of people work together to achieve certain goals, obviously there is a need of kind of coordination and control of their efforts. If all of them work without any coordination and control, then the things may go haywire. So the organizational goals can only be achieved if there is coordination and control of the efforts of people working in the group. This task of coordinating and controlling the efforts of people to achieve the organizational goals is basically called as management. Right? So management is about controlling and coordinating the efforts of people working in a group to achieve organizational goals. Now let's come to functions of management. We have understood what is management. Now what are the functions of management? As per Henry Fayol, there are 5 functions of management. Actually, Henry Fayol was one of the first person who defined functions of management. As per him, there are 5 functions of management: planning, organizing, commanding, coordinating, and controlling. But this definition or this categorization of management into 5 functions by Henry Fayol is criticized by modern authors. They say that coordinating is not a separate function of management. They feel that coordinating is an essence of management. Coordination is required in everything. Even when you plan, even when you organize, coordination is required. So basically, coordination is all about coordinating between different functions, but coordinating is not a different function altogether. So that's why modern authors criticize this categorization of functions of management as per Henry Fayol. Modern authors like Coates and O'Donnell basically redefine the functions of management. They said there are 5 functions of management which are planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. As per them, coordinating is not one of the functions of management. So they said that these are the 5 functions of management which are basically used to convert inputs into outputs, or in other words, to achieve the goals of the organization. Now planning is all about what to do, when to do, right? So basically we shall study these functions of management in detail later. I'll just tell you about the brief of these functions as of now. So planning, I told you, it's about this, what needs to be done and how and when it needs to be done. Organizing is all about identifying the activities of the organization. That okay, I have these set of activities and grouping them. In an organization, we group activities into various departments such as production, sales, marketing, or many other functions. So organization is all about identification of activities and classifying them or grouping them. Once you have classified or grouped your activities, that is, you have kind of created the departments, you will create different positions in a department, like sales head, sales manager, sales supervisor. So when you create different positions in a department, then you delegate certain authority and that creates a responsibility on them to achieve the organizational goals. So organizing is all about identifying activities, grouping those activities and creating departments, creating different positions in a department and giving people the authority to get the work done and be responsible for the task assigned to them. Now let's see what staffing is. Staffing is typically an HR function. So when we say that we have to recruit people, we have to train people, we have to see what is their composition, should we increase the composition, we should do their performance appraisal, we should promote them. So that is all functions of staffing, typically HR function. Directing is about supervising people. It's about interpersonal relationship between the manager and the employee. So when we say directing is about supervision, it's not just about ordering people to do the task. It's about maintaining interpersonal relationships through motivation, leadership, and communication. We have seen that how motivation, leadership, and communication is important to make the employee comfortable, to make the employee charged up and get higher productivity from them. Last is controlling. Controlling is all about that when you have set certain expectations, if the things are not going as per expectation, you tend to intervene, you tend to control the things and put them on track, right? So that is all about controlling. So we have discussed all these 5 functions of management in brief. Now what is the nature of these management functions, or what are the characteristics of these management functions? First is interrelated and no sequence of performing functions. That is, all these functions, they are not performed in a particular sequence. It is a misconception that first planning would be done, then organizing, and then staffing. No, they are interrelated, and it's not that they are performed only in a sequence. We might have planned, we might have organized, and when we are on to staffing, we see that certain things have changed. So we need to plan again, right? So these are totally interrelated, and we cannot just say that these are performed in their sequence. No. Next is these are universal. All these management functions are universal, meaning they are present in all the organizations, and these are present at all the levels in the management, be it the higher level management, be it the lower level management. Iterative quality. Iterative quality means that all these functions are contained within each other. So basically, when you are performing the staffing function, you are deciding how many people to recruit, how to train them, what should be the compensation given to them. When you do staffing function, you answer all these questions. So for this, you need to plan. So within the staffing function also, you plan and organize, correct? Right? So all these functions are contained within one another. That's the meaning of iterative quality, that when you perform any one of these functions, within the performance of that function or while performing that function, you perform other functions also. Equal importance. Now many people say that planning is more important or directing is more important, but as per theory, all these functions of management are important. They are so interrelated that if any one of the functions of management is not performed well, we will not get the desired results. Right? So that was about what is management and functions of management. Now we are moving to next part, which is about concept of management. So under concepts of management, basically we are going to see that how different meanings are assigned to the term management. So we are going to see that how management can be a process, an economic resource, as a group of managers, or as a discipline. So let's start with management as a process. Now how management can be a process? See, when we say that in management we are executing different functions like planning, organizing, staffing, directing, controlling, so we are performing these functions as a part of continuous process. It's not like that planning is once done and then we will not do another set of planning. No. So these functions are part of continuous process which will keep on going and going and going. And therefore management is seen as a process. How management is an economic resource. Many a times we use the term that we need to manage our resources. So most of the times our resources are money, our manpower, our materials and machinery. And we require management to basically coordinate these resources. Right, to coordinate these factors so that we can achieve the organizational goals. If there is no management, there is no coordination of these factors, there is no controlling of these factors, we might not be able to achieve the organizational goals. So management in that way is an economic resource which is used to control or coordinate all other economic resources. Next is management as a team or group of managers. Many a time we use the term that their management team is very strong. Right, for example, that the management team of Infosys is very strong. When we use management in that sense, by management we mean team or group of managers. So basically, the term management in that context means a group of managers at various levels in the company, the top level, the middle level, or the lower level management. And these group of managers are kind of treated as elite class in the society. They are given enormous power and they have good amount of prestige in the society. Next is management as a discipline. So many a times we use the term that he is studying management. He wants to get admission into top MBA college of our country. So when we say that somebody wants to study management or he wants to study management as a specialized branch of knowledge, we basically mean that management is a discipline. Management is a subject to be studied. So I hope all the four concepts of management, that how management can be a process, an economic resource, a discipline, or how a management can be a team or group of managers, you would have fully understood all these four concepts now. Let's move ahead. So let's do some conceptual questions. As per Henry Fayol, which of the following is not one of the functions in management? So we studied the 5 functions given by Henry Fayol, which were criticized by modern authors. So directing was not one of the functions, right, given by Henry Fayol. So here the answer would be option number D. Instead of directing, Henry Fayol said that it is coordinating, which is the functions of management. Next is, as per Kuntz and O'Donnell, motivation and leadership is what or which part of management function? Right? So motivation and leadership we discussed is part of directing function of management function. Under direction we do supervision, we motivate, we lead and we communicate. So motivation and leadership is part of directing function of management functions. So here the answer would be option number D or option number 4. So we're done with concepts of management. Now let's move to features of management. Now under features of management, we are going to discuss around 9 to 10 features. They are based on common sense. So I'll not go too much into deep while explaining these features. So I'll just cover them quickly. First is goal oriented. That is, management is goal oriented. See, management is not an end in itself. We use management to achieve something, to achieve some goal. So in that sense, management is goal oriented. Next is universal. Management is universal. I explained it before also that management is universal. By that we mean that management is present in all the organizations at all the levels, maybe top level, middle level or lower level. Integrated. Now integrating means that management basically integrates a lot of resources, human resources, materials, machines, and try to achieve the organizational goals. So by integrating here we mean that the whole that we produce, the final thing, the output, that is the whole that we produce is greater than the sum of its parts. That's a very famous saying in English. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And when management tries to integrate different resources, the whole that is created is much greater than the sum of its parts. System of authority. See, in management, managers are given authority to get the task done, but at the same time, a responsibility is created on them so that they are responsible if the tasks are not done by their team. Right? So in management, a system of authority exists. Next is result from others. A manager cannot do everything by their own. Right? Obviously, they hire people to get the things done from them. So management is the art of producing results by getting the work done from others. Next is dynamic process. See, there is no plan in this world which once made will be running forever. The external environment has so much uncertainties that everything in this world has become so dynamic. And on the same lines, management is a dynamic process. You always need to be ready to incorporate changes in line with what is happening in the external world. Next is group activity. Management is only applicable to a group activity. That is, when 2 or more people are involved, then only management is required. Because management, by its definition, is about controlling and coordination of efforts of group of people. So it's a group activity. Then multidisciplinary. That is, the knowledge of management has been derived from various disciplines like engineering, sociology, psychology, etc. I'll give you an example. A manager needs to know how is the economy going, right? What factors in the economy can impact the company. So management derives its knowledge from economics. Then he also needs to understand how the employees will get motivated, how leadership should be done to make the employee comfortable. So that is all about sociology and psychology. Right? Motivation is all about psychology of an employee. So management is multidisciplinary. The knowledge has been taken from various other disciplines. Intangible. Intangible basically means that management cannot be seen. It's an invisible force. Can you see management? No, we cannot touch management. We cannot see management. We can just feel it. Right? Management can be felt in terms of authority, in terms of results, but we cannot see it or touch it. That's why management is an intangible force. So I hope you would have understood all the features of management which were based on common sense and they are very easy. So that was about features of management. Now we will move to objectives of management. Now what are the objectives of management? See, basically there are 3 objectives of management. The organizational objectives, the social objectives and the personal objectives. So what do we mean by these 3 kind of objectives? See, organizational objective would be either survival, that they need to survive in bad times. If they are able to survive, then it would be to generate profit. And if they are able to generate profit, then it would be to give more growth by expanding in more areas, by diversifying into more businesses. Right? So these kind of objectives are organizational objectives. Then there are social objectives. We all know that so many organizations are doing CSR activities these days. So the objective of those CSR activities is social objective only. That is, you use eco-friendly methods of production. You provide basic amenities like school and hospitals to your employees. You employ disadvantaged people, that is people who are handicapped or otherwise. You employ them, you give them employment. Right? You supply good services, good quality goods at reasonable prices. So all these are social objectives. Then there are personal objectives. Personal objectives of the people who are working in that organization. Those may be related to financial needs of the people, the social needs of the people, the security needs such as job security or high level needs such as recognition, achievement, etc. that we studied in Maslow hierarchy of needs. So these are the 3 kinds of objectives, again based on common sense, nothing much to understand and nothing much to crack. So let's do some conceptual questions now. Which of the following is not one of the social objectives of management? Using eco-friendly methods of production, providing basic amenities like schools and hospitals, these both are social objectives. Social needs such as peer recognition, no. A social need such as peer recognition will be the personal objective of an individual, not the objective of social objective of organization. So here the answer would be option number 3. Which of the following is not feature of management? Multidisciplinary, that is a feature of management. Goal-oriented, that is again a feature of management. Intangible, that is again a feature of management. Static, no, management is not static. Management is a dynamic process. So here again, static is not the feature of management. Answer is option number 4. So we're done with the objectives of management. Now let's move to administration and management. Now, in administration and management, basically we want to understand that whether administration and management are different terms or are the same terms. There is a constant debate that administration and management are same or whether they are different. There are three views on this regarding administration and management being same or different. There are three views on this. First is that administration and management are different. Administration is a high level function, whereas management is a lower level function. This is first view. Second view is that administration is a part of management itself, and the third view is that administration and management are same. So let's try to understand these three views, and in the end, I'll basically sum it up for you. So the first view is that administration is a higher level function and management is a lower level function. So by this we mean that administration is all about policy formulation, which is done by the top level management, and management is all about lower level function, which is more about implementation of the policies made by the administration. So as per this view, administration is above management, administration is about policy formulation at the higher levels, whereas management is about execution at the lower levels. This view was basically first proposed by Oliver Sheldon, right? So please remember that this view that administration is a higher level function, whereas management is a lower level function was proposed by Oliver Sheldon for the first time in 1923. Let's move to the second view, which is that administration is a part of management. So as per this view, administration is a sub-part of management. So many times we see that management in general involves everything, and a part of management is administrating things. That is seeing whether everything is going okay or not. That is implementing the things. Right. So as per this view, management is about making policies and implementing that, and implementation part, that is administration, is a part of management. The third view is that administration and management are same. So as per this view, administration and management are same. The difference lies just in the usage of terms. As per this view, administration is generally used in government organizations, whereas management is used in business organizations. That is, it's just the usage of the term. Otherwise, the real meaning remains the same. That is, usage is different. In government organization, we use the word administration, whereas in business organization, we use the word management. Otherwise, as per this view, administration and management are same things. To sum up the three views, theoretically, there is no much difference between management and administration. Yes, administration is more about making policies and management is more about executing them. But both administration and management are executed at all the three levels. We cannot say that administration is for top level and management is for lower level. No. Administration and management are executed at all the three levels. Yes, there is some difference in scope. Administration is executed more at the top level, whereas management is executed more at the lower level. But otherwise, both are executed at all the levels, and there is very less difference between management and execution. Right? So let's do a concept check now. Ram and Shyam are working in a company who's called Memon. The name of the company is Memon, which manufactures bedsheets. Shyam is responsible for doing the profit and loss analysis, and he decides from where to source the material to maximize the profit. Ram, on the other hand, makes sure that the polymer or the material is received on time and is used with care while manufacturing bedsheets to avoid wastage. Which is the most likely true for Ram and Shyam? Right. So you have to tell me the true statement among these. So the statement is about whether Ram is an administrator or Shyam is a manager. Whether Shyam is an administrator and Ram is a manager, both Ram and Shyam are administrators and both Ram and Shyam are managers. See in the question you can clearly see Shyam is making some very important decisions. He is doing the profit and loss analysis. So he is kind of in the high management and he decides that from where the material should be sourced so that we can maximize the profit of the company. So it looks that Shyam is more or less in the administrative layer of the company, whereas Ram, who is just making sure that no material is wasted during manufacturing of bedsheets so as to avoid wastage, is more concentrating on the implementation part. So it seems Ram is more about the managerial layer, whereas Shyam is more about the administrative layer. So answer here would be option number B as per our analysis. Right? So let's move ahead. So that's it guys in this video. I hope you are able to understand all the concepts. The next topic, that is levels of management, we will start covering it in the next video. Thanks for now. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTap. So continuing with our videos on our topic Journal Management Part 1. In this video, we are going to start with levels of management. The previous agenda points have already been discussed in the previous lectures. So let's start with levels of management. So when we talk about levels of management, theoretically, in an organization, there are three levels of management. The top level, which basically consists of your board of directors, your chief executive officers, and the general manager. Then there is middle level management. Middle level management is actually about the departmental heads. So in a company, we have different departmental heads, such as sales, production, marketing. So each of those departments would have heads. So that is what we mean by middle level management. That is departmental heads for different departments. And at the low level management, we have actually the people like foremen, supervisors who are working on the shop floor. Right? So now let's try to understand the responsibilities of people at different levels of management. At the top level of management, since these people are at the top, their responsibility is to devise the strategy, the mission, the goals of the company, the corporate plans, any acquisition. If company wants to acquire some another company wants to disinvest, want to sell some part of their company, those kind of decisions would be taken by top level management. Apart from them, financial decisions like dividend declaration would also be taken by top level management. Then licensing with government is also done by top level management. Apart from that, these are all, very basic functions. Another basic function is that these top level management will coordinate, control, review the performance of middle level management. That is, they will provide guidance and direction to the departmental heads. They will coordinate the efforts of different departmental heads. They will review their performance. They will do their performance appraisal. All those things would be done by top level management with respect to middle level management. Right? Now let's move to middle level management. So what are their roles and responsibilities? So middle level management, like top level management, will make goals, plans and strategy, but for their own departments. These people make goals, plans and strategy for the whole company. These people, middle level management, will make goals, plans and strategy for their own departments. They will allocate resources for activities within the department. So they will decide the budget of each of the activity that is to be done under the department, which people will work for what activity, all that would be done by departmental heads, that is middle level management. Then, like top level management, advised, controlled the middle level management. The middle level management will basically coordinate the efforts of low level management. They will issue directions to them. They will review their performance. They will coordinate the efforts of people working in the low level management. They will review their performance.
Right? So all these things would be done by middle level management. Right? So pretty easy. These are just basic functions, no need to crack. Next we come to lower level management. That is our foremen, supervisors, superintendent, who are basically executing the things at the lowest level of the company, who are working on the shop floor. So these people will be responsible for overall planning with respect to daily work of workers. They will supervise the workers and they will train the workers. Right? They will assign work to the workers, supervise them. They will train them if they face any difficulty. So all that would be done by low level management. They will also try to motivate the workers. Right? So that would be done by low level management. And they will consolidate the reports of what is happening at the low level and they will send the reports to the upper level. Right? So all these things are done by low level management. Pretty easy. Basics. Do not try to just cram these points. You are not writing a subjective paper. Now, what is the intensity of different managerial functions at different levels? We have earlier studied that there are 5 management functions: planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. Now, what is the intensity of these different management functions at different levels of management? That is top level, middle level, and lower management. See, top level management, since it is at the top, it's more concerned about the policy making, the goals, the missions of the company. So they are mainly concerned about planning and organizing. They will plan the strategy, the goals, the mission, and they will identify the activities, will divide those activities into different departments, that is organizing. So they will be into planning and organizing, that is top level management. The middle and lower level management would be more concerned about staffing, directing, and controlling. Right? Because middle level managers, their main work is to direct, that is to supervise the lower level management, to ensure that the work is being done properly, to allocate resources for the activities, that is staffing. So staffing, directing, and controlling are more related to middle and lower level managers than top level management, whereas planning and organizing is more related to top level management than to middle and lower level management. Just a basic understanding. Now, since we have understood the 3 management levels, let's try to compare them. Right. So first, in terms of number of persons, top management, which is CEOs or general managers, has very few people. Middle management will have moderate number of people, whereas supervisory management, that is the lower management, will have many workers. This is a very logical point. The first one. Then their role, right? Top management is a strategic role. Strategic role means they need to chalk out the strategy which is from long term on the time dimension. Middle management needs to chalk out the medium term strategy and plans, whereas supervisory management needs to take care of the operational aspects, that is day-to-day aspects, whether things are going on in the right direction. Then coming to the level of complexity, top management has a very high complexity of work because the plans that they need to make, taking into the external factors. That's very difficult. You don't know how the changeable environment will happen and that will impact your company. So this is extremely high complex work to do strategic planning, whereas middle management and supervisory management, the complexity decreases from high to moderate than to low, basically because of their nature of work. So I hope you are able to understand these comparison of 3 management levels on these 4 parameters, which are very easy to understand. So that was about levels of management. Next we move to effective management. Basically under effective management, we are going to discuss the difference between efficiency versus effectiveness. So what is efficiency and what is effectiveness? People tend to get confused between these two terms. Efficiency is about doing the thing right, that is doing things in a right way, whereas effectiveness is about doing the right thing. I'll explain the difference between them. Efficiency refers to relation between input and output. So if you are able to give more output using less resources, it means you are being efficient. If you are able to give more output using less input, it means you are being efficient. If you score 100 marks by reading just 2 hours a day, then you are being efficient because you are doing things in a right way, you are doing smart work. Effectiveness, on the other hand, refers to the extent we are able to meet our objectives. If we are able to meet our objectives, then we are effective. Right? So efficiency is about relationship between input and output, whereas effectiveness is related to whether we are able to meet our objectives or not. Let me explain the difference between them in a better. So we have basically 3 scenarios. First scenario, the person is inefficient or the company is inefficient but still effective. Company is inefficient because they are using high number of resources to produce certain output. So they are inefficient. But they are still effective because they are able to sell in the market because they are monopoly in the market. They do not have competition. So here company is inefficient but still it is effective because it is able to meet the organizational goal to sell the product. Next scenario is company is efficient but ineffective. Efficient means they are using less resources to produce goods, to produce more goods. They are being efficient. But still they are ineffective because the things that they are making, there is no demand in the market. So you can be efficient but still you are ineffective because the end goal you are not able to achieve. You are not able to sell the products in the market. The third scenario is you are both efficient and effective, that is you are producing things at lower price using less resources, and you are effective because you are able to sell them at reasonable profits in the market. So I hope with these 3 scenarios you are better able to understand the difference between efficiency and effectiveness. Let me explain the difference between them also through this table. So efficiency, as I told you, is all about input and output, using less input to get more output, that is doing things in a right way, whereas effectiveness is all about achieving your goals. So efficiency is means. Right? Because doing things in a right way is a means, whereas effectiveness is the end. When you achieve your goal, you have reached the end. So efficiency is a means to achieve effectiveness, the end. So doing things in a right way, effectiveness means doing right things. Even if you are producing goods at a lower cost, but you are not producing the right things, you are not being effective because you will not be able to sell them. Right? Now, in efficiency, the determining factor is internal because it is your internal efficiency which matters, whereas in effectiveness, a lot of external factors comes in. Even if you are producing efficiently, but there is no demand in the market, the scenario has changed. For example, some company was producing CDs, they were producing at a lower cost, but suddenly CDs lost in the market. CDs were lost in the market. People were using pen drive or something else. Right? So effectiveness depends upon the external environment. I hope with this the difference between efficiency and effectiveness is totally clear to you. Now, having understood the difference between efficiency and effectiveness, I am going to discuss a framework which is very important for effective management. That framework is McKinsey 7S framework. This framework was developed by Tom Peters and Robert Waterman. Tom Peters and Robert Waterman were consultants at McKinsey when this framework was developed. So therefore, the model developed by them is called McKinsey 7S framework. So McKinsey 7S framework basically lists down 7 elements. If these elements are executed properly, an organization can be effective. So these 7 elements are strategy, structure, systems, style, staff, skills, and shared values. So we will discuss all these elements one by one. In this framework, the 3 elements at the top are basically hard elements, whereas the bottom 4, skills, staff, style, and shared values, are categorized as soft elements. Why above 3 are called hard elements? Because according to this framework, the top 3 elements are tangible, they are visible, and these can be influenced. Whereas the below elements, like the style, the staff capabilities, the skills of the staff, the values are kind of internal to the people. These kind of things are less tangible, they are very difficult to influence. Therefore, these are called soft elements, right? So hard elements are more visible, more tangible, whereas soft elements are less tangible, less visible, and therefore more difficult to influence. Anyways, now what all these 7 elements mean to us? Strategy is all about that company should have right strategy, right plan, so that they can have edge over their competitors. Structure, that your company should be properly structured. Properly, departments should be defined, proper teams should be defined, there should be properly defined that who reports to whom, so that there is no ambiguity, there is total clarity about one's work. System is all about the procedures, the methods, the IT systems you use to get the job done. Shared values Shared values is about the core values of the organization. We have seen if the leaders of the organization, the founders of the organization have good ethical culture, then it will basically percolate down to the lower levels. So values should be embedded in the organizational culture. Everyone should understand the organizational culture, organizational values. Style, the style of leadership adopted. Now, McKinsey framework does not say that we should adopt any one style of leadership, but they say that the style of leadership should be suitable to the situation, right? As we have discussed in the chapter of leadership. Then staff, the employees should have ability and willingness to execute things. As it, the employees should not be lazy, they should not be kind of dumb people. Then skills, the actual skills and competencies, whether the employees have been trained on the competencies required, the skills required, that is very important. Because even if the staff is willing and able, but if they are not trained on skills and competencies required for the work, they will never be able to execute the work. So these are the 7 elements as per McKinsey 7S framework, which is very critical for effective management. And in this framework, the shared values has been placed in the center. You can see how these elements are connected, and shared values have been put in the center just to emphasize the fact that these values are central to the development of all other critical elements. You might work on all other elements, but till the time the shared values are core to the company's culture, you will never be able to execute things. Okay? So let's do some concept check question now. Dash is about doing things right, whereas dash is about goal achievement orientation. So we discussed doing things in a right way is all about efficiency, whereas effectiveness is about goal orientation. So first blank will have efficiency and second blank will have effectiveness. So my answer would be option number 1. Which of the following is hard element in McKinsey 7S framework? Skills, style, staff, strategy. So basically, if you remember, the style, the staff, the skills, all these are soft elements. The hard elements in this list is strategy. That is option number 4. So that was all about effective management, that is efficiency versus effectiveness. Now we shall move to nature of management. In nature of management, guys, the main debate is whether management is science and art or both. So let's try to evaluate this, that whether management is in science or an art or both, on the parameters on the basis of which we decide whether anything is science or art. So first, let's evaluate whether management is a science or not. See, for anything to be science, there are certain things need to be complied, right? First is systematic body of knowledge. Science is a systematic body of knowledge, which means there is cause-effect relationship. That is, for everything you have an explanation. If you throw a ball upwards, right, it will come down. This is due to gravitational force of it. So the science can explain. On the other hand, in management, there is not always a cause-effect relationship. Suppose your employee is not motivated. You cannot explain a single sure reason for the same. Right? So in that sense, management is not true science. Then universal principles. One of the characteristics of science is that all its principles are universal, which means they are applicable everywhere, whether you are in America, whether you are in India, whether you are on Greenland. Whereas in management, right, the principles might not be applicable everywhere. For example, if one principle of management is valid in one organization, it might not be valid in another organization in another country because of difference of culture. Right? So again, we can say that management is not true science. Next, coming to scientific inquiry and experiments. In science, everything is proved scientifically, proper experiments are carried out. Whereas in management, when we discuss certain principles, they are not scientifically tested. Right? They are just based on the experience. So again, management is not a true science. So we have seen that based on these 3 parameters, we can conclude that management is not a true or a perfect science, but yes, we can call it a pseudoscience or inexact science, and sometimes it is also called soft science. So please remember all this: pseudoscience, inexact science, and soft science. Sometimes they can ask you in the exam that management is what type of science. Right? So I hope you agree that why management is not a perfect science, as I have explained on the basis of 3 parameters or 3 characteristics of science. Next, let's evaluate whether management is an art or not on the basis of some of the features of an art. The first feature of an art is practical knowledge. An artist not only learns about the theory, but also its application in practice. If a singer or a student of music is learning theory, then he must try to practice that. Then only he will become an expert in that. Similarly, management, you can read theory about it, you can read knowledge about management, but unless and until it is practiced, you cannot become an expert. So on the basis of that, we can say that management is an art. Personal skill matters. In art, or among artists, the personal skill matters. If there are 10 singers who have read the same theory, right, or they have taken the same training, but it will be the personal skill which will matter. For example, there are n number of singers, but Lata Mangeshkar stands out because of her personal skill. Similarly, in management, n number of students may read the same theory, the same books, but when it comes to execution, their personal skill will matter. Right? So it's an art. So management is an art in that sense. To sum up, we have seen that management is a perfect art. So overall, when we discuss about whether management is an art or in science, we see that management is a perfect art. In terms of science, management is not an exact science, but it is a soft science or a pseudoscience. So overall, we can say that management is a combination of art and science, though it is not an exact science, it is a soft or pseudoscience. Okay? So we discussed about management being art or science. There is another area where we need to discuss about is management as a profession. There is again a controversy whether management is a profession or not. So let's try to evaluate this also. So what are the features in general for any profession? One is restricted entry, that is formal education. See, you need formal education to become part of any profession. For a part of engineering profession, you need to be an engineer. For a medical profession, you need to be a doctor. But if you see management, there is no restricted entry, or there is no requirement of formal education. We have seen many people, like say Dhirubhai Ambani, who was not formally educated on management at the earlier stage of his career, but he was managing people. So management does not require any formal education. Right? So in that sense, we can say management is not a profession on this parameter. Then professional body, for any profession, there is a professional body. For chartered accountants, there is ICAI. Right? Then for doctors, there is Medical Council of India. If you see management, there is no such professional body. Yes, All India Management Association is there, but it is not that no powerful body. We cannot say that it is the body which is directing all the people who are working in the management sector. So on this parameter also, we would say that management is not a profession. Next is systematic body of knowledge. That in a profession, there is a systematic body of knowledge which you can study as a subject. So in terms of management, yes, you can study management as a subject, management as a discipline. It has been taught in university. So on this parameter, yes, management is a systematic body of knowledge. It can be called as profession. So we have seen that on some of the parameters, management can be seen as a profession, whereas on the parameters such as formal education and professional body, management cannot be seen as a profession. So there is a mixed set of results. So what we can conclude is that management has moved towards professionalism, but professionalism is not complete. So it's a kind of emerging profession. Right? So management is not a complete profession, it's an emerging profession. Steps are being taken to establish management as a profession. Let's do a concept check. Which of the following statement best sums up the nature of management? So we studied that management is both science and art, though it is not a perfect science. So in line with that, the answer would be option number 4. Right? So we're done with nature of management. Let's move to skills required by managers. Very important topic for your exam. So Robert Katz basically identified three skills which are required by managers at different levels. These are basically conceptual skills, technical skills, and human skills. The amount of skills, that is conceptual skill, technical skill, and human skill required at each of these levels varies because of the nature of the job. Conceptual skills, which is about ability to think, ability to analyze, is required more at the top level than at the middle and low level. So basically conceptual skills decreases from top to bottom. So you can see at the top conceptual skills required are 60%, at the middle and lower level they are just required 20% and 5%. The reason for that is top management is mostly involved in making policies, strategies, plans, so they need to think, they need to analyze a lot of things. Technical skills is more about that whether you are able to perform tasks using the standard methods, procedures, machines, etc. So technical skills is more about execution of the task rather than planning and strategy. Technical skills are required more at the middle and lower level. At the middle level almost 60% and at the lower level 65%, whereas at the top level they are just required 20%. So technical skills basically increases from top to bottom. So less at top but higher at the middle and bottom. Human skills is all about that whether you have the skills to deal with people, to motivate them, to lead them, to handle them. So human skills are required almost at every level because at every level you need to handle your subordinates, right? So you can see at the top level 20%, middle level 20%, and at the lower level 30%, slightly higher at the lower level. So you can see how these skills vary at each level depending upon the nature of the job. Conceptual skills decreases from top to bottom, technical skills increases from top to bottom, whereas human skills remain constant almost at all the three levels, right? So please remember this: the definition of skills and their requirement at different levels. This is important for your exam. Let's try to do a conception. Which of the following skills are required the most at the higher level of the management? So we discussed that at the higher level of the management, the skills which are required the most are conceptual skills. That is option number C. So we're done with skills required by managers. Let's move to scope of management. So under scope of management, basically, the operational areas of management can be classified into following branches: production, finance, marketing, and human resource management. But irrespective of which branch we are looking into, the functions of management, that is planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling, that we have discussed earlier, would be valid for all the branches. So if we are even doing production management or marketing management, this will still apply. That is planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling would still be applicable there. So let's discuss these branches one by one. Production management is all about managing the production. That what should be the plant transportation there, how should you operate things, in what quantity, at what time, how will you take care of repair and maintenance of your plant, how will you handle and store the materials required for production, how will you ensure the quality. So all these are related to production management. Very simple. Nothing to matter. Then in marketing, it's about four things. That what to produce, that is what is in the demand. What should be the price of your product that people can take, or maybe if it is in a luxury segment then the price should be kept higher. How will you distribute? Will you keep your goods only in the malls, high-end shops, whether will you keep your goods even in the kirana shops, right? Because that affects the status of that. Then promotion, how will you advertise? Whether you use TV channels, whether you will use newspapers, whether you will use pamphlets. So all these will be decided as part of your marketing management. Next is financial management. So financial management is about you need to prepare your financial statements, analyze and interpret them, that is your income statement, balance sheet, etc. Then how to raise capital, whether through equity or debt, right? Then any investment decision, if you have surplus capital, where to invest that. Then management of working capital, so that your current assets are always higher than current liability, so that you are never low on cash. Then dividend decisions, how much profit to be retained and how much profit to be distributed as dividend to the shareholders. So all these are basically decided as part of financial management. Next is HRM. Human resource management is all about managing the recruitment and selection, training of employees, compensation of employees, promotion of employees, performance and reward management, succession and career planning. So all these are part of HRM, very basic functions, right? So nothing to mug up here, just try to understand what are the basic functions of production, finance, marketing, and HRM, which are the four areas of management. Apart from the four areas that we discussed, there are other areas under scope of management. First is materials management, under which basically the person has to decide how much material to buy, from where to buy, at what time to buy, right? So it's all about material management, raw material management, which is used in production. Sometimes it is part of production management itself, but as of now, many companies see it as a different area, that is material management. Then is legal function. There are a lot of rules and regulations which a company needs to comply with. So the legal function takes care to understand all the rules and regulations and ensure that company is in compliance with them. Then public relation function, it is about basically organizing campaigns to increase the image and goodwill of the business in the society. That is to take out some CSR activities or to liaison with government or NGOs or any other things, right? So these are additional functions: material management, legal function, and public relations function. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching this video. Right, so we are done till scope of management. In the next video, we shall start with ethics and management. Bye bye.
Hello guys, welcome to EduTab. So continuing with our videos on general management part 1, we are going to start with ethics and management in this video. So let's see. So ethics and management. Why do we study ethics and management? See, ethics is a very important part of management. Management need to act ethically. If they do not act ethically, then the whole culture of the company will become bad. So therefore ethics are taught in management, right? Because acting ethically is a very important part of management. Managers are like role models for workers. So under ethics and management, we are going to study 3 model of ethics: L04 way test, then Josephson Institute ethical decision making model, and then the plus decision making model. So let's start with L04 way test. So what does this L04 way test talks about? So L04 way test basically says that there are 4 questions which you shall always ask yourself to decide whether whatever you are doing is right or not. Is it the truth that whether something which you are doing or something you are telling to others, is it the truth? If it is the truth, then it is right. What you are doing is right. Is it fair to all concerned? Which means, is it fair? It is justifiable what you are doing for the well-being of your stakeholders. Stakeholders can be shareholders, employees, suppliers, customers, everyone. You cannot make happy everyone, but we should not do something which is totally against the interest of one of the parties.
Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Whether it will lead to better relations with your stakeholders or customers, right? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? Whether it would be beneficial to all concerned, again, to all the stakeholders. So there is nothing much to understand. Just remember these 4 questions, right? Their meaning is very kind of global. That is it fair, is whether it will lead to good relations and whether it would be beneficial to all concerned. They all means almost the same. And this Taylor 4-way test is basically adopted by Rotary International. Therefore, Taylor 4-way test is also known as the Rotary 4-way test, right? So next is plus decision making model. So plus decision making model, again, it asks 4 questions, right? In the areas related to P for policies, L for legal, U for universal, and S for self. So in policies, the question asked is that whatever you are doing, is it consistent with the organizational policies, right? So obviously there are some policies of every organization. So whatever you are doing, whatever decision you are taking, is it in line with those policies? Legal, is it in line with the law of the land, that is law of your country, law of your area? Universal, is it in line with the universal principles of your organization, right? So there are obviously universal principles of organization that we will not give bribe, right? So if you are giving bribe to get some work done, then it is against the universal principles of your organization, right? The 4th one is self. Self means that whatever you are doing, okay, it is in line with policies of the organization, it is in line with principles of your organization, but is it also right in terms of your principle? Whatever you think is right and fair, is it in line with that? Suppose organizational universal principle does not say that you cannot give bribe, so you decide to give bribe, but your self principle is that you will not give bribe, so it is in line or against yourself. Your self principles. So that is the last point that you need to take into consideration. So it says when you consider all these points related to policies, legal aspects, universal principles of your organization, and your self principles, you will be able to take a good ethical decision, right? So please remember all these 4 points, the questions that are put to oneself before a decision is made using plus decision making model. So next is Josephson Institute Ethical Decision Making Model. This ethical model also talks about 3 things that you must take into consideration while making any decision. First is that whatever decision you are taking, that should be done taking into account the well-being of all stakeholders. So that decision should not be against any of your stakeholders. Right? For example, you take some decision which is against your suppliers or employees or customers, then that is not a good decision. Then ethical values should always be given precedence over non-ethical ones. Very generic one. So whenever you are confused, ethical values should always be given more importance than the non-ethical ones. Last is that in real life we face situations where we have to violate one ethical principle, but it says that you should violate one ethical principle only when you see that to follow other ethical principle you need to violate this one, and you should do this in such a way that it basically produces a better good for all stakeholders, right? So whenever you need to violate any ethical principle to follow another ethical principle, you should always do that to produce a better good for your stakeholders. That is, that ethical principle which will produce lesser good for stakeholders, that should be violated, not the other one. Okay, so these are the 3 things that should be kept in mind while making decision as per Josephson Institute Ethical Decision Making Model. So I hope you are clear with all the ethical models. They more or less talk about the same thing, right? Very generic, you just try to understand them. Let's do a concept check. Taylor 4-way test is adopted by whom? The answer is Rotary International. The question may seem very simple. You might be thinking that why we have got such questions. This is very easy, but guys, these kind of questions are asked in the exam, right? So if you are able to solve this, you are able to score 1 mark in your exam. That's it. So we're done with ethics in management. Now we should start with schools of management. So what are different schools of management? See, by different schools of management, we basically mean different management thoughts. Different thinkers have seen or put management in different line of thought. So schools of management means that how different thinkers viewed management, how different thinkers thought of management. So under that, we have various schools: classical theory, human relations approach, and social system approach. Under classical theory, which is the most important management part, we have further 3 schools of management: scientific management, administrative management approach, and bureaucratic organizational approach. Right? So let's start with this. Let's see what do we mean by classical theory, and then we will slowly build upon these other schools of management. So what is classical theory? See, classical theory, first of all, is also known as traditional theory. That is, it was very much important in the past. So classical theory is basically based on the belief that there was a idea that owners are there to exploit the workers, that owners will maximize their profits. So what is the key features of classical theory? First is emphasis on division of labor and specialization. That is, classical theory believe that instead of one worker doing multiple tasks, one worker should be engaged in doing single task only, and he should become specialized in that. Right? So basically, this is called division of labor and specialization. Next, classical theory emphasizes on formal organizational structure, that is, in which there are defined levels and proper authority and control is assigned at each level, and one has to obey the orders of his superior. So this is second and third point. Then it ignored the impact of external environment. Classical theory didn't consider much that changes in the external environment could impact the company or the working of the company. Then classical theory assumed that there is no conflict between the individual and the organization. So classical theory assumed that workers are there to be kind of exploited. There is no conflict between individual and the organization, and even if there is some conflict, it is the organizational interest that should prevail. Individual interest should be ignored. The last feature of what classical theory believed in, that people are rational. They want economic rewards. That is, non-economic rewards such as recognition, achievement, participation are not important to them. People are just motivated by the economic rewards such as money, car, house, etc. So you can see classical theory is basically related to satisfying the external needs of the worker and making them work in kind of autocratic environment where proper authority is given at every level, and one has to obey the orders of superior, and one has to be specialized in a particular kind of work. I hope you are able to understand these features of classical theory. Under classical theory, there are 3 schools of management: scientific school, which was given by Taylor; administrative management, which was given by Fayol; and bureaucracy, which was given by Weber. Very important schools of management, right? So just try to understand them thoroughly. So let's start with scientific school of management. So what is scientific management? See, in brief, if we discuss, first of all, we should know that Taylor is the father of scientific management, and therefore sometimes scientific management is also known as Taylorism. So if somebody asks you that which school is known as Taylorism, it is scientific management. Now the idea behind scientific management, which was propagated by Taylor, right, who is father of scientific management, was that work should be, that whatever work we are doing in an organization should be done using standard techniques. That is, there should be proper scientifically determined techniques which should be used to do the work. Then people should be specialized to do the work. They should be trained properly on that work, and we should use standardized tools and machines. So basically, he said that we should focus on increasing the efficiency rather than doing the work randomly. We should use standardized techniques, specialized trained people, and standardized tools and machines, so that it leads to better quality, cost reduction, and wastage is reduced. And when all this happens, it leads to overall high productivity and efficiency. So this is what Taylor believed and he propagated, and this is known as scientific management. And scientific management is also known as machine theory, because here the emphasis is on using proper machines and tools to do the work by using specially trained people, right? So therefore scientific management is also known as machine theory. I hope you get a brief about scientific management now. So it's all about executing work with proper tools and machines with properly trained people so as to increase productivity and efficiency. Now there are certain principles of scientific management. These are the four main principles of scientific management. These are also based on the same idea that I just explained to you. The first principle is science, not rule of thumb. That whenever you plan work, you should not apply rule of thumb that okay, this work will take 2 days, this work will take 5 people. No, everything should be scientifically determined with experiments, so that once we have finalized the best way to do the work, then only we should plan that work. Next is harmony, not discord. By harmony, not discord, he means that most of the times we have seen that workers believe that managers are there to exploit them, they will keep all the profits. He said that if we have to gain higher productivity, right, there should be harmony between the management and the workers. Managers should be ready to share the gain made by them with the workers, and workers should also go beyond their call of duty to produce more or to give higher productivity. That is, they should attain the maximum output, and that can be done only through harmony, not through discord. Next principle, which was propagated by scientific management, was cooperation, not individualism. That is, in a company, most of the times it is seen that it is the individuals who are making all the decisions, taking all the calls, and workers are just asked to follow those rules, policies, or decisions. Whereas scientific management propagated the fact that cooperation should be sought from the workers. That is, their input should be taken. They should be encouraged to participate in the decision making. Right? This will encourage the workers to work hard and to give high productivity. This is also called as mental revolution. That is, there needs to be change in the attitude of the management and the workers towards each other. That they are there to help each other. They are there for the welfare of each other. The fourth principle is development of every person to his potential. So basically, this is about that every person should be trained on the work he or she is supposed to do, and the workers, when they are hired, they should be hired on the basis of their abilities. If somebody is, say, physically weak, right, then he might be assigned a desk job. If somebody is physically strong, he might be asked to work on a machine. So the selection of workers should be based on some criteria, and the job that is assigned to them should be in line with their physical, mental, and intellectual capabilities. And once the workers are selected based upon their attributes, they should be properly trained on the work, and they should be trained only on one type of task. That is what I told you, division of labor. They should be made specialized on that task. Instead of making them do several kinds of work, we should ask them to get trained on one kind of task. They should become specialized in that, and this is basically called division of labor. So fourth principle is basically about scientific selection, that is selecting workers on the basis of their abilities, training them on only one type of task to make them specialized in that, which is called division of labor. So I hope all these principles of scientific management are clear to you. Additionally, there is one more principle of scientific management, right, which is called equal division of work and responsibility. This principle talks about that there should not be unequal division of work. Many times it is seen that managers are just sitting idle and workers are executing all the work. It says that there should be equal division of work. Planning is as important as execution. So managers should be given the task of planning, strategy, all that things, and workers should be given the task of execution. So both should be able to do their task well when there is equal division of work between the managers and the workers. Right? Okay, let's move ahead now. So we have discussed about principles of scientific management. Now we are going to discuss about some of the techniques of scientific management. So what are the techniques of scientific management? That using which techniques we can implement scientific management. So when we talk about techniques of scientific management, basically there are 5 techniques that has been propagated by Taylor: functional foremanship, standardization and simplification of work study, differential piece, wage system, and mental revolution. So again, when we discuss techniques of scientific management, the core idea that we discussed about scientific management remains the same, right? So let's discuss functional foremanship first, and then we shall move on to other techniques of scientific management. So what is this technique of functional foremanship? See, we discussed that in scientific management, emphasis is given on division of labor and specialization. That is, one person should try to do one type of task, right, and become specialized in that. So in line with that, Taylor proposed functional foremanship. What happens in functional foremanship? That in terms of supervision, there are 8 kinds of supervisors, and each one supervises only one kind of task, right? So each supervisor is specialized in supervising that type of task. So total there are 8 supervisors, 4 are in planning department and 4 are in production department, and each of these supervisors will supervise the workers in a particular area, that is for a particular type of task. Now these 8 supervisors are instruction clerk, route clerk, time and cost clerk, disciplinarian, speed boss, gang boss, repair boss, and inspector. Let's try to understand what these actually mean. So in the planning department, as I told you, there are 4 supervisors. Instruction card clerk is basically the one which provides instruction to the workers. A route clerk is basically which tells the workers that what is the sequence of steps or what is the route to complete the production. Time and cost clerk takes care of the time and cost involved in the production. That is, time and cost should not go beyond a particular range. And fourth one is the one who maintains discipline, ensures that discipline is maintained. Workers are not sitting idle during the shift time, right? They are doing work in a proper way. So these are the 4 supervisors in the planning department who are specialized in supervising a particular type of work. Then there are 4 supervisors in the production department. First is speed boss, who ensures that the task is completed timely. Gang boss, who basically keeps the tools and machines ready. Because many times it happens that when the shift starts, if around half an hour is wasted in making the machines and tools ready, that is not good for efficiency. So gang boss ensures that all the machines and tools are ready when workers start working. Repair boss ensures that all the machines are in working condition when the workers start working, or if there is any fault in between, he is there to quickly resolve them. And inspector is the one who controls the quality, that there should not be defective products being produced. So you can see that how in functional foremanship, Taylor is basically stressing on the fact that there should be different kind or different persons supervising different types of work, so that they are specialized in supervising that work, right? So we have discussed about functional foremanship. Let's move to the second technique, which is about standardization and simplification of work. So we discussed that one of the principles of scientific management, that it is science, not rule of thumb, that everything should be decided scientifically and not just by your guess. So basically, in line with that, Taylor advocated that everything that we are doing should be done using scientific production methods, using scientific machines, scientific tools, and quality material. That is scientifically tested material. So basically, stressed upon that everything should be scientifically tested, that what is good for production in terms of machine, tools, material, and that shall be used while doing production, so that we can get the maximum efficiency. So we are done with standardization and simplification of work. Now we shall move to work study. So what do we mean by work study? See, work study again refers to that we should evaluate work, right? We should evaluate work in such a way so as we can find the best method of doing that work. Right? Many times we adopt certain ways of doing the work which are not efficient. So work study is about evaluating the way work is being done and find that how the work can be performed in the best possible way. So basically under work study there are further 4 sub-techniques: time study, method study, motion study, and fatigue study. Method study is about that what is the best method to do the work, right? As in which machines or what sequence of machines shall be used to do the work in the most efficient manner. Motion is about the way the machine should move, the position of the workers while doing work. So that is all concern of motion study. Time study is basically done to find out the standard time to produce goods, so that you can plan that if you have to produce 100 goods, how much time it will take, right? And you can also instruct workers to complete the work in that standard time. So time study is used to find the standard time to produce maybe one quantity or 100 quantities of one product. Fatigue study is about learning that what should be the rest pattern, after how much work the workers will get fatigued, how much rest they should be given. So fatigue study is all about that. So I hope you are able to understand the meaning of work study and all these 4 sub techniques of work study. We are not studying them in detail, and that is not required. Only just a brief is enough to answer any question in the exam. So we are done with work study. Now we shall discuss the remaining 2 methods, that is differential piece wage system and mental revolution. So let's see. So what is this technique called differential piece wage plan? In differential piece wage plan, the worker who achieves or exceeds the target given to him will get a higher wage per unit. On the other hand, worker who is not able to achieve the target, that is who produces less than the target, will get a lesser wage per unit. Let me explain this with an example. Suppose company defines that the standard output per day is 20 units. If somebody meets the standard output target or exceeds it, he will get 5 per unit. If you are not able to produce 20 units, that is you produce less than 20 units, you will get 4 per unit. So this person, if he produces 20 units, he will get 20 into 5, that is 100 rupees. On the other hand, this person, if he produces only 18 units, which is less than the standard output of 20 units, he will get 4 per unit, that is 70. So in differential piece wage plan, basically worker who is more productive is given a higher wage per unit as compared to other worker who is less productive and is not able to meet the target. The basic essence is the same. That is to increase the productivity, and for productivity, the workers are given higher wage per unit. The next technique is mental revolution. Now, mental revolution, we have already discussed. The idea behind mental revolution is that there needs to be change in the attitude, change in the mental attitude, change in the mindset of managers and workers and the owners. They should complement each other. They should understand the need of each other. Managers should be ready to share their gains with the workers, and workers should be ready to go beyond the call of duty to increase their productivity. That is, the output should be maximized, and that can be done only when there is mental revolution. There is change in attitude, change in mindset of workers and managers towards each other, because till the time they believe that both are not for the welfare of each other, they will never complement each other's work. Right? So this is very important. The term itself is very important, but it is very easy to understand. Since we have understood scientific management, now let's discuss some pros and cons of scientific management. Pros are very simple, what we have discussed. So scientific management basically stressed upon cooperation, that is harmonious relationship between managers and workers. Then it focused on selection and training of workers, right, which led to better productivity. Then incentive for higher production, we discussed about differential wage system, which basically led to incentive for higher production to workers, which motivated them. Then the work was also standardized using standard tools and equipment, leading to higher productivity. So based upon understanding of scientific management, we can easily deduce that these are the pros of scientific management. Now let's come to cons, which you will find interesting. First is that scientific management was only devised from production management point of view. If we try to apply it in financial management or marketing management, it will not be applicable that much. Then since scientific management stressed upon division of work and specialization, it led to the work being monotonous. One worker doing the work, same work again and again, led to monotonous work, which kind of demotivated the workers. Then another point is that we discussed that scientific management basically considered that employees are rational and they are motivated by economic rewards. That is, achievement recognition does not hold place, only money matters. So that was wrong understanding. Workers are also motivated by social needs and higher order needs like recognition and achievement. So just focusing on economic rewards led to their lower morale. And due to differential wage rate system being implemented, because if you produce at the standard output rate or more than that, your remuneration will increase. That led to overspeeding, which sometimes led to decrease in quality. Right? So these are the cons which you should be easily able to understand, and these are very important. Next we are going to study is that apart from Taylor, there are other thinkers with respect to scientific management. The first one is Henry L. Gantt. His major contribution is Gantt chart. That is, he basically developed this chart which helps people in scheduling. It is even used these days. Right? So how does this help in scheduling? Basically, you write down the task that you need to do, and here you mention the dates, and then you draw bars like this, indicating that this will start at the end of Jan and it will be completed by mid of March. Right? So this way, each of these activities can be scheduled. So at a higher level, you get a very good glimpse that each and every task is when it is starting, when it is ending, and how there is overlap between different aspects of the task. So this was the major contribution by L. Gantt, that is Gantt chart, which is used in scheduling. Another contributor apart from Henry Gantt is Frank and Gillian Gilbert. So this couple contributed, right, to fatigue study and time study. So earlier while discussing about work study, I told you that fatigue study is done to basically gauge that what should be the timing of rest, what should be the duration of rest that is to be given to the workers so that their productivity is maximum. So Taylor contributed to that, but the major contribution in fatigue study came from Frank and Gillian Gilbert. Apart from that, another aspect, that is time study, in which we try to gauge that what should be the standard time to complete the job. There is a difference between how Taylor did the time study and Frank and Gillian Gilbert did the time study. In Taylor's approach, time study was done using stopwatch approach. That is, he used to hold a stopwatch and ask people to do the job, and they were asked to do that job repeatedly again and again. So based upon that, he used to set a standard time for doing that job, taking average of various iterations. So that was kind of very hard approach, that where you are forcing people to complete the job within less time using the stopwatch. Whereas Gilbert's, this couple studied the time study from a different approach. What they did was they basically tried to find out the efficient ways of doing work to save time, and hence they tried to reduce time by doing the work efficiently rather than using stopwatch to force the workers to complete it within less time. So overall, you can see that their work is toward the benefit of workers, giving them rest or doing time study by devising efficient ways of doing work. So their contribution is related to humanistic approach. That is, under scientific management, they were mainly concerned about the human element, that workers should not be harassed. Okay, so I hope you understand the contribution of other thinkers, that is Henry L. Gantt and Frank and Gillian Gilbert in scientific management apart from Taylor. Next, we are going to discuss about productivity. Under scientific management, we have discussed again and again that the main goal is to increase the productivity. Now, what is this productivity? Productivity is defined as ratio of output to input. That how much output you are able to produce with given set of inputs. For example, the productivity of labor can be measured in how many units he made in how many hours. That can be the productivity of labor, right? And for example, for you, the productivity can be that how many pages you read in say 8 hours. So productivity is defined as output to input. That is ratio of output to input. Now, what are the factors impacting productivity? First is technological advancement. If workers will use advanced machines, which can produce high quality goods in less time, then obviously the productivity will be high. Quality of workforce. If the workforce is skilled, they will be able to produce more, and hence high quality workforce will have high productivity. Managerial talent. How managers use their workforce. Are they able to motivate them? Are they able to help them in reskilling themselves? So managerial talent also decides that what would be the productivity. Let's do some conceptual questions. Which of the following is not a principle of scientific management? Science, not rule of thumb. This is a principle. Harmony, not discord. This is a principle of scientific management. Cooperation, not individualism. That is also a principle of scientific management. Specialization. This is again a principle of scientific management. So my answer would be E. That is none of the above. Next is the concept of mental revolution. Is about making people more intelligent through training. That is wrong. Making people scientifically specialized, that is wrong. Change in mindset of managers, owners and workers resulting in understanding needs of each other, that is right. Mental revolution is about change in mindset of managers, owners and workers. So here my answer would be option number C. Next question is, which of the following is not in sync with Taylorism? You have to find the statement which is not as per scientific management theory. Organization should use scientific methods to determine the efficient methods of doing work. This is totally right, that one should find scientific methods to do work. Workers and managers should cooperate with each other. That is again in sync with Taylorism. Specialization of workers on specific tasks. That is again right. They believe in specialization and division of labor. Training people through job rotation so that they can become expert in everything. This is wrong. They don't believe making people jack of all trades. So they didn't believe in job rotation and making people expert in everything. Instead, they believe one should be specialized in one task. So option D is something that is not in sync with Taylorism. Right? That's it guys, thanks for watching this video. So we are done with scientific management theory under our classical theories. I hope you found it interesting and you were able to understand. In the next video, we shall continue with management process or administrative management approach, which is given by Fayol. Again, one of the most interesting approach, right? So let's discuss this in the next video. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTap. So continuing with our videos on general management part 1, in this video we are going to start with management process approach or administrative management approach. They both means the same thing. So this approach is basically given by Henry Fayol, which is called administrative management or management process approach. This is also called operational management, right? So please remember these alternate names. These are kind of asked in the exam. Henry Fayol is called the father of operational management or administrative management or management process approach. The basic idea which was followed by Henry Fayol, it was related to that he basically put emphasis on managing problems from top management point of view. If you remember, scientific theory of management was mostly related to training of workers, division of labor, whereas Fayol's administrative management is related to managing problems from top management point of view. That is, he concentrated more on top management, whereas scientific management was more related to workers. So in line with his focus on top management, he gave 14 management principles which are famously known as Fayol's principles of management. These are very important. So in the coming part of this video, we are going to study about these 14 management principles given by Henry Fayol. So what are these 14 principles of management? So here is a list of those 14 principles of management. We are going to discuss them one by one. One point that I want to put emphasis on is that when we say that his principles were related to top management view, we can't assume that nothing would be related to workers, because effectively when top management plans, they need to take into consideration how workers are working. So the first principle itself, which is related to division of work, we can't say that since his principles are related to top management, how can we study something related to workers? No, because management is also planning related to workers. But anyways, his first principle is division of work. He basically emphasized on dividing the task, right, and making people specialized on those tasks. That is, he also believed in specialization of tasks and division of labor. This was also part of scientific theory, which Fayol also kind of agreed with. The next principle is authority and responsibility. That people at higher levels should be given a kind of authority which they should use to get the task done, but at the same time they should be held responsible for the tasks that have been assigned to them. So basically, when you assign authority and responsibility, the adoption of this principle leads to quick decision making, because if one has the authority to make decisions would be taken quickly, but at the same time, because there is a responsibility, there would be no misuse of authority. Next principle is related to discipline, that managers should maintain proper discipline in organization. Workers should always work in discipline, because when they work in discipline, it will lead to systematic working in the organization. Otherwise, if there is no discipline, it will just lead to chaos. Next is unity of command. This is very, very important. What does unity of command mean? Unity of command means that an employee should receive order only from one superior. Take a case here. Here, one employee is having two bosses. That is, he is receiving orders from two bosses. So what can happen in such a situation is that he may ask him to do something. He may also ask him to do something. Then those things might be contradictory to each other, or both might ask him to do something on priority. So he will not be able to decide on which things to do first. So overall, what Fayol said is that if there is no unity of command, that is, if one person is receiving order from two bosses, then it will lead to conflict. Right? So Fayol said that an organization should adopt the principle of unity of command, where one worker should receive orders only from one boss. Adoption of this principle will lead to clarity about the work, that what needs to be done and at what priority, whereas violation will lead to confusion, as I just told you. Next is unity of direction. Unity of direction basically means one plan, one boss. That is, all the plans or all the activities that are for same objective should be headed by one person. Unity of direction is different from unity of command, that I'll explain you in the next slide. For now, just understand that unity of direction means that whatever activities are there whose aim is to achieve the common objective, they should be headed by one boss, right? There should be one boss for one plan, right? So now let me explain the difference between unity of command and unity of direction, because it is the most common area where people get confused. As I told you, unity of command is related to that one subordinate should receive order from only one boss, whereas unity of direction is all about that there should be one boss for one plan. That is, the activities which are in the same objective should be added by one person. If you see, unity of command is related to functioning of a personnel, right? Whereas unity of direction is related to functioning of a department or an organization. Unity of command is necessary to fix the responsibility of each subordinate, again because it is related to functioning of a personnel, whereas unity of direction is necessary for a sound and effective organization function. So I hope you get a clarity. Unity of command is at subordinate level, at an individual level, whereas unity of direction is at organizational or a departmental level, right? Next is subordinate of individual interest. Very easy to understand. Subordination of individual interest means that the interest of the individuals should be secondary, whereas the interest or the goals of the organization should be primary.
For example, if an organization wants a person to work in Delhi, but his hometown is in Chennai and he wants to go to Chennai, then his individual interest, his individual goal should be subordinated, should be below the organizational goal. That is, he had to work in Delhi. Right? I hope you are able to understand this. Next is remuneration. Fayol's remuneration principle said that the remuneration, that is salary that should be given to employees, should be fair and it should provide satisfaction to them. Because he believed if the employees are satisfied, then they will work hard, they will be more productive. Right? The degree of centralization. See, centralization means that if an organization is highly centralized, it means all the decisions are being taken at a higher level. People at a lower level, at the middle level or at the low level do not have authority to take decisions. Now, Fayol said if an organization is highly centralized, all the decisions would be taken at higher level, then people at the middle and low level will not be very much encouraged because they will not participate in the decision making. On the other hand, if organization is highly decentralized, that is all the decisions are being taken at the low level, then there is a certain risk because those decisions might not be accurate. So therefore, he suggested a balanced approach where there is a balance between centralization and decentralization, right? That some of the decisions are taken at the center, some of the decisions are decentralized, that is taken at the low level, or the decisions taken at the low level are at least vetted by the central level. So he called for such a kind of balance. Though he said that when I talk about balance, we can say that there can be a little leaning towards decentralization. That overall there should be balance with a certain leaning towards decentralization. Next is principle of line of authority or scalar chain, which said that there is a chain of authority in every organization from lowest to the upper level. That is, if this is the hierarchy from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, where A is the boss and G is at the lowest level, then this is the scalar chain of authority, where the authority decreases from top to bottom. If G needs to communicate with A or takes approval from A, it needs to go via F, E, D, C, B, A, like this. Now suppose there are two scalar chains of authority, A to G and another chain from A to Q. Now F needs to talk to B. If we follow the scalar chain, then F should first go to A via E, D, C, B. That is, message would be sent to E, then to D, then forwarded to C, B, A, and then it will come to B, downwards. But Fayol agreed that this will lead to delays, so he suggested a GAN plan that is a bridge directly between F to B. That is, a bridge between two scalar chains at an horizontal level. Here F can directly talk to B using this GAN plan or bridge, which will help them avoid delays. So I hope you have understood about scalar chain of authority and how it can lead to delays and how GAN plan or bridge can help us avoid those delays. Next principle is order. Order just means orderliness, that we should have right kind of materials and right people, right, in an organization, because otherwise it would be very difficult for an organization to be effective. So order means orderliness, that is right materials and right employees in an organization. Next is equity. Equity means justice, kindness and fairness, that we should be kind and fair towards the employees. This will help them motivate, and once there is uniformity in terms of kindness and fairness, it will lead to less conflicts within the organization. Next is stability of tenure of personnel. That is, most of the employees need job security. There should be stability in their tenure. Organization should never ask the employee to leave before that stable tenure, because if we give them job security, a stable term, then they would be more comfortable, they would be more motivated to work. And when there is a stability of tenure of a personnel, right, it helps us save time, because if we hire new people every day, it will lead to a lot of wastage in training them, in making them acclimatized with the environment of the company, right? So this is one of the principles, but this is always not possible if employees are not working at a particular level, their performance is not good, then obviously you cannot ensure stability of tenure to them, right? We are almost coming at the end of these principles. Next is initiative. Initiative means that employees should be encouraged to give their opinions, to contribute with their ideas, right? Because you never know, a great idea might come from the worker who is at the lowest level. So once we adopt this principle of initiative, it will make people feel that they are being listened to, their opinion is being considered, which will encourage them to work harder and to give more ideas regarding the improvements. Next is Esprit Corps. Esprit Corps in English actually means union strength or group spirit. So the principle of Esprit Corps basically means that management should promote teamwork or group spirit within the team, because teamwork is very necessary for accomplishing any task. There should not be use of word I, rather it should be replaced by word we. So when we adopt this principle of Esprit Corps, it will lead to development of team spirit, development of spirit where everyone is ready to help each other, and that's the best way to work. So I hope all these principles are clear to you. I think all these principles are very basic. The most important principles are unity of command, unity of direction, and line of authority or scalar chain, where there is something to understand. Otherwise, all of these principles are very basic. They can be understood just by their name. Now let us discuss about advantages and disadvantages of administrative management. The first one is healthy financial system. Now since in administrative management there is authority, and with that authority responsibility is given to the concerned person, and discipline is also implemented in the organization, due to which there is proper tracking of everything, which leads to healthy financial situation. There is no wastage of anything. Then there is division of work, that is people are made specialized in their particular area. There is unity of command, unity of direction, which leads to no confusion among workers, and therefore it leads to higher productivity. Higher productivity further leads to facilitation in acquiring goals of the organization. Database decisions is another advantage of administrative management, because all the decisions in administrative management are taken based on data. They are not based on hunch or something. So database decision is another advantage. Then it improves employee and customer satisfaction. So principles like stability of tenure of personnel, promoting initiative among personnel, team spirit among personnel, these principles leads to better satisfaction among employees, which leads to higher productivity, and therefore that generates better customer satisfaction. Now let us talk about the disadvantages of administrative management. The most prominent disadvantage of administrative management is that it views organization as something which is being driven by the top, which is being driven by the management. It does not give much importance to the views of the workers, to the suggestion of the workers. Therefore, it is management oriented. And hence, we can also say that it basically works on the concept borrowed from military science, that something is decided at the top and it is pushed to the employees below, and employees have to follow that. Right? So, first two points are on the same lines, that this is something of a kind of a management where things are decided at the top and they are pushed to the lower levels. It ignores environmental changes. It assumes that environment is static. For example, the first principle says division of work, that somebody has to specialize in something and he will keep on doing that thing for years and years. So it assumes that environment is static, because in dynamic environment you would have to reskill your people, you might have to change their departments, you might have to change their locations. So division of work, making people specialize in one area, is only possible if the environment is static. Then fourth point is deals with formal structure. Again, it is on the same lines, that it is just about the formal structure. It ignores the informal structure. That is, workers can go to the management, they can push their ideas, or management can involve workers in consulting something and taking the decision. No, it is all about the formal structure, and formal structure is totally ignored in the administrative management. Now you have understood Fayol's administrative management. We earlier discussed about Taylor's scientific management. Now, one of the most common comparison that you may be asked to do is comparison between Taylor and Fayol's theories, that is scientific management and administrative management. So we all know Taylor was a father of scientific management, whereas Fayol is considered as father of administrative management. So what is difference between their approaches? See, we discussed Taylor basically worked from bottom to top. That is, he mainly concentrated on the low-level workers, how to increase their productivity by using efficient means or efficient techniques. Fayol, on the other hand, concentrated on the upper management. That is, how to solve each and every problem from management point of view. So his approach was basically from top to bottom. Then orientation. Taylor's orientation is all about production and engineering, whereas Fayol's orientation was towards managerial functions, that how management can be made more supportive, more efficient. Productivity versus human resources. Taylor focused on increasing productivity. His focus was less on human resources, though yes, he said that there should be cooperation between workers and managers, but overall his focus was more on increasing productivity by division of labor, specialization, scientific techniques and all those things. Fayol also, focused on productivity through division of labor, but his major concentration was also on the human element, because his principles advocate that workers should be given freedom to take initiatives, there should be stability of service given to workers, and esprit de corps, that is about team management. So he laid a lot of stress on human element also apart from productivity. So these are some of the basic differences which you can easily gauge if you would have understood about the scientific theory and administrative management theory. Let's do some conceptual questions. Which of the following will not be in sync with Henry Fayol's line of thinking? So which of these statement is not in line with 14 principles of Henry Fayol? Managers taking the team out for team building activity. This is in line because esprit de corps is one of the principles. Manager punishing the employees who break the rules. This is again in line because discipline is one of the principles. Manager recruiting employees specialized in tuning the diesel engine. Again, specialization or division of work is one of the principles. Manager giving a challenging work to employ a new area to make him talented in multidiscipline. This is wrong because they believed in division of work and specialization instead of making employees talented in multidiscipline. So point number D is not in line with Henry Fayol's line of thinking. Which principle says that if person does not receive order from one person, it would lead to conflict? So this is unity of command we discussed, which says that one person should receive order from one boss, otherwise it would lead to conflict. So answer is option number A, that is unity of command. Next is Gangplank helps in. So we discussed that Gangplank basically helps in avoiding delays by enabling communication through a dotted line between two scalar chains, that is enabling communication at horizontal level in two scalar chains. So if you see all these options, my answer would be option number B, avoiding delays in communication by linking employees at horizontal level. So that was about Fayol's administrative approach. Next we are going to discuss about bureaucratic organization approach. Guys, the most important schools of management are these three only, which comes under classical theory, right? So we are on to the third school of management, which comes under classical theory. So what is bureaucratic organizational approach? It was given by Max Weber. So now you know, scientific approach was given by Taylor, administrative approach by Fayol, and bureaucratic organizational approach by Max Weber. Max Weber also believed in division of labor, that is, we should assign subtasks to people who are specialized in doing those tasks. But the difference between Max Weber and the other schools, that is scientific school and Fayol's administrative school, is that scientific school basically believed in scientific training, scientific selection of works, and scientific basis of doing work. And Fayol believed in high-level management principles that if they are executed well, it would lead to efficiency. On the other hand, Weber believed that it is the hierarchy of authority and the rules that will lead to efficiency. So he believed in strict hierarchy of authority, that authority should be defined at each level and people should be using their authority to get the work done. And there should be proper framework of rules and everybody should obey that rules. Everything in the organization should be done, rather directed and coordinated by those rules. So he gave focus on hierarchy of authority and framework of rules. Apart from that, he focused on impersonality. Impersonality means that managers should not become personal with workers. They should not do any bias while promoting them, while assigning any work to them. So they should just remain impersonal. That is, they should be like a boss. They should not make any further relationship with the workers. Formal selection is also in line with impersonality, that the selection procedure should be formal without any bias. It should be based on competence rather than whom you know in the company. So all these factors given by Max Weber are related to bureaucratic organizational approach, and he believed that executing these well will lead to efficiency. Right? So just remember, authority, rules, and non-bias are the main pillars of the bureaucratic organizational approach given by Max Weber. Now, Weber said that following authority, rules, and non-bias will lead to efficiency. So how will it lead to efficiency? First is he says that if there are extensive rules and regulations, then that will give clarity to the workers what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, because everything would be defined as per rules and regulations. There would be no confusion. Decision making would be rational. Rational means that it would be not affected by personal bias because there would be no bias, so it would always be based upon logic, that is, logic to meet the organizational objectives. And in bureaucratic approach, there is one more point, that there is always a maintenance of official records. So everything that is decided, that is done, is recorded in written form. So when employees know that everything is being recorded in written form, they will refrain from doing anything wrong, right? So they will not indulge in anything which is against the interest of the organization. So as per him, following these principles will lead to efficiency due to these reasons which I have just explained to you. Now we have discussed about bureaucracy, and we saw that how bureaucracy leads to efficiency due to rules and regulations and due to no bias policy. But then there are certain cons of bureaucracy also, right? That is disadvantages of bureaucracy. The first one is rigidity of operations. So the same rules and regulations which lead to efficiency can also lead to rigidity. In a dynamic environment, we need to be flexible. Lack of human touch. Again, in bureaucratic organizations, because of rules and regulations, humans are supposed to work like robots, right? So again, there is lack of human touch there. Then delay and red tapeism. We have seen in government organizations where there is a lot of bureaucracy, how the files are passed on from one level to another, and it leads to huge delays, right? So due to bureaucracy, due to rules and regulations, it leads to delays and red tapeism. Goal displacement. Goal displacement basically means that you are not concentrating on your primary goal, rather you are concentrating on your secondary goal. So due to enlarged focus on rules and regulations, bureaucrats may forget about their primary goal and may just pass their time in following rules and regulations. Next is compartmentalization of activities. Now jobs are divided into watertight categories. That is, due to rules and regulations, everyone is supposed to do a certain type of work, right? He and she is not supposed to do any other kind of work. So jobs are basically packed into watertight categories. Nobody is allowed to do anything apart from the work allocated to them, right? So therefore, the creativity innovation is killed. So these are some of the cons of bureaucracy which you can easily understand based upon the basic idea of bureaucracy. So that was about bureaucratic organizational approach. With this, we are done with all the three classical theories. Now we shall move to human relations approach. So next is human relations approach, which is also called neoclassical theory. Before I explain you human relations approach, let us try to recap that in classical theories there was neglect of the human aspect. Yes, in scientific theory we talked about cooperation between managers and workers. Then in Fayol's theory it was about good remuneration, esprit de corps. So we can say that there was certain aspects of human relations in those theories also, but they were more about hierarchy, rules, scientific things, right, and less about human relations. So in a way, classical theories neglected the human relations aspect. So there came the role of human relations approach or neoclassical theory. These theories focused on human aspect of the industry, right? And Elton Mayo is for the father of this school, that is human relations school. So what does this theory actually talks about? So the name itself says that human relations approach basically focuses on the importance of human factor in an organization. That how if humans, that is workers in an organization are asked to participate, they are recognized, they are made to feel that they have achieved something, then it will lead to increase in efficiency. So basically, Elton Mayo conducted some experiments which are famously known as Hawthorne experiments, and the result of these experiments led to a lot of conclusions that we are going to discuss. But overall, human relations approach is all about maintaining good relations with the workforce so that they are happy and they will produce better results, that is, they will work efficiently. So in the last slide, we talked about that Elton Mayo conducted some experiments known as Hawthorne experiments. So what are these Hawthorne experiments? So they were conducted by John Elton Mayo and another person called Fritz. They were conducted at Hawthorne Works of Western Electric Company in USA. So Hawthorne is the location. So the experiments were conducted at this location and therefore they are known as Hawthorne experiments. So in all, they conducted 4 experiments, right? First was illumination experiment. In this, what they did was that first they increased the light at the working location, the productivity increased, and then they decreased the light and they saw that the productivity remained the same. So basically they came to the conclusion that productivity has no relation with respect to illumination, right? Then they conducted relay assembly test room experiment. So in this experiment, a group of women who were working in an organization, they were given a better atmosphere where they could interact with one another. They were asked to participate in decision making. They were made to feel that they are being recognized and they have achieved something. So when all this was done, it was observed that those women were encouraged, right, and they felt motivated and they became more productive. Next was mass interview program. They conducted mass interview with the workers of the company, and all those workers stressed on the importance of social factors. That social factors means that what kind of people are there in the organization, how is their relation with fellow workers, how the company is treating them. All these factors, according to them, impacted their output. Another experiment, which was known as bank wiring observation room experiment, was conducted. In this experiment, there were 14 people made to work in a room, and they were given some targets. But what they saw was that there was informal group of those men who were working, and they followed each other. There was an emergence of informal leader. If informal leader told them that we should not meet the targets because otherwise they will increase the targets, so it was felt or it was observed that everybody worked as per the social pressure. So whatever the informal leader told them, they worked according to them, right? So they worked under. Social pressure. In spite of there being incentives, they were not working to achieve those incentives. Rather, they worked under social pressure. Whatever the informal leader told them, they just followed them. So these were the 4 experiments conducted by Hawthorne, right, which made them believe certain things. That is, they came out with certain learnings that I am going to discuss in the next slide. So what were the learnings from Hawthorne experiment? First one was working of informal social factors. That organization is a social system where informal relations exist, informal leaders do exist, and people work in a social pressure. That is, they will not do something which is against the opinion of the informal group. As we saw in bank wiring experiment, if informal leader told them not to meet the targets, they did meet the targets in spite of there being an incentive. Next learning was paying attention to the worker. That is, supervisors must be friendly to the workers. They should ask them to participate in decision making. They should make them feel recognized. They should make them feel they have achieved something. All this will make them feel motivated and their productivity will increase. The communication also should be open between the workers and the supervisors, which is kind of part of paying attention to the worker, right? So these were some of the learnings from Hawthorne experiment, which in a nutshell led to the theory that human relations or social factors at the workplace do impact the productivity and they are very important, right? So this was in contradiction to what classical theories believed. Some more findings from Hawthorne experiments can be that non-economic rewards also matter. So it's not only about money for which people are working. Sometimes even non-economic rewards can motivate people. Then two-way communication shall be promoted in an organization because two-way communication helps in generating better human relations and hence it will provide better environment for workers to work, which will increase their productivity. Now let's discuss about some of the criticisms of human relations approach. Till now we have discussed all the goody things, like how human relations approach emphasizes on better relations among people, which leads to better productivity in an organization. But then there are some criticisms of this theory too. First is lack of scientific validity. Human relations approach is based on Hawthorne experiment, and Hawthorne experiment were conducted on some selective groups which were selected randomly. So we can't say that the results of those experiments are having any scientific validity. Then overemphasis on the group. Human relations approach gives overemphasis on the group thing. It says that all the decisions needs to be taken after considering the opinion of the group, but that is not possible. You can't take every decision by consulting the group. It would be too time consuming. Then overstretching of human relations. Why there is overstretching of human relations? Because this theory says that if there are good human relations, people would be satisfied and they would be more productive. But this is just overstretching the things. If people are satisfied, it does not mean they would be necessarily productive. So yes, human relations will make people jolly, will make people satisfied, but that will not guarantee the productivity on their part. Limited focus on work. It does not talk anything about work, how work can be divided, how people can be made specialized in a particular kind of work. No, all it talks about is human relations. So it has very limited focus on execution of things on ground level. The negative view of conflict. It believes in good human relations and it says conflict is bad for the organization. But that is not right. Now modern organizations believe that to a certain extent conflict should exist because then only people will be more productive. They will compete and they will come up with new innovative ideas which will lead to their growth and the growth of the organization. So negative view of conflict, which is taken in the human relations approach, is not necessarily 100% true. Now, after understanding the human relations approach, I think it's right time that we compare the human relations approach with scientific management, right? Because we have been talking about their comparison while discussing human relations approach. So let's talk about it formally. So scientific management is all about productivity, whereas human relations approach is focused on study of individual, what are their needs and what are their behavior. In scientific management, the main concepts are that we should scientifically select people, we should scientifically train them, they should be specialized in a particular area of work. Whereas in human relations, it's more about job satisfaction, motivation, recognition, and achievement. So I hope now you're able to understand the difference between scientific management and human relations approach. So we're done with human relations approach. Now I'm moving to social system approach. So what is social system approach? Before I discuss social system approach, let's try to understand that this approach was given by Chester Barnard, right? So Chester Barnard is the father of this approach. So remember all these names, guys. Human relations was Elton Mayo, and social system approach it is Chester Barnard. So what does this approach tells us? So basically, social system theory or social system approach tells us that organizations are made of people, right? And these people interact, that there are social interaction between these people in the organizations. So the success of an organization depends upon how good these interactions are. That is, how good these relations are between people. Right? So this is the main idea of social system approach, that organizations are made of people, they communicate, they have social interactions, and the success of an organization depends upon that how good those social interactions are, how good those relations are. Now, some people tend to confuse between social system approach and human relations approach. They feel that social system approach is similar to human relations approach because in human relations approach also we talked about social factors and human factors. The answer is yes. Social system approach and human relations approach are almost similar. There is not much difference between them. From exam point of view, you can consider them same. Just remember that human relations approach is given by Alton Mayo and social system approach is given by Chester Bernard. Apart from that, there are some subtle differences, but we need not go into the details of that. Let's do some concept check questions. As per human relations approach, rewards are more important than social factors? No, this is wrong. Supervisors must be friendly to the workers and encourage them to participate. This is right. So answer should be option B. Let's see option C. Productivity is affected by social factors and open communication. This is also right. So option B and C are right. My answer is option number D. Who is the father of social system approach? That's very easy, guys. We discussed that Chester Bernard. That is option number A. Is the father of social system approach. So that was about social system approach. I'll try to explain one more approach, that is system approach, that I'll discuss in the next video. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to this video on your chapter Journal Management Part 1. In this video, I am going to start with yet another approach under schools of management, that is called system approach. Earlier we have studied about classical theory, human relations approach, social system approach. Now I am going to start with system approach. Now what is systems approach? System approach is something that basically tries to unify the prior schools of thought. So till now we have discussed a lot of schools of thought. For example, scientific management. Taylor's scientific management was all about division of work and specialization of work. Then Fayol's administrative management was more about applying the management principles. Then bureaucratic approach was more about rules and regulations and well-maintained hierarchy in an organization. Then we discussed about human relations approach, which was more about maintaining good relations among people in an organization, which will increase the productivity. So there are different schools of thought that we have discussed till now. System approach is something that tries to unify, that tries to put together all the schools of thought that we have discussed till now. This approach is called system approach due to the same reason, because it assumes that organization is a system which is made up of various interdependent parts or departments which we can call as subsystems. So this system approach does not view organization which can be run from one school of thought. It views organization as something which is made up of various parts or departments, or in short, an organization consists of different subsystems inside it. Therefore, there needs to be a balanced approach while running an organization. A system approach considers that there are 4 types of subsystems in an organization. Technical subsystem, which is about K and B, stands for knowledge and behavior. That is the knowledge the workers have regarding their work and how is their behavior towards work. Are they motivated? Are they interested in their work or not? Social subsystem is more about the relationship among workers or people in an organization. Power subsystem is more about who controls the organization, who leads the organization. That is, it is more about leadership. Then managerial subsystem is more about controlling and executing the things. So overall, you can see that system approach tries to put together all the thoughts. So knowledge of workers is important, behavior of workers is important, leadership is important, managers, that is control and deviation is important, social relations are important. So it tries to put together all the schools of thought in this single approach. Now what are the key features of systems approach? First is synergy. It gives importance to synergy between different subsystems in an organization. For example, if technical subsystem is okay, workers are knowledgeable, their behavior is fine, but the social subsystem is not okay, there are not good relationships among the workers, then there would be no synergy between the subsystems and organization will not be able to achieve its goals. So the synergy between all the subsystems that we discussed on the previous slide is one of the key features of subsystem approach. It believes that whole becomes greater than the total of individual parts. So if all the subsystems act together in synergy, then the whole becomes much greater than the capacity of those individual subsystems. Multivariable. Now systems approach considers so many variables because it considers organization is made of so many subsystems. There can be too many approaches to run an organization, therefore it considers so many variables, which makes the process complex. Then it views the organization or management as a dynamic thing. Whenever you are in a stable state, suddenly something will happen that will require you to change your strategy or to make a new plan and execute that plan. So these are the key features of system approach: synergy, multivariable, and the dynamism. System approach considers organization as an open adaptive system where inputs are taken from the environment, they are transformed into something called finished goods by using human resource, machines, money, and those finished goods are consumed by the people who are also in the environment. There is a continuous feedback, which is the characteristic of system approach. There is a continuous feedback in the system approach which makes the organization adapt itself to the changes in the environment. So feedback is one of the most important aspects of system approach. Another thing that you must notice that system approach considers organization as open adaptive system, that is, which take feedback and adapt, whereas classical theories, which we studied earlier, they used to consider organizations as closed system. Another principle or another area where system approach works is equifinality.
Equifinality means that if two organizations want to attain a particular goal, it is not necessary that they follow a particular path. Both can follow different paths, but yet both can achieve their target. For example, if company A and B wants to increase their profit, company A can increase their profit by increasing their sale in new territories, whereas company B might increase their sale by launching new products in the same territory. So here two organizations have attained the similar kind of goal by following different paths, and that is what is the principle of equifinality is. Equifinality is also one of the principles of system approach. Now, what are the merits and demerits of system approach? Let's start with the merits. First of all, system approach emphasizes on the organization being an open system and hence an adaptive system which adapts as per the feedback given by the environment. This is very true in context of modern organizations. Then it focuses on all parts of organization. So it focuses on all the four subsystems, technical, social, power, and managerial subsystem in an organization rather than focusing on only one part of the organization. Then the demerits are that it tells us about various subsystems and the need of synergy between those subsystems, but it does not tell us about how to increase that synergy, how to make that interaction better. So there is limited view. It gives us a view that there needs to be synergy between different subsystems and what are different subsystems, but how part is missing, how to increase that synergy is not clarified. Then there is lack of unification. The system approach assumes that all the organizations are same. It does not distinguish between small and big organizations because small organizations may not be as adaptive as big organizations. So therefore there is lack of unification, there is lack of universality with respect to this approach. This approach cannot be applied everywhere and hence it would have a limited application in the real-time world. That's it guys, thanks for watching this video, have a nice day, bye-bye.
Hello, my dear students. I welcome you to EduTab. This chapter is about journal management part 2. That is part 2 of your journal management chapter. In this chapter specifically, we are going to discuss about planning, right? So all things about planning will be discussed, and this picture clearly depicts like what happens when we do planning. We do a lot of discussions, we are excited, we have disagreements, and that's a normal part of planning. Anyways, now let's see what we are going to cover in this chapter. So first we are going to start with what is planning and characteristics of planning, then steps in planning process, types of planning, approaches to planning, types of planning premises, barriers to planning, type of organizational plans, strategy, MBO, that is management by objectives, then decision making. So long list, we will get into these points one by one. First, let us start with what is planning and characteristics of planning. To start with, you must know that planning is one of the functions of management. We earlier discussed that management functions are 5 functions: planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling, right? So now we are going to study planning function in detail, right? Earlier we just touched upon all these functions briefly. So now we shall start with planning function in detail. Now what is planning? Right, planning is basically about deciding what to do, when to do, how to do. Like that is called planning. Planning is even observed in our daily life. Suppose you want to go to see a movie, like so you will decide upon a lot of things. Like why you are going to see a movie, because you need entertainment. Whether you are going to see in PVR or Inox, when, at what time, right? How you are going to buy the tickets online or going there. What movie you are going to watch, who is going with you, or who is buying the ticket. So all these would be decided. So planning is all about why, where, when, how, what, who. Like I gave you an example which is very basic, but when in an organization complex things are to be done, planning becomes very, very important. Now one thing that you need to understand is that what is the difference between a plan and a planning. See, planning is basically discussing about that what are your goals and objectives and how will you achieve them, right? What are the tasks, what are the resources you need to achieve your goals and objectives. After you're done with the planning, you come out with a plan, which is a document, which is a step of actions that you are going to take, right? So planning is about discussion, what you want to do, right? How do you want to achieve that, right? And the result of that is a document or a set of steps, which is called a plan. I'll give an example. Suppose there is an expert team, right? Expert team, say Niti Aayog. So Niti Aayog discusses a lot of things, right? They get into discussion mode, what should be done for the economy, what should be done for the poor, what should be launched, what are our objectives. So they do a lot of planning. And as a result of that planning, Niti Aayog come up with some execution steps. Those are called plans, or you may call them 5-year plans, right? So I hope you're able to understand the difference between the planning and the plan. Plan is actually a result which comes out of your planning process. Now, since we have understood about what is planning at a very basic level, now let us try to understand the characteristics of planning. The first characteristic is primary function. That among the management functions, planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling, planning is the primary function. Planning is the major function. This is the first function you execute. After planning is done, you get into organizing, directing, and controlling, and other functions. So therefore, planning is called a primary function. Open system oriented. By open system oriented, we means that planning is basically influenced by the environment. There will be a lot of changes happening in the environment in terms of government policies, competition, and all those things will impact your planning, right? So you may need to change your planning again and again. Next is planning is result oriented. By result oriented, we mean that planning is done to achieve a set of goals and objectives. First, those goals and objectives are defined. That is what is to be achieved, what is the result that we want to achieve, and then the planning is done for that.
Next characteristic of planning is looking ahead in future. So planning is always done for the future, not for the past. So we need to assume a lot of things in future. We need to do a lot of forecasting about the future when we are doing planning. Pervasive. By pervasive, it means that planning is present in all the organizations at all the levels, low level management, high level management, middle level management. Everywhere, a certain extent of planning is involved. Planning is a continuous activity. That's very right, because even when you are once done with the planning, it doesn't mean that you can sit idle, because there would be continuous things happening in the environment which will impact your planning, which will make you change your plans. Right? So planning is a continuous activity which is being impacted by the outside factors. Interdependent activity. Planning is interdependent in the sense that planning which is done by one department in an organization is dependent upon planning what is being done in the other department. Right? So there needs to be coherence, there needs to be integration between the planning which are done by different parts of the organization. Intellectual process. By intellectual process, we mean planning is a mind thing. It needs creativity, imagination, vision. Your brain is involved, right? So it's a cognitive process. It's an intellectual process. It involves decision making. Whenever you are doing planning, you will always have certain set of alternatives to choose from, right? Say 3 alternatives. Then you need to choose one alternative based upon what you think is right. So that is basically decision making. When you choose one alternative from various alternatives, that is what decision making, and planning involves decision making. Flexible. Planning needs to be flexible again on the same lines, because planning is open system oriented. It would be impacted by the environmental factors. So planning cannot be rigid, that once something has been decided, we will do only like this. With respect to changes in the environment, you need to be flexible. You might be required to change your plans in between. So planning needs to be flexible. Let us do some conceptual questions now. Which of these is not a characteristic of planning? It is a continuous activity, that's right. It's a characteristic of planning. Planning is present in all the organizations, that is right. Planning is closed system oriented, this is wrong. Planning is open system oriented, because planning is said to be impacted by the environmental factors. So option C is not the characteristic of planning. So my answer would be option number C. Next question. The cricket team did a planning regarding how to bowl to a particular batsman. They produced certain guidelines which would be called a planning, plan, objective, decision. So basically, cricket team was doing a planning that how to bowl to a particular batsman in the opposition team, and they come up with certain guidelines. They documented certain guidelines that okay, these are the action steps that we would take. These would be called what? So these would be basically called plan. That's what we discussed. That is that outcome of planning leads to a plan which you need to execute. So here my answer would be option number B. So that was about what is planning and characteristics of planning. I hope you are able to understand that. Now we are moving to next point in our agenda, that is steps in the planning process. So what are the steps in the planning process? So these are the set of steps which are there in the planning process, right? So before we start setting objectives, first of all, there needs to be constant scanning of the environment, that is perception of opportunities. You need to scan the environment, what is happening in the world, and analyze that whether there are any opportunities for you. Right? Maybe there is a change in some government policies, maybe there is another need emerging in the market. Right? So for example, if there is some pandemic and people are not able to go outside, then there is need emerging that people need to do online shopping. So there is that need emerging. So you need to analyze that opportunity, whether you are capable of using that opportunity, or whether you are capable of having that opportunity to your benefit or not. So first of all, perception of opportunities is done, and if you think that okay, your organization can benefit from this opportunity, then you will basically start working upon that. So first step would be setting of objectives. That is, what do you want to achieve? Now, objectives should be SMART. By SMART, objective means it is an acronym for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-based. By specific, we mean that they should target a specific area of improvement if you are going for improvement. So suppose if I say that I want my company to grow, that is not a specific objective. On the other hand, if I say I want my company sales to increase by 10%, that becomes a specific objective, because I am targeting a specific area, that is my sales. Next is measurable. You should be able to quantify. Right? So if I say I want to increase my sales, I am being specific, but I am not being measurable. So I need to quantify that. I need my company sales to increase by 10%, so that I can measure that 10%, right? Achievable, again, you should not set targets which are really beyond the reach. If I say I want to increase my sales 100% or maybe 1000%, that might not be achievable, right? So whatever you want to set a target, an objective, that must be achievable, that must be within the range, so that people feel motivated to achieve that. Otherwise, if it is out of their range, nobody will even make an effort. Relevant, it should be relevant to the business, right? So your goals that you are setting must be relevant to the business. So if you set a goal like every employee should have 2 children, that is not relevant to business in any sense. So the goal that you are setting, the objective that you are setting must be relevant to your business, must be concerned with your business strategy, business growth. Time related objectives, whenever specified, should always have a deadline. If I say I want to increase my company sales by 10%, this is not time related. Your company might take 10 years to increase your sales by 10%, but then that would not be an ideal timeline. So there should always be a timeline while setting objectives. I want to increase my company sales by 10% within 1 year, right? So it shall become time related. So I hope you are able to understand that when we set objectives, when we set targets, they should be SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time related. So that was about setting objectives, right? So once you have set objectives, you need to think about the premises, the external environment or the internal environment, what is happening in there, so that you are able to tackle that, right? Internal premises, internal assumptions would include, right, what is your capital investment that you are thinking to make, how is the relation between management and labor, what is the philosophy of management, all these things that you need to consider, would be part of internal premises. Apart from that, you also need to consider the external factors. How is the economy doing? Are people okay to spend now? What is the political scenario? Is the government favoring foreign products or local products? Right, all these you need to do. So premises would be internal and external. Internal would be basically something concerned with the company that is in your hands, and external would be related to the outside world, right? Economy, politics, or something like that. So once you have taken into account the internal and external premises or assumptions, then basically you will identify various alternatives. That is, what are the various options, what are the various solutions that are there that can help you achieve your objectives, right? There are always many ways to achieve something, so you have to identify all the possible alternatives, or maybe at least some of the possible alternatives. Then you will evaluate alternatives in terms of what are the pros and cons of those alternatives. Whenever we choose between alternatives, we always decide on the basis of what are the pros and cons of those alternatives. Then we will select one of the alternatives which we think is the most beneficial for our company or is the best way to achieve the objectives. Then we will implement that alternative or action, right? And then there would be follow-up action, as in there would be continuous feedback to see whether we are on line, whether we are on track to achieve our objective. Suppose we set a target that I want to increase my sales by 10% within 1 year, then after 6 months, you will check where are you? Have you achieved at least 4 to 5% growth in sales? Because if you haven't achieved any growth, then in the last 6 months, you might not be able to achieve your target of that 10%. Right? So these are the steps in planning, very basic. We use that even in our daily life, but that's a formal shape you need to give to that so that you can answer any question in the exam related to this. Now let's do a concept check. Mr. Verma was doing a planning for the next year. He was worried about what would happen in future. He made certain assumptions that CPM will come to power. Since CPM promotes domestic products, so he assumed that foreign policy would be strict and it would help him to sell goods in the local market. What kind of premise he is making? So here basically he is making premise about the political thing that who will come to power, what kind of policy they would support. So that's an external premise related to the environment. So my answer here would be option number B. So that was about steps in the planning process. Now we shall move forward to types of planning. Okay. So what are different types of planning? See, planning is basically categorized on different bases, and therefore we have different types of planning on different bases. First is corporate planning versus functional planning, then strategic versus operational planning, then on the basis of time period, long-term versus short-term planning, then on the basis of specificity, directional or specific planning. So we are going to discuss all these types of planning one by one. First, let's start with corporate planning and functional planning. So what is corporate versus functional planning? See, a typical organization would have structure like this. There would be board of directors, CEO, and under that there would be different departments which would be headed by department heads. The corporate planning is done at a high level, that is by board of directors and CEO. They basically determine what is the vision, mission, what are the long-term objectives of the organization that they want to achieve. Right. So maybe say take an example of finance. The board of directors or CEO decided, okay, the long-term vision of the company is to get into online things. Right. So let's get into online business, online clothes, online groceries, online pharmacies. This might be the vision or the long-term objectives that could be a result of corporate planning. And as a result of that, the different departments within the company, right, would do their respective planning, as in how to execute that long-term vision. Right. So the planning that would be done by different departments, sales and marketing, production, HR, finance, would be basically called functional planning. So functional planning would be done by respective departments to execute the long-term objectives of corporate planning. So functional planning would always be in line with the corporate plan. Let's take another example. In corporate planning, they decide that yes, we are going through rough times, so we need to decrease our expenses, we need to cut costs. So that is one of the objectives that they have decided in a corporate plan, and as a result, different departments will make further plans that how they can cut costs, how they can save money. Right. So the planning done by different functions, different departments would be called functional planning. So we're done with corporate planning and functional planning. Now let's move to strategic planning and operational planning. So strategic versus tactical plans. Tactical is same as operational, you can use them interchangeably. So what is strategic versus tactical planning? See, strategic planning is basically done to achieve company's long-term objectives. That how we are going to achieve company's long-term objectives, that is decided in strategic planning, and those long-term objectives are basically executed through short-term planning, which is called operational planning. So operational planning is focused on achieving short-term objectives. Let me explain that in a better way, then it will make you understand. So strategic planning regarding how to achieve company's long-term objectives is done by top management, right? So it is basically about that you might decide that, okay, which businesses you would like to diversify, what new products you would like to launch, how would you allocate company resources among different divisions or different products or different businesses. That all would be decided under strategic planning. Whereas operational planning, which is basically done by middle or lower level management, you decide upon, right, the actions you need to take on day-to-day basis. Right. So it is about high level planning, right, how to achieve the objectives, whereas operational planning is all about execution, that how do you implement that high level planning in terms of day-to-day actions. So here they will allocate you resources under strategic planning. Under operational planning, you will decide that how will you use that resources effectively so as to get maximum output. Right. So strategic planning is from long-term perspective done by the high-level management, whereas operational planning is to implement that high-level plan on day-to-day basis, and it is done by middle level or lower level management. Now, many people say that strategic and operational planning seems to be same as corporate and functional planning. In a way, yes, they can be called the same, but then there is a certain difference also. But I think you need not be worried about whether they are same or different. If a question is asked on corporate and functional planning, you understand that and you can answer that. If a question is asked on strategic and operational planning, then also you can easily answer that. Right. So you should not be much worried about that. Now, let us try to understand the difference between strategic and operational planning, some of which you would have already understood. So, strategic planning in terms of time frame is from long-term perspective, operational planning is from short-term perspective. Strategic planning is done at high level of management, operational planning is done at low level of management. Strategic planning is less detailed, because here you are kind of showing the direction. You cannot detail everything, right, because you are making a long-term plan, whereas operational planning, which is concerned with day-to-day actions, they need to be detailed. Factors in strategic planning would be basically external factors like political scenarios, economic scenarios, competition in the environment, all that would be part of strategic planning, whereas in operational planning, mainly internal environment would be considered. That what are your employees, what are your machines, how will you use them efficiently, how will you increase the productivity, that would be concern of operational planning. Facts. Strategic planning is about future, and gathering facts about the future is very tough, right? So you have to do strategic planning in a very uncertain kind of environment. Whereas operational planning or tactical planning emphasizes on analyzing the everyday function of the organization, right? Like what is happening, why we are lacking. You have a lot of data internal to the organization. There is kind of certainty when you are doing operational planning. Facts are easy to gather as compared to strategic planning, right? So I hope you are able to understand the difference between strategic and operational planning. Very, very important from exam point of view. So that was about strategic and operational planning. Now let's move to long-term planning and short-term planning. It's very easy. The name itself suggests, like, what is a long-term plan and a short-term plan. Short-term plan is something which is made to be executed within 1 year, whereas long-term plan has a long-term vision and it is beyond 1 year, usually from 3 to 5 years. Right? So we discussed strategic plan is a kind of long-term plan, operational plan is a kind of short-term plan. So that was about long-term planning and short-term planning. Now we are going to discuss about directional or specific planning. Directional versus specific plan. What is a specific plan? See, specific plan is one which is kind of very detailed, which clearly defines all the objectives, all the steps are clearly defined, what we need to do, what we don't need to do, how we need to do, everything is clearly defined. It leaves no room for misinterpretation. That is called a specific plan. Whereas a directional plan is one which sets out a certain set of guidelines, a certain direction, right? It gives you a certain direction that you need to move in that direction, right? But the details you need to see by yourself. That is called a directional plan. So if I make a detailed plan of how to construct a production plant, from where the resources need to be brought in, who should be the contractor, timelines, everything we decide, that would be a specific plan. Whereas directional plan would be if I decide that, okay, we need to set up a production plan of this much capacity at this location and other details you need to chalk out while you start working on that, it would be a directional plan. Right. So we can say that strategic plan that we discussed is a kind of directional plan, whereas operational plans would be kind of specific plans. Right. From our understanding, we can deduce that. Now, one important point that often comes to the mind of students is that why can't we always have specific plans? Right. It's good in a plan if we specify everything, that's really good. So why do not we always make specific plans? The answer to this is, guys, specific plans, since they are very detailed, everything is defined, to make them you need total clarity, total certainty. Right? But this kind of certainty is not always available. When you are doing strategic planning, you are making plan for long term, for next 4-5 years. You don't know what would be the government policies, what would be the political scenario, economic scenario, you don't know that. Right? So sometimes that predictability, that clarity is not available, so you cannot make specific plan. Therefore, you go for directional plan. Right? I hope you are able to understand this. Let's move ahead. Let's do a conceptual question. Ms. Shalini was making a short-term plan for the company to decide that where should company invest so as to generate maximum profits, right? That could be generated, that is maximum profits could be generated with limited investment. What is wrong done by Ms. Shalini? See, now this question is kind of question that basically will make you think this kind of question might not come in the exam. So she's deciding where to invest the money of the company so as to generate maximum profits. So she's making a strategic decision, right, that where to invest the resources. But she's deciding on a short-term basis. So the thing that she's doing wrong is basically she's making a strategic plan, but it is not long-term, it is a short-term plan. So that is the thing that she's doing wrong, right? So answer should be option number A. Again, what I want to tell you that yes, this is a bit of tweak question which might not come in the exam, but the purpose is to make you think, and that will make the concept stronger in your mind. So answer is option number A. Let's go to the next question. The planning done by higher management for longer term and the one which is less detailed would be called short-term plan. No, it is being done for longer term. Strategic plan, yes. Strategic planning is done by higher management for longer term, and one which is less detailed. Strategic plan is less detailed because of environmental certainties or because basically it is based on future. So answer would be option number B. Operational plan, no, it is done for shorter term. Specific plan, no, it is less detailed, so it cannot be a specific plan. So my answer would be option number B. So that was about types of planning. Now we will move to approaches to plan. Now what are various approaches to planning? They are reactive and proactive. Very easy to understand. The word reactive and proactive we even use in our daily lives. Reactive means that we are reacting to a problem after it has arisen, whereas proactive means that we are preventing the problems before they arise. So if you have an unhealthy lifestyle and after you get ill, you go to a doctor, that is a reactive approach. On the other hand, if you maintain a healthy lifestyle, right, and you are less prone to disease, your immunity is very good, that would be a proactive approach. Right? So organizations basically who are reactive, right, they lose opportunities. They are not able to basically capitalize on opportunities that come in the environment because they're always reactive, they're always doing firefighting to solve their problems. This kind of strategy can be useful in stable environment, but when the environment is really unstable, a lot of things are changing on monthly basis or bi-monthly basis, you need to be proactive. Right? You constantly need to analyze your environment, that what is changing, how it will impact your business, what are the opportunities that you can capitalize upon. So proactive approach is required in dynamic environment, whereas reactive approach can be used in stable environment. And proactive approach basically is more useful, right, when you want to avail more and more opportunities which are being given or which are being arising in the environment. I hope this is clear. Very simple to understand, nothing to cram it. So thanks guys, that was it, right? So we have covered the first 4 points in our agenda. The next point, that is type of planning premises, we will start with it in our next video. Bye for now. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTap. So continuing with our videos on our chapter General Management Part 2. In this video we shall be continuing with the point types of planning premises. We have done the first 4 points in our agenda in the previous videos. So let's start with types of planning premises. If you remember, we discussed about steps in planning, right? These are the steps in planning. And one of the steps in planning is about developing premises, right? So here, what I'm going to start with is different types of planning premises. That what are the different types of planning premises that are undertaken when you do planning? We briefly touched upon internal and external premises here, right? But now we are going to discuss in detail not only about internal and external premises, but also about premises which are controllable or uncontrollable or tangible and intangible premises. So let's start first with internal and external premises. Now, what is internal or external premise? See, internal premise is something which is existing within the enterprise. That is, it is internal to your company, right? So if you are making any assumption regarding your organizational structure, competence of your management personnel, ability of your management personnel, skill of your labor force, right? Then all these assumptions are related to your business enterprise internal working, right? You can kind of control them. That's why they are called internal. For example, if you assume that, okay, my workforce would be able to produce 100 boxes in a day, it means you are making an assumption which is internal to the company, right? On the other hand, external premise is something which is related to environment, that is outside your company. I'll give you an example. For example, if you are making assumption about government policy, right? If you are making assumption about that whether your competitor will launch any product or he or she will not launch any product, that is external premise because you don't have kind of control over it, right? You don't have control over it. Where will the economy be headed? What would be the government policies? What would your competitor do? All these are kind of external premises. These are from the external environment, not from within the company. So I hope you are able to understand what is the difference between internal premise and external premise. Now, one more point that you need to understand is that when we basically do internal premise, right, we analyze our strengths and weaknesses because we are kind of doing internal analysis. We are making assumptions about our internal working. So we will see what are our strengths and what are our weaknesses. When we analyze our strengths and weaknesses, this is called organizational analysis. Please remember this. They can ask you a question on this, that what organizational analysis constitutes of? The answer is strengths and weaknesses.
When you do external premises, that is when you make external assumptions, you basically see what are the opportunities in the environment. Suppose government policy might change, right? Competitor might not launch any product which is the need of the people. Economy might be in a bull run. So you will analyze what are the opportunities. At the same time, you will see what are the threats. Whether government policy that is in the making might be against you, economy might go into recession. So these kind of threats can be there, right? So in external assumptions, we basically try to see what are the opportunities and what are the threats, and we basically call this environmental analysis. So in internal premise, we do organizational analysis by analyzing our strengths and weaknesses. In external premise, we basically do environmental analysis by looking for opportunities and threats. If you see this, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, this is a very famous framework called SWOT, S-W-O-T, SWOT, right? So you must know what SWOT is. SWOT is strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Strengths and weaknesses are used in internal assumptions called organizational analysis. Opportunities and threats are used in external assumptions, right? And they are called environmental analysis. When they are combined, they are called SWOT, right? So many times people use this term that I am doing SWOT, that is, I am analyzing strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, right? To make a further planning for our company. I hope this is clear, right? So we discussed about internal and external premise. Now I'll jump on to point number 3, that is tangible and intangible premise. Then I'll in the end discuss about controllable and uncontrollable premises. So let's discuss about tangible and intangible premises. So what are tangible and intangible premises? See, the word tangible means which can be seen, right? Intangible means which can only be felt, kind of that. Right? Now, tangible premises are the ones which are on the lines or which are in the areas which can be measured in quantitative terms. If I ask you, what is the assumption regarding the sale in the next year? That what according to you would be the sale in the next year? Now this answer, right, this assumption that you would be making can be measured in quantitative terms. You might say 2 lakh, you might say 4 lakhs, and it's right. So that can be expressed in quantitative terms. So any assumption which is made and which can be measured in quantitative terms would be called tangible premise. For example, how many units of production you would be doing, how much sale you would be doing, how much time your workers would be working, right? All these can be measured and therefore it would be tangible premise. Now what is an intangible premise? Intangible premises are in the areas which cannot be measured in quantitative terms. For example, if I say you, what is your assumption regarding employee morale, right, or employees' attitude, or what is your assumption regarding your reputation among customers? So all these cannot be measured. I cannot say that my reputation among customers is 2 kg or employee morale is 5 liters. No, we cannot express these factors in quantitative terms. So any assumptions in these areas which cannot be measured in quantitative terms would be called intangible premises, right? Very easy, guys. Very easy to understand. Very easy to remember. Okay. So that was about tangible and intangible premises. Now we shall move to controllable and uncontrollable premises. So what are controllable, uncontrollable, and semi-controllable premises? First, let us try to understand the controllable premises. See, those factors which are well within the control of the management or the company are called controllable premises. That is, if you are making assumptions regarding something and you can control that, that would be called controllable premises. For example, any assumption regarding your material, machines, men, right, who are working in the company, regarding the policies of the company, that would come under controllable premise. Earlier we discussed about internal premises, right, that is which are internal to the company. So mostly all internal premises are controllable premises, right? Now I'll switch to uncontrollable premises, then I'll explain semi-controllable premises. So what are uncontrollable premises? These are just opposite to what we discussed in controllable premises. So any assumptions made in the area which are beyond the control of your business, of your management would be called uncontrollable premises. For example, government policies, possibility of a war, probability of a flood, calamities, right? So anything like that which is beyond your control, which is in the external environment would be called uncontrollable premise. So mostly your external premises, right, regarding government policies, economy, population, growth of your country, all these are kind of external premises, right? And sometimes intangible premises also fall in this category. What are intangible premises? Which cannot be measured. If you specifically see human behavior, what is the employee morale, what is the employee attitude? I mean, these kind of things cannot be measured quantitatively, and therefore they are very difficult to control, right? Because you cannot measure them, you cannot gauge them, therefore they kind of become uncontrollable, right? So uncontrollable premises which are beyond the control, external premises are uncontrollable, and most of the intangible premises which cannot be measured, therefore it's very difficult to gauge them and control them, are also uncontrollable premises. Now I come to semi-controllable premises. Right? Semi-controllable premises is something in between controllable and uncontrollable premises. So assumptions in certain areas where partially you have some control, but you also do not have complete control would be called semi-controllable premises. For example, demand for the product. See, demand for the product depends upon various factors. One is how much need you can generate. Take an example of Zomato and Swiggy. I mean, they created something which was new to Indian customers, but they created that need that you can dine in at your home without taking the pain of going to the restaurant. So they created that need. So that was in their hand what need they could create. But on the other hand, when there is any kind of pandemic, right, and people are not ready to eat from outside, then obviously these factors are outside their control, right? So areas like demand for a product where company can partially control it by creating a demand, but ultimately they also have to surrender the externals. They also have to surrender to the external factors which are beyond their control, would be kind of coming under semi-controllable areas, right? So I hope you are able to understand controllable, semi-controllable, and uncontrollable premises. And please remember this what I explained. Internal premises are controllable premises, external premises are uncontrollable premises, and intangible premises like human behavior, like what is the employee attitude, what is the employee morale. These cannot be measured because these are intangible. Since we cannot measure them, it's very difficult to gauge them and control them. So many intangible premises which cannot be measured also comes under uncontrollable premises. Okay, let's do some conceptual questions now. The premise about government policy can be categorized as that if you are making an assumption about a government policy, that would be categorized as what? So as we discussed, government policy is something which is related to environment. So it's an external premise, and all external premises are uncontrollable premises, right? Or most of the external premises rather are uncontrollable premises. So government policies you don't have any control and they are related to environment, so they are external premise. So my answer would be 1 and 3. That is both 1 and 3. That is option number 5. Next is the analysis involving strengths and weaknesses is called what? So we analyze strengths and weakness right, when we do internal premises, and this is called organizational analysis. So answer should be 1. Environmental analysis is with respect to opportunities and threats. SWOT? No. SWOT would be strength, weakness, opportunity and threats. Here we are only talking about strengths and weaknesses. So it would not be the right answer. You might be tempted to take this, but this is not the right answer. Right answer is option number 1, that is organizational analysis, right? So we are done with planning premises. Now we shall move to the next topic, that is barriers to effective planning. So under this, basically we are going to discuss that what are the constraints, right, or what are the barriers to effective planning, that when we try to do planning, what are the constraints do we face. First is rapidly changing environment. You make certain assumptions about your environment as an external premise, but environment is changing rapidly. A lot of things are happening. Government is changing policies, new political developments are happening, new economic developments are happening. There is always a threat of war, floods, right? So environment is changing rapidly, due to which it's very difficult to devise a plan, right, which is say valid for next 2-3 years. You have to constantly change that. Planning is very time consuming, guys, right? When you need to plan for long term, you need to consider a lot of factors, a lot of people need to be involved, opinion of a lot of experts needs to be taken. So it's a very time consuming process. And since it is a very time consuming process, the results come very late. And in that case, it might generate frustration in the management of the company. Then a lot of paperwork is required. You need to study a lot of reports, right? Then whatever you try to come up with, it needs to be approved by a lot of people because it is for long term, a lot of investment, a lot is at the stake of the company. So a lot of resources, a lot of paperwork, right? Therefore it generates frustration, as I told you, and it also limits the flexibility. Because many a times company which makes plan, they tend to go with that plan, whatever happens. But that cannot be done in ideal scenario because the environment is changing. So you cannot say that once the plan is made, we will execute this only, right? But many companies do that, so they become rigid in executing those plans, though they should be flexible. Any plan made should be flexible enough. It would be the need of the hour that when any environmental change happens, the plan would have to be changed. So if you are becoming rigid that we will execute this plan only, it means you are limiting the flexibility of your company. Okay. So that was about barriers or constraints to effective planning. So thanks for now. This is it in this video. We shall start with organizational plans in the next video, right? I hope you are able to understand whatever is being taught. Thanks. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTap. So continuing with our videos on your chapter Journal Management Part 2.
In this video, we are going to start with type of organizational plans. So we have already done till barriers to effective planning. Now let's start with type of organizational plans. Now if you remember, in one of our earlier videos, we have already discussed about the difference between plan and planning. That is, plan is outcome of planning. Right. So till now we have been discussing about planning, what is planning, types of planning, premises in planning. Now we shall move to plans. That is, what are various types of organizational plans we shall start with in this video. So let's start with type of organizational plans. Now there are two types of organizational plans, standing plans and single use plan. Standing plan is the one basically which is made for long term and can be used repeatedly. That is, they can be used again and again. I'll give an example. Suppose a company has made a plan to extinguish fire, right? There is a document that in case there is a fire, how will you extinguish that fire? Now that plan will remain the same, right? The protocol will remain the same. So it would be a standing plan because it can be used again and again, right? In next 10 years, if there is a fire 10 times, then you can use it again and again. On the other hand, the second type of organizational plan is single use plan, which is basically made for short term perspective and it can be used only once. For example, there is a plan that how will we finance the deficit in the financial year 2010-11. Now this is specific to this financial year 2010-11. This is for short term. It is to be used only to finance the deficit in 2010-11. That's why it cannot be used repeatedly. So it's a single use plan. So I hope at a high level you would have got the difference between what is, where does standing plan and single use plan differ. Let's try to see the differences in more detail, right? They are based on the same understanding which we just discussed. So on the basis of period, standing plans are for long-term period because you make them to be used again and again, whereas single-use plans are for short-term period. So they are made for some specific assignment, some specific project, and when that assignment or project is over, single-use plan will not longer be useful to you. Standing plans have a wider scope as basically they are made for the whole organization, whereas single-use plans have narrow scope because most of the times they are made for some project, assignment, or some particular situation. Standing plans are repetitive in nature, that we discussed that they can be used again and again, whereas single-use plans are one time only. They cannot be used again and again, right? Then there are some examples that standing plans can be policies, procedures, and methods, whereas single-use plans can be objectives and budgets. These examples you will be able to understand better when we cover some more content in this video. Then the meaning of policies, procedures, methods, and objectives and budgets would be clear to you. So I hope by now you would have a good understanding of difference between standing plan and single-use plan. So we discussed about type of plans, that is standing plans and single-use plans. Now we are going to discuss about hierarchy of plans. See, there is a proper hierarchy of the way you plan things, right? There is a mission, there are objectives, there are strategies. Then to execute those strategies, there are standing plans and single-use plans. And there are some examples of standing plans like policies, procedures, methods, and tools. And there are some examples of single-use plans as in programs, projects, schedules, budgets. So what we will do is we will start discussing them one by one, starting from the mission, and we will go downwards. The things will get more clear, right, as and when we discuss these components. So first of all, let's start with the mission. What is a mission? See, mission is a kind of philosophy, a vision of the organization that reflects what it wants to achieve. Right? For example, there is a motorcycle company by the name Bajaj Auto. Now, a motorcycle company, an auto company can have its mission something like that it wants to become a leading motorcycle manufacturer in the world. It might be its mission.
Right. So mission can be anything, right? But obviously it would be related to the business they are in. There are different types of mission for various companies. If you're interested, you can go to the websites of different companies and you can read their mission statement. That would be really very insightful. So to cut short, mission is something which reflects the philosophy, vision, purpose of the organization, that what it strives for. Right. Now let's move to objectives. Under the hierarchy of plans, after mission comes the objectives. So mission was a kind of less concrete statement that you want to become a leading motorcycle manufacturer in the world, whereas objective is more concrete in the terms. It will define what are the end results you want to achieve, right? So that you can achieve your mission. So your mission is to become the leading motorcycle manufacturer in the world. So your objective should basically come out of that. So your objective can be that you want to increase your sales by 10% by the end of this year, right? Suppose you want to achieve your mission in next 5 years, therefore you will set the objectives for this year. So the end results you want to achieve, right? The end results you want to achieve so that you can basically have a go at your mission would be called goals or objectives. So in case of our example, the objective can be that you want to increase your sales by 10% by the end of this year. And remember, objectives, I told you earlier, also needs to be smart. They need to be specific. They should tell you that what is the specific area you're targeting, so that is sales. They should be measurable by 10%, like sales needs to be increased, they needs to be time bound. So by the end of this year, you need to achieve this objective. I hope you remember that, the definition of smart objectives, right? So you can see here how the mission has translated into an objective here, right? Now, there is one more important point that you need to understand. In the last slide, I told you that the end results which an organization want to achieve would be called a goal or objective. So sometimes we use the term goal and objective interchangeably, but there is a small difference that you should know. So goals and objectives ideally are not same, though both are about end results. Goals and objectives both are about end results, but there is a small difference between them. First is regarding the time frame. Goals are always timeless, whereas objectives are time bound. So if I say I have to increase my sales by 10% by the end of this year, this becomes time bound, this becomes an objective, right? Whereas if I just say that I want to become a market leader or I want to survive in this market for next 10 years, that would be my goal. So objective is always time bound, right? Next is specificity. Objective is always specific, whereas goals are generic, right? So if I say survival is a goal, it is not specific, right? What we are targeting by this. Survival is a very generic term. Whereas if I say I want to increase my sales, so here I am being specific that I want to increase my sales, right? So this is being specific, so this is an objective, right? So objectives are time bound, they are specific and they are measurable, right? So if I say that I want to become a market leader, that is not measurable, that is a goal. But if I want to say if I want to say that I want to increase my sales by 20%, that is measurable, so that will become an objective, right? So end results which you want to achieve, right, will be goals and objectives, but there is a difference between them on the basis of time frame, specificity and measurement. If the end result is time bound, specific and can be measured, it would be an objective, otherwise it would be a goal. Okay, I hope you are able to understand this. Now, another question that many students ask is that should an organization have just one objective? Because the example that we discussed, there was only one objective, that you want to increase your sale by 10% in next 1 year. But can an organization just have one objective? The answer is no. Peter Drucker basically suggested multiplicity of objectives, that an organization should have multiple objectives and it should have objectives in 8 areas. These 8 areas are marketing, innovation, human organization, financial resources, physical resources, productivity, social responsibility, and profit requirements. So you please remember all these areas in an exam. It can be asked that what is the area where Peter Drucker suggests that there should be an objective frame. So these are those 8 areas, right? For example, in marketing, you can have an objective that I want to increase my marketing budget by 15% by the end of this year. In terms of productivity, it can be that you want to increase your productivity by 30% by the end of this year, right? So Peter Drucker suggests that there should be multiple objectives, and in each of these areas there should be objectives framed by the organization. So objective was the end result you want to achieve, but what will you do? What course of action will you take to achieve that objective? So your objective is you want to increase your sales by 10% by the end of year. So what will be your strategy? What will you do? What will be your course of action? Right? So the steps that you will take, the action you will take will define your strategy so that you can meet your objective. So in our case, in case of Bajaj motorcycles, the strategy could be to launch a motorcycle for a rural area, right? For people in villages, which is very sturdy and comfortable, because the roads there are not that pakka roads, right? They are not balanced roads, they are not smooth roads. So if you can launch a motorcycle for rural area, which is very sturdy and comfortable, people might go for it, and that might help you to increase your sales and help you meet your objective, right? So strategy is about what is that you are going to do, what is the course of action you are going to take, right, to basically fulfill your objective, right? Under hierarchy of plans, after strategies, there are standing plans. So under strategy, you will decide what is the course of action you are going to take, and that course of action that you are going to take should be in line with the policies, methods and rules of the company. You cannot go against these policies, methods, procedures and rules. So these policies, procedures, methods and rules are basically called standing plans. We have already discussed about standing plans, that these are permanent, these can be used again and again, these are for longer term. Similarly, if you see policies, procedures, methods and rules that are defined in a company, they are not for single time use, they are to be used repeatedly, they are for long term. Therefore, policies, procedures, methods and rules comes under standing plans. Right? So let's start first with the policies and then we shall discuss about procedures, methods and rules. So what are policies? See, policies are general statements which guide managers, which help managers in decision making. So managers will know that this is the policy of the company and anything that they will decide, any decision they will make should be in line with the policy of the company. For example, the policy of the company could be that they will not sell any motorcycle on credit. Credit means udhar, right? So the policy says that company will not sell motorcycles on credit because company might have bad experience earlier, they would have sold something on credit and people would not have given back the money. So this is the policy. So when manager is thinking to launch a motorcycle in a rural area, as per strategy decided that the course of action is they will launch a motorcycle in a rural area, right? So when they execute that strategy, any decision that they will take should be in line with the policy that they are not going to sell any motorcycle on credit. So any marketing plan, any sales plan they are going to make should be in line that they will not sell any motorcycle on credit. Now we discussed that policies are something which guide managers in decision making, and now there can be different types of policies. Policies based on source, policies based on levels, right? So on the basis of source, policy can be formulated, implied, imposed or repeated, and on the basis of level, it can be general or departmental policy. So let's discuss the types of policies one by one. First, let us start with policies based on source. So let's discuss the policies based on source. The first one is formulated policy, right? So policies based on source means that from where that policy is originating, from where that policy has been made. First is formulated policy. Formulated policy is the one which is made by top management itself. That is, it has originated from the top management. For example, the policy that we just discussed, that company will not sell motorcycles on credit, is a kind of formulated policy which would be formed by a top management, right? Next is appealed policy. The word appealed here is enough to make you understand that what kind of policy it is. Appealed policy is something, right, in which the official policy document does not contain any details, and this policy is made only after the workforce or is appealed to the higher management, right? So if certain aspects are missing in the main policy, and when the workers appeal to the management that we should have a policy regarding that, that will be kind of appealed policy. For example, there is no policy in the company that if a worker meets with an accident, what would be the compensation given to him, if at all, if it is to be given. There is no formal policy in the company. Now some worker meets with an accident, worker raise this issue and they ask management that he should be given compensation because he has met with the accident while working, and then the decision which management will take, right, that will become kind of appealed policy for the future occurrences also, right? So here when workers have appealed, management has taken a decision and that will kind of become a precedent for the future occurrences, or we can say that will kind of become appealed policy, right? So I hope you are able to understand the difference. Formulated policy made by top management itself, appealed policy made by top management, but on the appeal of workers because it was missing originally in the main policy. Just implied policy or unstated policy. Again, the name itself is enough to make you understand. Implied means which is not clearly stated, right? Implied or unstated. So something is not clearly stated in the policy document, but it can be seen from the conduct of the employees. For example, in the policy document, it is not said that you have to call your senior by sir, right? It is not said in the policy document. But as a fresher, if you join, you see everyone calling their senior by calling them sir. So that becomes kind of unstated or implied policy. That is the culture of the company, right? So by seeing the conduct of various employees, you will get a feel that this is the kind of a rule. This is the kind of policy here that we have to call seniors by calling them as sir. Like, or if you join as a fresher and if you see that most of the managers are punctual, right, then again from their conduct you will get to know that it is a kind of an unstated policy here that you have to come on time, right? So it might not be written in the main document that you have to come sharp at night, but just from the conduct of different people you can feel that this is the kind of unstated policy you have to come on time. Then externally imposed policy. Externally imposed policy by the name, again you can understand that externally imposed policy is the one which is imposed by external organizations, external entities, which obviously can be government, right, or regulators, right? So policies imposed externally by the government or the regulators would come under externally imposed policy. For example, every company which has employees above certain strength is required to give provident fund to its employees. Like this is as per government regulations. So this becomes kind of externally imposed policy. So I hope you are able to understand the difference between like all these types of policies based on source. Very simple to understand, but when a question is asked in the exam, sometimes it becomes confusing. But I hope you are clear on this. So we're done with policies based on source. Now let's move to policies based on levels. Right, policy based on levels can be general policy or specific or departmental policy. So what is a general policy? General policy is something or that policy which is implementable in all the departments, that is across the organization. For example, if a company has a policy on sick leave, it would be valid for all the departments or all the verticals in the organization. On the other hand, specific policy is one, right, which is valid for some specific department or specific vertical. Like specific policy is not something which is valid across organization, or we can say when each department has a different policy in certain area, that would be called a specific policy. For example, there is an incentive policy, right, which is different for HR department and different for marketing department, right, because each of these departments try to define the policy for incentives in their own way. So that would become a specific policy. Pretty easy to understand, right? General policy and specific policy. Now we have discussed about policies in detail, and earlier we discussed about strategy, but strategy is about what course of action we are going to take, and policy is about the general guidelines, right, taking into account which managers have to take the decision. Now what is the overall difference between strategy and policy? See, strategy basically defines what course of action you are going to take, what you are going to do, whereas policy is how aspect of action. That is, how you are going to execute things, and that how part you basically take into account, right? The policy is made by the company. Strategy is kind of direction that okay, we will launch a motorcycle for rural area, whereas policy will give you guidelines for actions when you start taking action to execute the strategy, right? Strategy indicates the destination, whereas policy indicates the route to reach the destination. So policy will define various guidelines under which you have to take the decisions, you have to execute your actions, so that will basically define for you, whereas strategy will define the destination. Strategies are few in number, whereas in every company policies are many number, right? So I hope you are able to understand the difference between strategy and policy at a high level. It's not very difficult to understand. The next type of standing plan is procedure. Procedure is a very common word which we use in our daily life, but what does a procedure actually mean? A procedure is basically a chronological sequence in which an activity should be performed, right? So procedure basically provides guidelines for performing an action. Now please note, while discussing the policy, we discuss the policy provides guidelines for taking decision, whereas procedure provides guidelines for taking an action. So procedure is more related to steps that needs to be executed while performing anything, so it is related to action, not about decision making. So procedure is guideline for performing an action, whereas policy is a guideline for taking a decision. Right? For example, in case of Bajaj motorcycles, there might be different procedures. For example, there might be a procedure defined that how to procure a material from a supplier or a vendor. That you have to send in a requisition, then you will send you the rate, you have to get an approval from senior manager, right? Once the approval is obtained, you will transfer in the money and you will ask him to send the material. So there might be a kind of procedure defined to procure raw materials from the vendor. Right? So policy is about, right, the guidelines that managers need to follow while taking an action, whereas procedure defines chronological sequence, right, in which an activity needs to be performed. Therefore, it is a guideline for performing an action. While explaining the procedure, I stressed upon the difference between policy and procedure. Now let me give you some official areas of difference between policy and procedure. So So first is very clear, policy provides guidelines for thinking, that is for taking decisions, whereas procedure provides you chronological sequence in which the activity needs to be performed, and therefore it is about guideline for performing an action. Next is about flexibility. See, policy at times can be flexible, whereas procedure it is not flexible. Right? By flexibility means that policy at times can be tweaked a bit. Like for example, if it is a policy that you are not allowed to work after 5 in the office, I mean in case of emergencies you can work, right? It will not be that rigid. Whereas procedures are not flexible. If a particular procedure is defined, it is not flexible. You have to follow each and every step defined in the procedure. Otherwise, it would be taken as violation of the procedure. Right. Next is relevance. Policy is mostly made by higher management, right? Because these are important decisions. And procedure, which is regarding steps to perform an activity, to perform day-to-day operations, are mainly defined by the lower management. Okay, so these are the areas of difference between policy and procedures. Please try to understand that this is very important part of it. And it at times can be confusing, but if you try to understand it properly, it can be very easy and can be very soothing and very fun. Now, the next type of standing plan is method. Like, what is a method? Method is a standardizing way of performing an activity. Right? It is different from a procedure. Procedure is about sequence of steps to perform an activity. Method is a standardized way of performing an activity. For example, if you want to order from Amazon, right, and you want to pay for your goods, there are various methods: cash on delivery, Paytm, Amazon Pay, right? Then debit card, net banking. So these are various methods. Whereas procedure would be that if you want to use net banking, what is the procedure? That okay, click on the net banking, go to the website of the bank, log in, then there would be an OTP, you have to fill the OTP. So that would be a procedure. So method is a standardized way of performing a routine activity. Right? So from various methods, the company will choose one method which will become a standardized way of performing an activity. I hope this is clear, the difference between method and procedure. Right? And another example would be, for people who understand a little bit of finance, right? To value inventory in an organization, there are various methods like LIFO, FIFO, right? But an organization might choose only one method, right? And that will become a standardized method in that company. Right? I hope you are able to understand. So I repeat, method is a standardized way of performing a routine activity. It's different from a procedure. Procedure is a sequence of steps to be performed, right, while completing an activity using a certain method. But what option you will choose, what is the standardized way you will choose to perform an activity, which is called a method. As I gave an example in case of when you buy goods from Amazon, there can be different methods to pay. ICICI net banking or simply net banking, debit card, cash on delivery. Right? These are various methods. You might choose one. But within these methods, there are sequence of steps to be performed, which will become procedure. Okay? Now, what is a rule? A rule, again, a very common word which we use in our daily life. Rule basically is a specific statement that tells us that what is to be done, what is not to be done. The rule is that you should stop on the red light. That is the rule. You cannot break that red light. Right? Again, one more example is if in a company there is a rule that every middle level manager must wear a tie, right? In the production premises, that becomes a rule. It's not a policy. Remember, there is a difference between rule and policy. Policy is kind of a very generic statement which is there to give you a direction. Right? Rule is very specific. That is right. Okay, this is allowed. This is not allowed. So policy may leave some areas for discussion. As I told you, policies at times can be flexible, but rules are to be strictly followed. Right? You cannot deviate from rules at any cost. Right? So please try to understand the difference between policies, procedures, methods, and rules. It is very important. Otherwise, in an exam, if they ask you that which specific statement is right, what is to be done and not to be done, you might get confused between the rules and policies. It's very important you read each and every word carefully, pay attention to the keywords, and then you will never be doing anything wrong in that. Okay? So that was about standing plans, policies, procedures, methods, and rules. Now we shall move to single-use plans. So moving on to single-use plans, we already discussed that single-use plans are ones which are not used repetitively. They are made for short-term. They are made for some specific project or an assignment. So single-use plans can be programs, projects, schedules, and budgets. So let's start with programs. So what are programs? See, whenever you plan to do something big, right, that becomes a program. So program is a combination of goals, policies, procedure, and rules. All these plans, policies, procedure, rules, and goals, when they come together, they form a program. For example, your strategy was to launch a motorcycle for rural area. Then policy was do not sell on credit. Procedure was how to procure a material from a vendor. Method was which method of inventory valuation you would use. Rule is that you must clear a tie. So combining all these plans, you will come out with a program. That okay, now I will launch a new motorcycle. Right, this is my goal. Under these policies, I will execute these. These are the procedures that I will follow while launching a new motorcycle. These are the rules that I will obey while launching a new motorcycle. So program is the overall combination of goals, policies, procedure, and rules of the company. Right? After programs, there come projects. Projects are similar to programs. The only difference is that project is basically a single task, right? Whereas program is a combination of projects. So program consists of multiple projects, and a project consists of a single task which is to be done in a shorter duration. Whereas program consists of multiple projects, right, which are to be executed over a longer period of time. Right? For example, our program was to launch a motorcycle, a new motorcycle. Whereas a project would be that while launching that motorcycle, you need to work upon such brakes which are short absorbing. Like when you apply those brakes, there is least impact on the body of the brake. Right? So to cut it short, project is a subset of program, whereas program consists of multiple projects. Next is schedule. Schedule, we all English one says schedule is basically a timetable for activities. Like whenever you are coming out with any program, right, you will define the schedule for it. Like what is the start time and completion time of each activity in that. Right, so basically schedule is there to ensure that work gets completed on time, or at least we get to know that what is the deviation from the timeline. Next is budget, right? Budget also we know that it's prepared for each financial year. That's why it is not for repeated use. It comes under single-use plans. And budget is basically expected result, expressed in numerical terms. So when we express budget, we lay out what is our expected income, what is our expected expenditure, what is our expected profit. Right? So budget is all about expected results. So budget can be of three types. Financial budget, it basically tells us what is our expected income and expected expenditure, and as a result, what is our expected profit. Capital budget. See, capital budget is for capital expenditure. Capital expenditure means expenditure that we are doing on building up assets. For example, buying land, buying machinery, setting up factory. So those are called assets because they can be used for a longer period of time. On the other hand, the salaries, the rent we pay on month basis, they are not there for building up assets. They are just recurring expenses. So capital budget is actually an estimated expenditure on assets like land, machinery, factories, all that. Right? Cash budget basically tell you that how will your cash flows be affected in future. You might be in profit, right? But you might have to take a lot of money from your buyers. You are selling on credit and a lot of money is spending with the buyers. So cash budget will actually tell you that when that money will come back to you, right? What will be the cash inflow and what will be the cash outflow from where you have to get that money. You might be required to give that money to your suppliers or others. So cash budget will tell you all those things, like what is the expected cash inflow and what is the expected cash outflow over a period. So that was about budget. let's do some conceptual questions. The end result which organization seeks to achieve are known as what? The end result which organization seeks to achieve, we discuss they are known as either objectives or goals. Their goals are not given, so the answer is the option number 1, which is objective. If a company wants to be number 1 in quality, then it is a and dash of the company. So this is basically right. This is basically the end result which company wants to achieve, right? But the end result is not specific or it is not time bound, right? Number 1 in quality by when? So it's like open-ended. So that is the difference between objective and goal. Objective is time bound, whereas goal is not time bound. So when the company says it wants to be number 1 in quality, right? It is a goal. It is not an objective. So here answer will be option number 3. Dash are general statements or understanding which guide managers thinking in decision making. So it is the policies which help managers in decision making. Right? Here the answer will be option number 4. I hope you remember. Procedures help managers or procedures guide managers in taking action, but in decision making it is policy. Option number 4. Dash policies emanate from the conduct of the people in the organization. So policies which are not on paper but they emanate from the conduct of the people are basically called implied policies. Here again answer will be option number 4. So thanks guys, that's it in this video. So basically discussed about type of organizational and the hierarchy of plans. In the next video we are going to start with strategy in the organization. Thanks for now. Have a nice day. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTab. So continuing with our videos on your chapter Journal Management Part 2. In this video we are going to start with strategy in the organization. We have already discussed about type of organizational plans and hierarchy of plans. So let's start with the strategy in the organization. If you remember while discussing hierarchy of plans, we discussed about strategy in brief. That strategy is basically your course of action that you want to take to fulfill your objectives. Now we shall discuss about strategy in more detail, in more depth, so that you understand strategy from end-to-end perspective. Now the first point that I want to take up under strategy is basically types of strategy in the organization. The types of strategy in organization are categorized into 3 types. Basically, the types of strategy based on the levels of management, the types of strategy based upon the growth plans of the company, and the type of strategies based upon global business strategy of the company. So it will become more clear when we discuss all these types of strategy on the basis of this categorization one by one. First of all, let's start with the types of strategy based upon the levels of management. Now, based on levels of management, there are basically 3 types of strategy: corporate strategy, business strategy, and functional strategy. So let's try to discuss them one by one. First, let's discuss about corporate strategy. Now, what is corporate strategy? See, corporate strategy is the overall strategy of a conglomerate. For example, take an example of Reliance here. Now, Reliance is a big corporate, right? And it has various business units under it, which can be called SBUs or strategic business units. For example, Reliance as a corporate has strategic business unit, Reliance Petroleum, Reliance Energy, Reliance Telecom, right? They are into various businesses. So a corporate will have various strategic business units for different kinds of businesses. So a corporate strategy would be the one which would be defined at a higher level, right? Which is the overall corporate strategy. That what are the resources with the corporate, how to allocate those resources, how can we establish coordination between different strategic business units, like what more markets the corporate might want to enter. Maybe Reliance wants to enter into online pharmacy, right? Then it would be the corporate strategy which would define that they will open another business unit or another strategic business unit for online pharmacy or any other business that they want to exit. That also would be defined by corporate strategy, right? So corporate strategy is the overall strategy of that conglomerate, allocation of resources, coordination between different strategic business units. All that is defined in the corporate strategy. Now next coming to the business level strategy. As I told you, a corporate will have various strategic business units under it. So we took an example of Reliance. Reliance have different strategic business units: Reliance Petroleum, Reliance Energy, Reliance Petrochemicals, Reliance Telecom. These are separate strategic business units for Reliance as a corporate entity. Now each of these strategic business units will have their own products, their own markets, their own customers, right? So in a way, these strategic business units needs to have their own business strategy also in line with the corporate strategy, right? So if corporate strategy is that we need to increase the business, right, by doing some acquisitions. Suppose that is the corporate strategy. Then these strategic business units will define the strategy that how to acquire companies, which companies are good, how much to pay them. So that all would be further decided by strategic business unit strategy, that is business level strategy. So once the corporate strategy is defined, these strategic business units will further try to implement those corporate strategies, right, by customizing them at their level. Because each strategic business unit will have their own product, own customer, own market. So they will try to implement as per their needs, right? So strategic business unit strategy or business level strategy is about understanding the corporate strategy and defining steps or defining tactics to implement that corporate strategy in their strategic business unit as per their needs, right? The next one is functional strategy, which is at the third level shown here. Now, each of these strategic business units, let's take an example of Reliance Petroleum. This business unit will have several departments as a company: HR, marketing, finance, right? So the functional strategy defined by each of these functional departments under a particular strategic business unit would be called a functional strategy. So once
this Reliance Petroleum defines its own business strategy, right? It will percolate down to different departments to implement that strategy. Suppose Reliance Petroleum says that, okay, we want to grow and we can grow only by hiring good people from the competitor. So HR strategy will be in line with that, okay, we need to hire good people, how to hire them, should we give them high salaries, should we give them some additional benefits? That kind of strategy will be made by the HR department. Right? So functional strategy would be there, right, to implement what is defined by the business level strategy. So functional strategy would be implemented by the departments and would take care of day-to-day functioning of that department. Right? I hope you are able to understand this. This is not very tough. It's all about that high-level strategy is made here, then it comes down to business level strategy where further strategy is evolved, then it comes down to functional strategy where it is implemented for day-to-day actions. Now sometimes below functional strategy we have another type of strategy known as operational strategy. Like for example, we have a functional department called marketing. Now marketing department further would have subdivisions like sales, promotion, distribution, because all these are part of marketing. Right? So when the strategy needs to be defined for subdivisions under a particular function, for example, strategy needs to be defined for sales, promotion, or distribution, that would be called operational strategy, right? Because this is real execution. This is real execution on the ground, right? So we even call it that these kind of decisions which are taken care at this level, at the subdivision level, under a particular functional department are technical or operational decisions. Right? So we will make a corporate strategy that will come down to business level strategy depending upon their customers, markets, products. They will implement the corporate strategy as per their needs, which will further percolate down to functions in that specific strategic business unit, and each function will devise their own strategy to meet or to implement the strategy of business unit. Then each functional level strategy will further percolate down to different divisions like sales, promotion, and distribution under marketing to implement that on ground level, which is called operational strategy. Right? The decision at this level are also called technical or operational because they basically relate to actual implementation, actual execution for the design strategy. So if you just have to summarize what are different types of strategies at different levels, at corporate level we have corporate strategy, business level we have business strategy, functional level functional strategy, and operational level operational strategy. And I've already discussed with you that what all is required at each of these strategies or at each of these levels. Now let's do some conceptual questions. If you have understood what I just explained, you should be able to do all these questions. Allocation of resources to various business units comes under which type of strategy? So allocation of resources to various business units. Right? Business units means your business level strategy. So it is the corporate strategy which will define that how should we allocate resources, what are the new businesses that we should enter into, what are the businesses that we should exit. So it would be basically corporate level strategy which looks into allocation of resources to various business units. So answer would be option number 3. Strategy for which distribution channels needs to be used for product will be. Like if you want to make a strategy that which distribution channels needs to be used for a product, that will come under what? Business, functional, corporate, operational. So distribution is part of marketing function. So that's a subdivision under marketing function. So when we are making a strategy for distribution, it's a ground level implementation. That's an operational level. So that would be operational strategy. That is option number 4. So that was about strategies based on levels of management, corporate level, business level, functional level, and operational level. Now we are going to discuss types of strategy that an organization pursue based upon growth aspirations of that company. Now the types of strategy based upon the growth plan of the company can be categorized into 4 types of strategy. Stability strategy, growth strategy, retrenchment strategy, and a combination strategy. And some of these strategy types like growth strategy and retrenchment strategy have further subtypes that we will discuss when we basically discuss about growth and retrenchment strategy. So let's discuss them one by one. Let's start with stability strategy. So what is stability strategy? See, the word stability here is itself for you to understand that stability strategy means that company do not want to launch new products or do not want to enter into new markets, say going into new countries. It just wants to be stable. That is all it wants to use all its resources to strengthen its capabilities in fighting the competition, right? So stability strategy basically means no change, right? Proceed with caution, do not spend money in launching new products or entering new markets, right? And they just want to increase their profit by concentrating on their current business. So that was about stability strategy. Now let's see what is growth strategy. Again, the word growth strategy itself indicates that this strategy is about growth, that company wants to grow. Now growth can be of 2 types, intensive growth and diversification. I'll explain you the meaning of these terms later, right? First, let us concentrate on this matrix. If you can understand this, you will understand the growth strategy in detail. So this matrix, on the horizontal axis, there is products and services, that is growth through existing products or growth through new products. On the y-axis, there is markets, that is existing markets or new markets, that is growth in the existing market or growth in the new market, right? So in this matrix, we have 4 quadrants indicating product development approach for growth, market penetration approach for growth, market development approach for growth, and diversification approach for growth. See, we will start with this quadrant. It means new products, right? New products in existing markets. So when we launch new products in the existing market, this growth strategy is called product development, right? Because we are developing a new product in the existing markets. For example, a company is already selling coffee in certain markets, right? Now it want to launch another flavored coffee, right? Or a chocolate flavored coffee in the same market, right? To grow in that market. For example, right now only senior people are drinking its coffee, but now it wants to launch chocolate flavored coffee so that their children also start drinking coffee, right? So this is a product development strategy for growth. That is, you launch new product in the existing markets. Markets means territory, a particular area. Next strategy is market penetration strategy. So in this, you basically grow by selling existing products in the existing category itself. Suppose some company is selling products in northern India, right? Now it will not launch any new product, neither it will enter any new category. What it will do is that it will advertise more, right? When we advertise, people get to know more about our products, right? Then basically the sales increase. So in market penetration, you are penetrating into the existing market using existing products. Neither you are launching new product, neither you are going into new markets. You are penetrating into the existing market with existing products, which is market penetration. You basically do it by doing more advertisement in the area in which you are already selling products. Next strategy is market development. In this, you are selling existing products to the new markets. You are doing market development, that is, you are entering into new markets, new territories. For example, a company who is selling products in India, it ventures into foreign markets with the same set of products. That would be called market development. Or if a company is selling its products in northern India, it starts to sell same products in the southern part of India. It would be called market development, that is, existing products in new markets. Next is diversification strategy. Diversification is when you sell new products, right? When you sell new products in new markets, you are selling new products in new markets. That would be called diversification. So what would be the example of diversification, right? For example, a company who is manufacturing TVs in India and it plans to develop new product, say VCR, right, for foreign markets, not for Indian markets, right? That would be an example of diversification. So when you make new products For new markets, that would come under diversification, right? I hope you are clear with this. So growth strategy can be in terms of product development, market penetration, market development, or diversification, right? And if you can remember this metrics, you can easily remember what does each of these strategy means. Now at the start, I told you that growth strategy is intensive or diversification. Actually, the first three, product development, market penetration, and market development comes under intensive growth strategy, and this one is diversification strategy, right? So this is just a classification. These three are intensive growth strategies, and this is diversification strategy. So that was about growth strategy. Now let's discuss about retrenchment strategy. Now, what is retrenchment strategy? See, retrenchment strategy is entirely opposite of growth strategy. In growth strategy, you want to grow either by launching new products, by entering into new markets, or by diversification. In retrenchment strategy, it's all about cutting expenses so that you can sustain your business in a longer term, or you become more financially viable business. Retrenchment strategy is basically of three types: turnaround, divestment, and liquidation. Turnaround strategy is when your company is going through a rough period, right? Its market share is falling, sales is decreasing, profitability is decreasing. So turnaround strategy basically means that you try to devise such a plan or a strategy so as to reverse the indicators. Like market share will start increasing, sale will start increasing, profitability will start increasing. For that, you might have to take a lot of steps. You might have to cut a lot of expenses. You might have to pay some talented people more, right? So that will depend upon what is the on-ground scenario. So turnaround strategy is basically about turning a sick company, a company which is in loss, into a profitable venture. Then second type of retrenchment strategy is divestment. In divestment, what do you do is basically, if one of your business unit, right, in case of Reliance, we discussed there are several business units like Reliance Petroleum, Reliance Energy, Reliance Telecom. So if one of that business unit seems to be doing very badly and there is no hope that it will turn into a profitable one, you might sell it, right? You might sell it to your competitor, right, or anybody who sees value in that. And the proceeds from that divestment are basically used to strengthen the operations of other business units, right? So basically, you sell a business unit which is into loss and use that money to further strengthen the other business units. That is called divestment. Then third is liquidation, right? There is very small difference between liquidation and divestment. Please listen to me carefully. Liquidation is basically a strategy or a last resort where the whole company is sold to avoid bankruptcy. So when all the business units of company are doing bad, none of them is profitable, or even if it is profitable, the profit is very low, it's not viable to run the whole company, right, in longer term. So you basically sell the whole company, which is called liquidation. Now the difference between divestment and liquidation is that divestment means selling a small part of a business or a small unit of your corporate entity and using that money to strengthen other business units of your company, whereas liquidation is winding up of the whole company. All the business units are winding up, are sold, right, so that bankruptcy is avoided. So these are the three retrenchment strategies, right? Even from the terms itself, now you should be able to gauge that what do they mean, right? Nothing much to cram here or nothing much to understand here, very simple concepts. So that was about retrenchment strategy. Now another type of strategy, right, based on growth plans can be combination strategy. Combination strategy means that you basically use a combination of these three strategies. Like for some business units, you might use stability strategy, or for some business units or some products, you might use a growth strategy, or for some business units or some products, you might use a retrenchment strategy. So that will basically depend upon that if your business unit is doing well, right, you might go for growth or stability. If it is doing bad or there is not much potential in that, you might go for a retrenchment strategy for your various business units or various products. Okay. So let's do some conceptual questions now quickly. Under which strategy the business will concentrate on utilizing its present resources to develop its competitive strength? Stability, growth, retrenchment, combination. So here, the company wants to concentrate on its present resources to develop its competitive strength. So it's clearly stability strategy. The company doesn't want to grow, company doesn't want to liquidate or retrench, right? It just wants to use its present resources to develop more competence. The answer is option number 1, stability strategy. Company which develops motorcycles is planning to launch budget cars for the foreign markets. This is what type of growth strategy. So company is currently developing motorcycles, but it plans to launch budget cars, that is new products for foreign markets, that is new markets. So new products in new markets, basically this is called diversification, right? If you remember that matrix, so answer is option number 3. Next question. Turning a sick company back into a healthy one by reversing deteriorating trends of performance indicators is known as what? So turning a sick company into a healthy one or a profitable one is basically called turnaround. That is option number 3. Dash is used as a last resort when the whole company is sold to avoid bankruptcy. When the whole company is sold to avoid bankruptcy, it is called liquidation. Right? Divestment is selling a particular business unit. Liquidation is selling the whole company. So answer here would be option number 2. So that was about types of strategy based on growth plans. Now we are going to discuss type of strategies based on global business strategies. So what are various global business strategies? First of all, global business strategies means strategies adopted by companies which basically function in many countries. Right? Now, various types of global strategies you can easily understand. Again, if you can understand this matrix. This matrix is the key. On the x-axis, there is pressure for local responsiveness. Right? So pressure for local responsiveness. Low means low pressure for local responsiveness. That is, you need not customize your products much. Whereas high pressure for local responsiveness, that is, you need to customize the product as per local needs because there is high pressure for local responsiveness. On the y-axis, there is pressure for cost reductions. Low pressure for cost reductions means the pressure to reduce cost is low. That is, cost can be high. High pressure for cost reduction means there is high pressure to reduce cost. That is, cost would be low. Right? So on the x-axis, the customization increases. On the y-axis, the cost decreases. The cost decreases. Right? Or the pressure for cost reduction increases, or the cost itself decreases. Customization increases on the x-axis. This you need to understand. So any company who is functioning globally, that is, many countries will face these two kind of pressures. That is, pressure for local responsiveness, that is, they will always be required or there will always be pressure to make their products customized to the local markets. Another kind of pressure would be pressure for cost reductions, that is, they need to reduce their prices. There would always be pressure like that. So based upon that, there are different global business strategies that we are going to discuss. We are going to start with global standardization strategy. So here, if you see it on the matrix, the pressure for cost reduction is high, right? It means the costs need to be low, whereas local responsiveness is low, that is, customization can be low. So low customization and low cost, right? So this kind of business strategy is basically adopted by companies who make standard products like steel, cement, right, which need not be customized. Their standard can be used across countries because consumer needs are similar with respect to these kind of products. Right. And what they basically bank upon is economies of scale. Since they are selling standard products in many countries, they produce in huge quantities, they use economies of scale. It means economies of scale means when you produce in large quantities, right, your variable expenses per unit decrease. So they basically use economies of scale to reduce the cost per unit, and hence they are able to sell that standard product at a very low cost in various countries. So that is about global standardization strategy. I hope you are able to understand. The key to understand these strategies is to understand this matrix. I'm repeating that again and again.
Next strategy that I'm going to discuss is diagonally opposite to global strategy, that is multi-domestic strategy. The word multi-domestic strategy itself makes it clear that here the company is adopting multiple strategies for multiple countries or different strategy in different countries. So what does it mean? It basically means, if you see the metrics, pressure for local responsiveness is high. That is, they need to customize the product as per the local needs, whereas the pressure for cost reduction is low. That is, they can sell them at high cost because pressure for cost reduction is low. So in multi-domestic strategy, what companies do is they customize the products as per the local needs, and when you customize them, obviously it will entail some costs. So the costs would increase. So they will sell highly customized product at high cost in different countries as per the needs or taste of those countries. Like the best examples of multi-domestic strategy is the strategy adopted by food and beverage companies. Like, you see this Lay's chips and all, right? So they are basically customized as per the taste and preferences of the consumer in different countries, because the taste differs a lot in different countries. Another example is Kraft Heinz company, which makes ketchup. So they basically customize their ketchup as per the needs of the country. In India, people like spicy kind of sauce, so they make those kind of sauces in India. Whereas in other countries, they make different kind of sauces, right? So multi-domestic strategy is customizing the products highly as per the needs of that country or that territory and charging heavily for that, selling them at high cost. Next is about international, moderate and little customized products. So international strategy, if you see, is between global and multi-domestic strategy, right? So here, the pressure for local responsiveness is low, that is customization is low, and pressure for cost reduction is also low. So low customization, right, and kind of moderate price, I would say. The price is not as low as global strategy or as not high as multi-domestic strategy. So they use a path in between where they neither customize their products too much and they neither increase the cost of products too much, right? So their products would be little customized and they would be at a moderate cost, neither too high, neither too low. So it's a kind of a balanced strategy between global and multi-domestic strategy. Next is transnational strategy. Transnational strategy, this one, right? Now, if you try to understand this as per metrics, high customization, right, and low cost. Now, this seems to be contradictory. If you want to customize your products as per the needs and preferences of each country, right, or each territory, obviously it will entail some cost. How can you customize your products, right, and still sell them at low cost? Because pressure for cost reduction is high, meaning you have to sell them at low cost. This seems contradictory, but this is possible, right? This is possible only through innovative techniques of doing business. So companies which are really innovating, they are still able to sell highly customized products at low cost, and they adopt this transnational strategy. Let's do some conceptual questions on global business strategies. Under which strategy organizations sell standard products in various countries without customization and use economies of scale to drive down costs? That is pretty simple. You are low on customization and you are low on price, right? It means it has to be global business strategy. That is option number one. Again, you can solve this easily if you can remember that metrics. Under which strategy organizations sell customized products and that too at low cost due to innovation? So you are selling customized products but at low cost. Seems to be contradictory, but you do this through innovation. So this is transnational strategy. That is option number two. Apart from the business strategies based on different categories that we have discussed, I would like to discuss one more thing, which is portfolio analysis using BCG matrix. BCG matrix stands for Boston Consulting Group matrix. Right? In Boston Consulting Group matrix or BCG matrix, what do we do is on the x-axis there is relative market share of your different business units, and on the y-axis there is market growth rate, right, for the market in which your business unit is operating. So BCG matrix is basically used to analyze various business units. Now Reliance as a corporate group have different business units: Reliance Jio, Reliance Telecom, or Reliance Jio and Reliance Telecom are same, Reliance Petroleum, Reliance Energy, Reliance Petrochemicals, various business units. So if they need to find out that which business units are performing good, which business units are performing bad, they can use BCG matrix. While using BCG matrix, what they would be required to do is on the x-axis for each business unit, they will need to categorize whether the relative market share of that business unit in the business in which it is operating is high or low, and the market growth rate, that is for that business, the total growth rate of the market is low or high. Right. If for some business the relative market share is low, that is, if for some business your relative market share is low and the business itself, that is, the market growth rate of the business itself is low, right, then it is categorized as dog. It means this is kind of just a bad business for you because the market is not growing, right, and the market share you are holding is itself low. So there is no opportunity for you to basically scale up. Right. For example, take a case of Reliance Capital, which deals into maybe this brokerage business. Now, I'm not sure, whether their market share is high or low, but let's say their market share is low and market is not growing at a very high rate. Then there is not much opportunity for Reliance Capital to grow at a very high speed or turn into highly profitable company. So that would be categorized as a top. Next is cow. Any business unit which has a high market share, high relative market share, in spite of market growth rate being low. Let's take a case of Reliance Petroleum or Reliance Petrochemicals. They have high market share in petrochemicals, though the growth rate of the industry itself is low, but they have high market share. So it is a cash cow for them. By cash cow means that it is milking money for them. They need not invest more money because the market is not growing. But in this already saturated market, they have high market share. Right? So they don't have much competitor. New players are not going to enter in because the market growth rate is low. So it's kind of cash cow for them. They will not invest much money, but still they will keep reaping high returns. Next is when relative market share is high and growth rate is also high. Right? Let's take a case of Reliance Jio or Reliance Telecom. They have a high market share, but the market itself is also growing at high rate. More and more telecom customers are being added, in the domain every year. So market is increasing at a very high rate, or industry is increasing at a very high rate, and you have a very high market share. So it's a star for you. It's a future star. It can give you huge amount of money. You have to keep investing. Since industry is growing, you have to keep investing, right, to acquire more customers, right? And you already have a high market share, so you have to keep that market share by acquiring new customers in the growing industry. So you might have to invest good amount of money, but this is a star for you. Later it will give you a lot of money. Next is question mark. Here you are into a low market share business, but the market growth rate is high. Right. So market industry is growing rapidly, but you have a low market share. This is a question mark for you. You have to decide whether you are ready to pump in money to gain market share, right? Which is not going to be easy. Obviously, your competitor will kind of also pump in more money, or you will be better like, okay, let's stick with this market share only. Whatever industry is growing, we will also capture the same share, and we are happy with the low market share. So that is a question mark you need to decide, right? This question mark can basically become star. If you acquire high market share, right, from low, you acquire high market share in a highly growing industry, this question mark can turn into a star, right? Or otherwise, it can later turn into a top. If you don't acquire market share now, you don't increase your market share later, when the industry growth rate gets saturated, right, it will become low, your market share will be low and it will become a top, so it will not be of any use to us. So it's a question mark which you need to decide right now how to allocate your resources to a particular business unit. So this is very comprehensive matrix which is used by large conglomerates to decide that how they should tackle their business units, how they should allocate the resources, what is the future of each of their business unit.
Let's do a quick concept check on this. The business units of a company which have high market share in a low market growth rate, right, business is called as dash as per BCG metrics. So high market share, but the market industry growth rate is low, are called as cash cows, right? Pretty simple. So the answer would be option number 3, right? So this might seem a little confusing to you, but in first turn, obviously these kind of metrics will become confusing, but once you understand them, they are very easy to grasp and very easy to apply. So thanks guys, that's it in this video. We have discussed about strategy in the organization. In next video, we shall continue with management by objectives. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTap. So continuing with our videos on your topic General Management Part 2.
Right? In this video, we are going to start with management by objectives. So if you remember, under hierarchy of plans, we discussed about objectives and strategy. We have already discussed about in detail regarding strategy as in what are different types of strategies. Now I'm going to teach you about management by objectives, which is kind of way to plan or execute your objectives, right? So management by objectives is basically a technique which was popularized by Peter Drucker. Peter Drucker is one of the management guru, right? So in 1954, he wrote a book, Practice of Management. In that book, he popularized this concept of management by objectives, which is also known by the alternate name management by results, right? So remember all these facts, this can be asked in the exam, right? All this is just a factual information that who gave management by objectives, in what book it was popularized, and what is the alternate name. Now we are going to understand the true meaning of management by objectives. So what is the meaning? What is the essence of MBO? See, the main point that you need to understand in MBO is participative goal setting. By participative goal setting, we mean that when the goals are set for the employees, they participate in that goal setting process. That is, the goals for employees are set only in discussion with them, taking into account what are their interest areas, what are their skills. And when we say that participative goal setting happens, taking into account the interest and skills of the employees, it doesn't mean that we do it just on the basis of interest of the employee. We also take into account the organizational objectives, because ultimately the goals which are set for the employees need to be in line with the organizational objectives. But yes, to some extent, the needs, the interest, the skills of the employees shall also be taken into account. This is meant by participative goal setting. Now, why participative goal setting is useful? Participative goal setting is useful because when you discuss with an employee, right, regarding goal setting, you tell him the organizational goals, you understand his interest areas, his skills. So first benefit is that the organizational objectives will be known to all the employees, right? So that's a big plus plus. Second is when you discuss their interest area, their skills, and try to match their interest and skills while setting their goals, it will also kind of motivate them, it will also kind of satisfy them that they are being heard. So that's the major benefit of participative goal setting, right, which is done under MBO. Now, what is the process of MBO, right? On your left, you can see that this is the process of MBO, right? So first, as I told you, organizational objectives are taken into account. Then some key result areas are defined. Key result areas will be the important areas of performance for organizations, such as organization might want to reduce the cost, increase the sales, increase the cash flows, etc. So that would depend upon organization what are its key result areas, right? So organizational objectives are taken into account, then key result areas are identified from these objectives, right? Then the objectives of superior and subordinates are set. So every superior is also a subordinate of somebody, right? So ultimately the objectives of superiors are set, objective of subordinates are set, or objectives of employees are set in line with the organizational objectives, but taking into account their interest and their skills, as I told you. So basically, superior would recommend some objectives for subordinate, and subordinate will come up with his statement of objectives. Ultimately, they will agree, they will negotiate, and they will come up with agreed objectives which are agreed by superior and the subordinate, and which are in line with the organizational objectives. So when these objectives are agreed upon, the subordinate knows what he needs to do because he has himself agreed to do. He would be more motivated to accomplish those objectives, right? And later the subordinate's performance would be monitored regularly, and appraisal would be done, in which it would be seen that which of the objectives he has been able to fulfill and which of the objectives he is still lacking, and what is the reason for his lacking in fulfilling those objectives, right? And the last step is process continuity. Process continuity means that the learnings from this, right, that the areas where he has not been able to perform, he has not been able to fulfill his objectives, the learnings that would be taken from this process would be taken as a feedback for the next cycle of objectives that would be set for the employee, right? So first organizational objectives are set, then key areas are identified, subordinate objectives are discussed and agreed and set upon, appraisal is done, and then the feedback acts as an input for the next set of goals or objectives that are to be set for the employee. So this is the process of MBO, and you can again see that the essence here is of participative goal setting. Now, what are the key features or benefits of MBO that you would have already understood by now? So first is participating management, because objectives are discussed with employees before those objectives are enforced upon them. Then periodic reviews, because there is proper appraisal, continuous feedback by the superior to the subordinate. So due to this, it leads to better coordination and communication. Consideration of key result areas. So we discussed that organizational objectives are identified in terms of key result areas, so that further the employee objectives can be set. So basically the focus is on key result areas, and other areas which are not that important are given lesser priority. So there is very best usage of time and energy. Delegation of authority. Once you delegate a certain task to your subordinate, obviously you will delegate some authority to him to accomplish that task. So when there is better coordination between the superior and the subordinate, right, it leads to better delegation of authority. So these are the some benefits of MBO that you can easily deduce if you can understand MBO. There are some drawbacks of MBO also. First is that it can be bureaucratic and time consuming, because in this the goals or objectives needs to be discussed upon and agreed between the employee and the manager. Sometimes the discussion keeps on happening and it never comes to an end due to disagreement between the manager and the employee. So in those instances it can become really time consuming. An important feature of MBO is that manager has to delegate authority to its subordinate when the objectives are agreed upon and certain responsibilities are entrusted upon the subordinate, but some managers are unwilling to delegate due to fear of their power being lost by delegation. So in those instances MBO can act as a negative factor. Third is that once you have agreed upon objectives for your subordinates, right, most of the times subordinates and managers go with those objectives throughout the year. Even if there are some environmental changes in between which require the organization to change its objectives, the managers and employees might not be ready to rework upon that. So that basically leads to rigidity, which is harmful for the company. So there is danger of inflexibility. The employees and the managers need to be flexible even in spite of setting the objectives. If there is any change due to environment, organizational objectives and employee objectives should be changeable, right? So sometimes that flexibility is lost due to MBO. Let's do some conceptual questions now. MBO is also known as management by results, management by target, management by performance, and management by participation. See, MBO is also known as management by results, that I just told you at the start of MBA. Answer is option number 1. Next is which of the following is first step in process of MBO? Setting key result areas, setting objectives for subordinates, setting organizational objectives, or setting appraisal targets. So when I told you about the process of MBO, the first step is setting objectives for organization, not setting organizational objectives, because it is from these objectives that objectives for subordinates would be decided upon in line with their interest and skills. So here the answer would be option number 3. Okay, very easy. Let the conceptual questions. So that was about management by objectives. Now we are going to move towards decision making in planning. So let's start with this. So what is decision making in planning? See, earlier when we discussed about the steps in planning, I hope you remember that the third step was identifying alternatives, then evaluating alternatives, and then selecting from alternatives. So this process of selecting from various alternatives is called decision making. Decision making is a cognitive process that basically involves your mind. Cognitive means that basically involves your mind, and it is impacted by your values and preferences. Let's be simple. Suppose it's Tuesday, you are going out for dinner. There is an option whether you can have non-veg or veg, but some people do not eat non-veg on Tuesday. It's their values or preferences, right? So they might go for the veg option that day. So here the decision making has been impacted by your values and preferences when you chose among various alternatives, right? So we can say decision making is a cognitive process and it is impacted by the values and preferences. Now, one more important thing that you need to know, that what is the difference between decision making and problem solving. Many people tend to see them as same, but they are different. How they are different that you need to know. Like suppose there is a marketing manager, right? He is into marketing of cosmetics. Now there are various alternatives available to him to set the price of a particular new product. He can set it at 100, 50 or 40, right? Or 20. He fixes the price at 40. So when he chose among various alternatives and decided to fix the price at 40, that was basically decision making, right? Because he chose among various alternatives. Now when he fixed the price at 40, there was no customer because customer thought that at a price of 40, the cosmetic is costly and nobody was ready to buy that. So this problem that there is no customer due to price being high, right, has originated from a particular decision. When you solve this problem, this is called problem solving, right? So a situation which arises out of a particular decision, right, for which you need a solution, that is called problem solving, whereas this decision which you made is called decision making. Now, I hope you can differentiate between decision making and problem solving. Now, we are going to discuss about various types of decision making, right? We understand what is decision making. Now, let's understand what are various types of decision making. One is programmed and non-programmed decision making. Another is strategic and tactical decision making. Third is individual and group decision making. Fourth is policy and operating decision. So let's start with programmed and non-programmed decision making. So what are programmed and non-programmed decisions or decision making? See, programmed decisions are those which are kind of automated in a sense, like which are routine, which you have taken many times. There has been clear guidelines and rules to follow for those decisions, right? So for example, if you need to decide on reordering of office supplies, that is raw material or some stationery, right? So deciding on reordering of such thing is a kind of programmed decision because you must have done it various times in the past and there must be clear guidelines or rules to follow, right? So you can just follow that and you can take this decision. Non-programmed decisions, on the other hand, corresponds to unusual situations for which there are no rules defined and they are not the ones which are to be taken repeatedly again and again. Right. So these kind of decisions cannot be taken based on rules and guidelines. Rather, these are taken based on intuition and judgment. For example, if a manager has to take a decision whether a company should invest in new technology or not, this is a very unusual situation for which there is no rule or guideline that a company can make. Obviously, it will be based upon intuition and judgment of the manager. Therefore, it is called non-programmed decision. So programmed decisions which are programmed, or you can say which are routine or automatic. Non-programmed decisions which are unusual situations where intuition and judgment is required and rules and guidelines are not there. So what are strategic and tactical decisions? Strategic decisions are those basically which are taken at a higher level and they affect the whole organization, right? So they are basically non-programmed because they are with respect to strategy of the company. For example, investing in new technology, investing in new business, closing an old business, right? So these type of decisions are non-programmed and they are taken at a higher level, right? Which determines the direction of the organization or affects the whole organization, right? They are long-term in nature, right? And their authority lies with the higher management, right? So I hope, strategic decision is same as kind of strategic planning. Strategic planning is done by higher management and strategic decisions therefore are taken by higher management. Tactical decisions on the other hand are the decisions which are taken with respect to day-to-day operations of the company, right? For example, should you increase the working hours? Should you buy some new machine to increase the efficiency of the workers? So these are all tactical decisions, right? They are mostly programmed. There would be good guidelines and rules to follow while taking tactical decisions and they are short-term in nature. And the power to take those decisions are basically delegated to the lower levels in the organization, right? So I hope there is no confusion. Strategic decision and tactical decisions are kind of same as what we discussed in strategic and tactical planning, strategic or operational planning that we discussed earlier. Next type of decision making is basically the difference between policy and operating decision, somewhat similar to strategic or tactical decision, but there is a difference, right? So we understood earlier that there is a difference between strategy and a policy. Strategy is what course of action you are taking, and policy is basically guidance to help you decide whatever you are trying to execute. So policy decisions are basically related to decisions while making policies, whereas operating decisions are related to day-to-day operating or functional day-to-day functions of the organizations. They affect the entire enterprise, right? So like strategy, policy decisions also affect the entire enterprise, whereas operating decisions affect that particular division or department in which that decision is taken, right? So nothing much to infer here. Very simple. Okay, let's move ahead. Next is individual and group decision making. So this is very simple to understand from the name itself. Individual decision making is when single person is analyzing everything and taking a decision, whereas group decision making is when a group sits together, brainstorms it, discusses it, and then takes a decision. Like obviously there are some benefits of each of them. Like for example, individual decision making saves time, whereas group decision making may take more time. On the other hand, individual decision making might not lead to best decision because the knowledge of an individual is limited, whereas group decision making might lead to best decision because there a lot of knowledge is involved from different people who are involved in decision making. Right. So Anyways, the next important part is to discuss about the pros and cons of group decision making. Right. So, what are the benefits of group decision making? First is pooling of knowledge, as I just told you. When many people club together to take a decision, brainstorming takes place, a lot of ideas are shared. Pooling of knowledge helps in taking a better decision. People participation. When people participate in decision making, they feel that they are being involved, they are being heard. So that is what motivates them. People learn from others in group decision making. Right. So when you sit in a group, you see how others think, how others interact, how others take decisions that affect your personality also. You learn from others. Right. Risk taking of an individual is less, but in group we tend to take more risk. That is very obvious. You will always see that when group of people are there, they are ready to take more risk than an individual. Suppose you are going into a jungle, you will never go alone, but maybe with a group of friends, you will take that risk of going inside the jungle. So when a group is taking a decision, there is a good probability that you might take a decision which is risky, but might give you better return. So these are the benefits of group decision making. Now there are some cons or drawbacks of group decision making. First is time consuming. When a group discusses, it takes a lot of time. So if something has to be decided in short span of time, group decision making is not apt in that case. Domination. The major factor of group decision making is that pooling of knowledge takes place. But sometimes there are certain people who dominate a group due to their personality, and the group decision is actually their decision. Right. So if somebody is dominating within a group, the actual benefit of having group decision making is lost. Lack of responsibility. When individual takes a decision, he knows he is responsible for that. When a group takes a decision, nobody personally can be held liable for that decision. So there is lack of responsibility. Groupthink. What is groupthink? First, try to understand this term. Groupthink is that when people try to decide something in a group, they instead of not taking into account all the facts or all the information, they tend to agree with whatever decision is being reached. They kind of conform to the group pressure. That is, they come under the pressure of the group and see, okay, if 5 out of 10 people are saying this is okay, they will also say that this is okay without challenging their opinion. Right. So groupthink is when you go with the opinion of the group. When 3-4 people in the group say that okay, we will do this is beneficial, you also agree. You conform to the pressure of the group. That is called groupthink. Right. So groupthink is bad because again, the major benefit of group decision making is that it should lead to pooling of knowledge, it should lead to brainstorming. But if you are doing groupthink, then those benefits are not accruing in the decision making. Satisfying. Basically, what do we mean by this is that when we take a group decision, we might not go for the best alternative. Instead, we can accept something which is just okay, right? So in group decision making, sometimes we try to compromise. We just tend to agree with something which seems okay rather than which is the best. So again, this is one of the drawbacks of group decision making. So I hope you are able to understand the pros and cons of group decision making, and you can now make out when group decision making is helpful and when it is not. So we have discussed about what is decision making, right? And what are various types of decision making. Now we are going to discuss about steps in decision making. So the steps in decision making that we are going to discuss are basically as per the Simmons decision making process. Simmons, I hope you remember Herbert Simon. So Herbert Simon basically identified 3 phases in decision making: intelligence phase, which is about identification of the problem; design phase, which is about generating various alternatives, various options to solve the problem; and choice phase, which is about choosing an alternative among all those alternatives which you think is the best. Right? So these are the 3 phases: problem identification, alternate generation, and choosing the best alternative. Now the detailed process or the detailed steps in these 3 phases are given below. So at the start there would be specific objective that basically you want to achieve. Suppose your objective is market leadership. You want to become a market leader. Now to attain that objective, what is the problem you are facing? The problem might be, for example, price point. You are a motorcycle company. You want to achieve market leadership. The problem is of price point. That is, the bikes that you are making are good, but you are not able to sell that at the current price. Right? People find it on a higher side. That is the price on a higher side. So you will search for alternatives. What can be the alternatives? You might add new features and launch a new high-end bike at the same price, or for the current bike you reduce the price, right, so that people become ready to buy that bike. So there can be various alternatives. So you search for those alternatives, then you evaluate those alternatives. Maybe you will feel that launching a high-end bike is a lot of capital investment, and reducing the price is an easy option, but that might hurt your brand reputation that you are selling lower-end bikes, and the people who are currently buying will stop buying your bikes. So you will evaluate alternatives on many fronts, and then based upon the pros and cons of each of those alternatives, you will basically select one alternative. You will make the choice of one alternative among these alternatives. Then you will take action. You will implement that, and then you will see the result. When you see the result, you might be able to achieve your objective, or you might not be. Right? Then the feedback is taken that if you are not able to achieve your objective where it was lacking, and then that feedback is basically taken into consideration while you solve the next set of problems. So these will be the learnings in the next decision making process. Let us try to do concept checks now. Decision making is a physiological process, neurological process, cognitive process, or social process. See, decision making is I told you is a cognitive process, right? So answer is option number 3. You might be tempted to go for neurological also, but again go for the best option in the exam, and best option is clearly option number 3. Decision making involves no rules and decisions. Dash decision making involves no rules and decisions are made based on managers' judgment and intuition. So when no rules are defined, it means it's a non-programmed decision making. Answer is option number 2. So till now we have discussed about what is decision making, types of decision making, and steps in decision making. Now I'm going to discuss about decision making models. Very interesting concept. Please try to understand it, and you will not forget it throughout your life. Suppose there are 2 people, Ram and Sham. He's Ram, he's Sham, and both of them want to marry any beautiful girl. Both of them want to marry a beautiful girl. Now Ram says that I will see all the girls in the world and marry the most beautiful girl. This is what Ram says. Sham says that yes, I want to marry a beautiful girl, but I will see around 20 girls, right? And I'll marry if I find someone who is beautiful enough, right, for me to be happy marrying her. So he's saying that he will see all the girls and then will marry the most beautiful girl. Whereas Sham says that he will see around 20 girls, and if he finds anyone who is beautiful enough for him to happy marry her, he will marry her. He will not think about seeing all the girls and then marrying the most beautiful girl. So this is the statement made by both of them. Now can you think what Ram is saying is really feasible, that he will see all the girls and then marry the most beautiful girl? It is very difficult to implement, highly improbable I would say. Right, because there would be lack of time and lack of information, lack of money to execute this. Whereas what Sham is saying is pretty much feasible and he can execute that. Right, so on the same lines, if you have understood this example on the same lines, I will now explain you the decision making models. Now there are 2 decision making models, economic man model and administrative man model. Economic man model is of the view that people search for all the possible alternatives and then select the best alternative. As in our example, Ram was doing that he will first look for all the beautiful girls and then he will select the most beautiful girl. That is, he will search for all the possible alternatives and then select the best alternative. So what is the objective here? Objective is to maximize the return. That is, to select the best alternative to maximize the return. Right? So he believes in, or economic man model believes in perfect rationality. That man is perfectly rational, he will do something, right, from which he will get the best output, that is, he will get the maximum output. This is what economic man model says. Right? right? And in our example, Ram was of the economic man model view. But as I told you, this is not possible, this is not feasible because many a times you will have limited time, limited information, limited money. So in that case, administrative man model comes into the picture. What does administrative man model say? Administrative man model says, person selects the alternative which is satisfactory or good enough, though it might not be the best alternative. Right? So administrative man model says that person will select the alternative which he finds satisfactory enough, which he finds that it is good enough, right? It might not be the best alternative. So objective here is to optimize the return. Right? So here it was maximizing the return, here is to optimize the return. Here the objective was perfect rationality, that is maximum return. Here it is bounded rationality, that you cannot be totally rational, you cannot see all the alternatives, you have to find an alternative, an option which is satisfactory enough. So it is talking about bounded rationality. Right? In administrative man model, one might have to use the rules of thumb or intuition. Right? One has to go with the judgment because you will not be able to evaluate all the alternatives. So I hope this is clear. So Sham in our example belongs to administrative man model and Ram belongs to economic man model. I hope this is pretty clear to you and you will remember it throughout your life, right, through this example of Ram and Sham. Let's do a concept check now. In Dash model, person's objective is to maximize the return and he believes in perfect rationality. Maximize the return, economic man model, which means Ram in our example. So the answer is option number 2, right? So that was about decision making and planning, where we discussed about what is decision making, types of decision making, steps in decision making, and decision making models. Now we are going to discuss about decision making conditions, that what are the conditions under which decisions are made. So what are various decision-making conditions, or what are various conditions under which decisions are made? See, there are basically 3 types of decisions: certainty, risk, and uncertainty. Certainty means that everything is known, right? While you are making a decision, that is choosing from various alternatives, everything is known. There is everything certain, and you can make your decision. Risk is when you partially know about, right? When you partially know about the decision you are going to take, that what will be its impact. The probabilities are known for each outcome. Then we say that this is a condition making under risk, right? For example, you have to evaluate between going for a bank FD or going for investing in shares. So investing in shares, you are not sure what would be the actual return you get, but there is a certain probability that you will get 10% return, right? Or you will get 20% return. There is a certain probability attached to that. So that would be called condition making under risk. Condition making under uncertainty is when you don't know anything about the decision you are making, you don't know even the probabilities of different outcomes, right? That is called decision making under uncertainty. So we are going to discuss all these 3 conditions, like under which how the decisions are made, and since the amount of information, the amount of clarity you have decreases from certainty to risk to uncertainty, the probability of bad decision or the level of ambiguity increases from certainty to risk to uncertainty. So here the ambiguity or probability of making a bad decision is higher than from here, right? So let's first discuss about making decisions under certainty condition. So making decisions under certainty, as I told you, that you have enough information to know the outcome of the decision, you know everything. For example, company has 10 lakh in the bank account and company plans to give a bonus of 5 lakhs. Now if manager wants to know that what will be the cash flow after the bonus is given, it is very easy. 10 lakh minus 5 lakh, that 5 lakh will remain in the bank account after the bonus is given. So here you can very easily calculate that what would be the impact of your decision, right? So this is decision making under certainty. You have everything, right, you need to know while making a decision. Next is decision making under risk. Here I told you that individual has some information regarding the outcome of the decision, but he does not have all the information. But he knows the probability of different outcomes, right? For example, I told you that if you have an option of investing into FD and stock market, you might not know what is the actual return you will get from the stock market, but at least you will have some probability of that. For 10% return, this is the probability based on past results. So that would be decision making under risk. So let's try to take an example of decision making under risk to better understand it. Suppose a company, right, wants to bid for 4 proposals, right? But it does not know whether the company would be able to win the proposal or not. What it knows is that what is the profit available in all the proposals and what is the probability of it winning the contract. Now, company has lack of employees and it cannot bid for all the proposals. Due to lack of time, lack of workforce, it cannot bid for all the proposals. So it has to decide that which proposal out of these 4 proposals it would bid for. The information company has that what is the profit available from each of these proposals if the company wins the proposal, and what is the probability of getting the proposal if it bids for the proposal. Right? First, it should get the proposal and then they will earn the profit from that proposal. So expected value, right, which would be calculated to decide that whether they should go for the proposal or not, or whether which proposal they should bid for, should be actually decided by the profit and the probability. So in this case, what is the actual profit they can make based upon this profit and probability is 1 lakh into 0.2, that is 20,000. Right? So profit is 1 lakh, but the probability is 0.2. So the expected value is your profit into probability, that is 20,000. So overall, there is a chance that they will make a 20,000 profit in that, because you have to take into account the probability, chances of winning the contract also. In this case, it would be 2 lakh into 0.3, that is 60,000. In this case, it would be 3 lakh into 0.4, that is 1 lakh 20,000. In this case, it would be 40,000 into 0.1, that is 4 lakh into 0.1, that is 40,000. Right? So expected value here is the most in this contract, that is contract number 3. So the company will go for contract number 3. Right? It would bid for contract number 3 since it can bid for only one contract. It would bid for contract number 3 because there they get the highest expected value. Right? So this is decision making under risk when you don't know about the outcomes in totality. You have some idea and you know the probabilities that are assigned for each outcome. Next is decision making under uncertainty. Very important. Decision making under uncertainty is when you don't know about the outcomes, you don't know even about the probabilities of various results. In decision making under risk, you knew about the probabilities of various outcomes. Here, you don't know about the probabilities of various outcomes. Right? So decision making under uncertainty is made using 4 techniques, which are maximax criterion, maximin criterion, minimax criterion, and insufficient reason criterion. So I'm going to explain these techniques, 4 techniques, to complete our discussion on decision making under uncertainty. These are very interesting techniques. Please try to listen to them carefully. If you understand now, you will not forget it throughout your life. Okay? So let's start. So for decision making under uncertainty, right, the first technique that we are going to discuss is maximax criterion, which is also known as optimistic criterion. So to understand this, you need to understand this table. If you can understand this table, you will not only understand this technique, but the other 3 techniques under uncertainty that we are going to discuss. So suppose there is a company and the company wants to increase production, right? For that company has 3 options: construct a large plant, construct a small plant, or maybe do nothing. Maybe just try to increase the efficiency of the current plant and you can increase your production. So these are the 3 alternatives before the company, right? And for each of these alternatives, company knows that if the market is favorable, if the economy is growing, what is the return it would get? And if the market is unfavorable, economy is not growing, what is the return it would get? Right? So for each of these alternatives, the favorable output and the unfavorable output is given. So now you have to decide that which option the company should go for. So in the maximax criterion, what you would do is you will basically select the maximum for each of the alternative. So the maximum for first alternative that is construct a large plant is maximum of 2 lakh and minus 1 lakh 80,000, which means 2 lakh. The maximum for second alternative is maximum of 1 lakh and minus 20,000, that is 1 lakh. The maximum for third alternative is 0, maximum of 0 and 0, that is 0. So you first chose the maximum for all these three alternatives, and then from the maximum chosen from these three alternatives, you will again choose the maximum, right? Because this is maximax. The first thing that we did, that is we chose the maximum among these three alternatives, or maximum for all of these three alternatives was this max, the max word at the end. Now among these three values that we have got by choosing the maximum from these three alternatives, we have to again find the maximum because the max is written at the front. So the last three words basically tell you that what you need to choose maximum or minimum for all of these three alternatives, and once you have chosen that, the first four words will tell you that what you need to do from these values. So here from these values we again need to choose the maximum, that is maximum of 2 lakh, 1 lakh and 0 would be 2 lakh, right? So when you will choose this, it means the decision that you are making is constructing a last node. You will go with this, right? And you can see here that only the output for favorable and unfavorable market is given, no probability is given, because that is the basic condition that decision making under uncertainty is done, because there are no probabilities given to us for the various outcomes. So maximax, I hope you would have understood. You will better understand when I explain the next maxi-min criterion. So maxi-min criterion, now you can solve by yourself. The last three words are min. It means you have to choose the minimum of the value for all of these three alternatives. And once you have chosen that, you have to find the maximum out of that, because in the front it is maximum written, right? So you have to choose the maximum out of these three values. So the minimum value of the first alternative would be minus 1,80,000. Minimum value among 1 lakh and minus 20,000 for second alternative would be minus 20,000. The minimum value for third alternative would be minimum of 0 and 0, which would be 0. Now among these three values, minus 1,80,000, minus 20,000 and 0, right? You have to choose the maximum value. The maximum value is 0 because these two are negative values. It means when you have chosen 0, you are going for this alternative, that is do nothing. So when you are going with maximum criterion while making decision under uncertainty, you will do nothing. This is called a pessimistic criterion also, right? So I hope now you are able to understand the difference between maximax and maximum criterion and how we are going to apply it basically. Yes. Now minimax. Minimax is the third technique while making decisions under uncertainty. Let's use the same table. I've just changed the values instead of 0, 0 here. I put it 2 lakh and 0, and I've changed some other values also, but that should not change anything. Only the values are changed. The logic remains the same. So under minimax, what will you do? First, you will find the maximum value for all of these three alternatives. So in the first alternative, the maximum value is 1,80,000. In the second alternative, the maximum value is 1 lakh. And in the third alternative, the maximum value is 2 lakh. Right? And once we have found the maximum value for each of these alternatives, then we will find the minimum value among them. That is minimum value among 1,80,000, 1 lakh and 2 lakh, and it would be 1 lakh. It means we are going for this option, that is construct a small one. Right? I hope you are able to understand it. Very easy to implement. Next technique is insufficient reason criterion. Right? So this technique is basically taking the average of both the outputs for a particular alternative. Right? For example, there are three alternatives. For this alternative, the return would be taken to be average of 0 and 1 lakh 80,000, that is 90,000. Similarly, for this alternative, the return would be average of 1 lakh and 20,000, that is 60,000. And for the third alternative, that is do nothing, the return would be average of 2 lakh and 0, that is 1 lakh. Right? And then the best average return is taken, which is in this case 1 lakh. That is, company would do nothing, and that would be the best scenario for company. So this do nothing option will get selected. So insufficient reason criterion basically believes that since there are no probability assigned to them, so it assumes an equal probability of each of these outcomes. That's why it takes an average of both of these to find the actual output. Right? And then we take the maximum output among these three to find the option that we need to choose. So I hope all these four techniques under uncertainty, that is maximax, maximin, min-max, and insufficient reason criteria are understood to you. And there is no technique by the name minimin. Right? There is maximax, maximin, minimax, but there is no technique by the name minimin. So do not fall into that trap. So I hope all the four techniques you have understood now. Let's do some conceptual questions. In which decision-making technique a person first chooses minimum outcome for every alternative, then choose the maximum among them. Right? So he's first choosing minimum outcome. It means on the right it will be minimum, and then he chose the maximum among them. It means at the start it will be maxi. So it will be maxi-min. So my answer will be option number 2. Very easy. You can just crack this by remembering this. In which decision-making technique a person first chooses maximum outcome for every alternative, and then choose the minimum among them. So it would be max on your right, and then he chooses the minimum. So it would be minimum at the front. That is mini-max. So it would be option number 3. Right? So just remember how it is structured, and you can solve any question like this. So thank you guys for watching this video. I hope you are able to understand everything. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTap. So in this chapter we are going to study about journal management part 3, and basically we are going to discuss about organizing function of management.
So this is the agenda, right? So I'm not going to go through the whole set of points in the agenda. Let's start with the first point in the agenda, that is what is organizing and what are the principles of organizing. So you will get to know about other points of agenda as and when we do them in the videos. So let's do what is organizing and what are the principles of organizing. So just to make some background, guys, earlier we discussed about management functions, that there are 5 management functions: planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. We have already discussed about planning. Now in this video, we are going to start with organizing. So what is organizing? See, in a company, you have basically different types of activities that you need to do, different type of jobs that employees need to do. So properly identifying what are different types of jobs and grouping them on the basis of similarity of the jobs is one part of organizing, right? So you will identify all the activities that, okay, I have to produce things, I have to do marketing for them, I have to sell them. So you will identify various type of activities and then you will group similar activities. You will classify and you will group similar activities, right? So when you group similar activities, you will basically create departments: production department, sales department, marketing department, like that. And once the departments are created, you will do assignment of duties in different departments, right? Each and every department will have their responsibilities defined. So that would be assignment of duties. And then in each department, there would be a hierarchy, right? Manager, then deputy manager, then worker, like that. So authority would be delegated in each of these departments at every level, and creation of responsibility, that is responsibility would be created on the employees to do that work. So in short, organizing is about identifying activities or jobs, classifying them into a set of activities and creating departments, assigning duties to each department and delegating authority and creating responsibilities within the hierarchy levels in the department. This is organizing. We discussed about what is organizing. Now let's discuss about principles of organizing. First principle of organizing is unity of objectives. By unity of objectives, we mean that an organization should have a set of objectives, and the objectives of departments should be in line with the organization objectives. Then the objectives of employees within the department should again be in line with the objectives of department. So basically, there should be synchronization between objectives of organization, departments, and the employees within those departments. That is called unity of objectives. Then specialization. Another principle is specialization, which means that basically we should create departments in such a way that each department is specialized in their own work. So therefore, we create departments like marketing, IT, HR, finance, where each department is responsible for a particular thing, is specialized in a particular thing, which increases the efficiency of that department, and overall it increases the efficiency of the organization. Next is coordination. So when you create different departments, there needs to be coordination between those departments. Otherwise, everybody would be doing their own work, right? Without the end result being not what is expected. So there should be proper coordination between the departments of the organization. Next is delegation of authority and creation of responsibility. See, in an organization, a manager is not someone who can do all the work. He will have people under him. He will have to get the work done from his people, right? So basically for that, he will have to delegate his authority, right? In terms of taking decisions, in terms of deciding things. Because if he decides on everything, he takes every decision, then things will stop. They will go very slowly. So he would have to delegate his authority to the people who are under him. And when he delegates the authority to the people, it should create a responsibility on those people that they would be able to complete the work, right? So that is what we mean by delegation of authority and creation of responsibility. Next is balance. By balance, we mean that in an organization, there should be balance. Suppose we are delegating authority, right? We should not delegate too much authority to somebody that he becomes like a god. So there should be a balance. And similarly, when we are creating a responsibility upon somebody, we should not create such amount of responsibility that they are not able to deliver, right? Responsibility should be limited because you have limited time. So by balance, we mean that whatever we do in an organization should be done in a balanced way. I gave you an example that how the authority or responsibility should be limited. It should not be something that which is out of control of somebody. Then unity of command. We have already discussed about unity of command. Unity of command is basically about that one person in an organization should receive orders only from one boss. Otherwise, it will lead to confusion, right? We have discussed this principle many times. So one person should have one boss. That is the principle of unity of command. Next is span of control. We will discuss about span of control in detail later, but as of now, in brief, I must tell you that span of control is all about that how many people are under you, how many people are you controlling. A person can have low span of control. For example, in this picture, a person at this level is just having 2 people under him. Or there might be a higher span of control. For example, in this picture, this person is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people under him. So he has a high span of control, whereas he is having low span of control. So we cannot say that span of control should be too high or too low. It should be a balanced one, right? Because a high span of control means that a manager would have difficulties in managing all of them, whereas low span of control means that you have too much hierarchy in an organization, right? So there are pros and cons of that. We shall discuss about span of control later in our videos in this chapter. Then is scalar chain. Scalar chain also we have discussed earlier. Scalar chain means that the command or the authority flows from top to bottom. So all the orders, all the communication should follow this chain and should follow from top to bottom. So scalar chain basically means that there is a particular hierarchical order in the organization in which the communication or orders should flow, and one should not try to disturb that. For example, if F wants to talk to C, then he should go via E and D. He should not go and directly talk to C. That is the principle of scalar chain. Then continuity and flexibility. These are very general principles of organizing. Continuity means basically that organization should be continuous. Organization never stops. Like people go, people leave, people retire, but organization never stops unless and until it liquidates. So principle of continuity means that organization will keep on going. It will never stop. And flexibility means that organization needs to be flexible. There will be a lot of environmental changes over a period of time which can impact the organization, right? The government policies might change, the nature of business might change, the taste of consumers might change. So all that will lead to change in the organization, right? So organization needs to be flexible to adapt to those changes. So that is about principles of organization. They are pretty simple, bit conceptual. I hope you are able to understand them. Let's do a concept check now. Which of the following will not be part of organizing function of management? Identifying activities and grouping them. This is part of organizing function of management. Assignment of duties. Again, this is part of organizing function of management. Performance appraisal. No, we never talked about that. Performance appraisal is part of organizing function of management. Organizing function is basically about creating an organization structure. That what are different departments, what is the hierarchy, who will report to whom. Right? Performance appraisal does not come under organizing function of management. So my answer would be option number C. So next, we shall discuss about benefits of organizing. So let's see. So benefits of organizing are very generic. Let's go through them quickly. First is well-defined job. See, when you basically do organizing function of management, you identify jobs, classify them, and group them. So a lot of thought process goes into them, and as a result, a well-defined jobs are created in which, for every job, there is clear-cut specification what needs to be done, right? And you are able to put right people, right, in the right jobs. So that basically helps in organizational growth. Next is specialization. We discussed about specialization, that organizing function aims at dividing activities and grouping them in such a way that each department is doing some specialized thing. So they are specialized in that they become so specialized that they are able to execute things very well, and as a result, there is a growth for the organization. Clarification of authority. When you create different positions, a hierarchy in the department, you delegate authority and you clarify that what is the authority given at each level, so that there is no misuse of power by anyone. Then coordination. Obviously, one of the features of creating an organization is that you create departments and you lay down rules or procedures that how the departments will coordinate, how they will synchronize their activities. optimum use of resources. Again, when you implement organizing function of management, right, you clearly define that who will do what, how will they do, what will be the procedures, what will be the resources they would be given. So that leads to optimum use of resources. There is no wastage, there is no overlap of work. So these are the basic benefits of organization, very generic. I think there is no need to explain further on this. So that was about benefits of organizing. Now we shall discuss about process of organizing. That is, what are the steps in implementing organizing function of management. So when we say that what is the process of organizing, basically we mean that what are the steps in organizing. So when I explained you organizing, I already explained you these steps briefly, right? So the first step is determining activities, that you try to find out that what are the different activities being performed in the organization. So it can be production, sales, marketing, IT, that you will be able to identify. And then you will group these activities to basically create different departments in the organization. Then duties would be assigned to each department. Then authority would be delegated to people who are working in a department in a hierarchy. And the coordination is very important. The activities which are being performed by various departments, there is need of coordination between them. So basically it is defined that how they will coordinate. So this is the process of organizing. Sometimes the first step, that is determination of activities, is also said as formulating objectives, plans and policies. But it means the same. When you formulate objectives, policies and plans, you basically decide what you want to achieve, right? Where do you want to go? So in a way, it is like what are the activities you need to perform, right? So in an exam, if there is a question, what is the first step? It can be determining activities or formulating objectives, policies and plans. Let's do a concept check. What is the last step in process of organizing? So we discussed first step is identification of activities, then grouping of activities, then assignment of duties, then delegation of authority to people within a department, and then coordination among different departments, right? Or coordinating authority. So the last step in organizing is coordinating authority. That is option number B. So that was about process of organizing. So I hope you are able to understand what is organizing, what are the principles, what are the benefits, and what is the process of organizing. So that was very basic. Now let's move to organizational charts and manuals. So let's discuss about it. Now, what is an organizational chart? See, organizational chart is not something which you need to learn. You would have seen that many a times. Organizational chart is something like this, which basically lists out that how the hierarchy is defined, who is at what position, right? So that is an organizational chart. Now, two things that you need to know about organizational chart is that organizational chart, though tells us about that who are the different people who are at different positions and how they are related, that who reports to whom. But two things that you need to know is that chart only shows formal relationships. So this chart will only show formal relationships. If there is some informal relationship between maybe a sales officer and the manager production, right? Maybe they are friends or maybe they are tennis buddies, right? That will not be depicted in this chart. The idea to tell you that informal relationships are not depicted in the chart is because informal relationships play a very important role in an organization. Many people use informal channels to get the work done. But informal relationships are not depicted in the charts, and charts do not tell you about the organizational style or the leadership style being used. So this will just show you that who is at what position, right, and who reports to whom. This will never tell you that what is the organizational style. Whether the CEO is autocratic, democratic or laissez-faire, that will never be depicted in the organizational chart, which is again very important to know, right, that what kind of organizational or leadership style is being used. Right, if any new employee comes, he will try to know that what is the leadership style being used here, but he will never get to know from this chart, right? So please remember, organizational charts will not show you informal relationships, and they will not tell you about the organizational style being adopted. Next thing is, the chart which I just showed you is kind of master chart. It shows you the entire organizational structure, like who is at what position, right, and how they are kind of related, who reports to whom. But sometimes along with master chart, there is a supplementary chart also. In supplementary chart, there is detailed description of duties and authorities of every person in the hierarchy. So from this, we can know that this is a foreman, but we don't know exactly that what are the duties or the authorities given to the foreman. But in supplementary chart, that would be defined that what is the duties and responsibilities of every person who is being depicted in the organizational chart, right? So this is the master chart. If I add what are the duties or authorities of each and every person in this chart, then that would be done through supplementary chart. I hope this is clear. Now, what are different types of organizational charts? As in, how can we depict the hierarchy in an organization in different shapes or in different ways? There are three types of organizational charts: top-down chart, left to right chart, and circular chart. Top-down chart is same as what I just showed you. The highest person in the hierarchy, that is the CEO, is shown at the top, and then right we keep moving down as in when we move down the hierarchy. Left to right chart is also called as horizontal chart, in which the highest position, either the president or the CEO, is shown at the left. Then, as and when we move down the hierarchy, we keep moving towards the right. So under president there is a managing director. Under managing director there would be 3 managing directors, or under then this managing director there are 3 branch managers. So something like that. So it's just like this is top to down, this is left to right or horizontal. The next one is circular. In circular chart, right, we draw circles. Each circle represents one hierarchy level. So the innermost circle basically corresponds to the person who is at the highest level in the hierarchy. So the CEO or the president will be represented by the center of the circle or the inner circle. Then as we move down in the hierarchy, we keep moving towards the outer circles. So people who are depicted on this outer circle, yellow one, basically report to the people in the orange circle, right? So when we move further down in the hierarchy, we move towards the outer circle. So the center position represents the person who is at the topmost level in the hierarchy. I hope you are able to understand top down, left to right, and circular charts. So till now we discussed about organizational charts in which the hierarchy is depicted, that who is at what position, who reports to whom, and if supplementary charts are used, then even the duties and responsibilities of the people at each and every level would be defined. But organizational charts will never tell you about that what are the objectives, right? What are the policies of the company, what are the methods or procedures being adopted in the company. Organizational charts will never tell you about that. So for that purpose, we have organizational menu. Organizational menu will always tell you about what is being depicted in the organizational chart. That is, it will tell you the hierarchy, who reports to whom, what are the responsibilities of different people, how the authority is delegated, right? But in addition to that, it will also tell you about that what are the objectives and policies of the company, what are the methods, rules and procedures that are being used in the company to get various types of work done, right? So organizational manual is kind of much bigger set of information than the organizational chart. Organizational chart is more about hierarchy, right, and the duties of responsibilities of the people in that hierarchy, but organizational manual is more than hierarchy. It also tells you about the objectives and principles and policies of the company. It also tells you about the methods, rules and procedures being followed in the company, right? So I hope now you are able to distinguish between organizational chart and organizational manual. Now let's do some concept check questions. Which of the following is an disadvantage of organizational charts? You have to tell which of the following is a disadvantage. They are difficult to read. No, they do not promote equality. We never discussed about this. They do not show informal relationships and instead focus on formal relationships. That is right. I told you that in organizational charts, we don't get to see informal relationships which form a very important part of any company, right? And we also discussed that in organizational charts, we don't get to know the leadership style adopted. So here the answer would be option number C. This is the disadvantage of organizational charts.
Next is, which of the following is not part of organizational manual, right? Like among the following, which is not part of organizational manual? Statement of company objectives and policies, this is part of organizational manual. Responsibilities and authorities at various levels, this is again part of organizational manual. Organizational method, rules and procedures, this is again part of organizational manual. Leadership style adopted at various levels. No, organizational manual will never tell you about the leadership style adopted at various levels. It might tell you about the hierarchy, what are the different positions, how they are related, who reports to whom, but it will never tell you about the leadership style adopted. Neither the organizational chart, neither the organizational manual. So answer here would be option number D. So that was about organizational charts and manuals. Now we shall move to different type of organizations such as formal and informal organizations. So what are formal and informal organizations? I think we have discussed this concept in one of the previous chapters also, but let's explore this again. See, when there is a formal structure in the organization, like CEO, under them people, and under them again some people, this is a formal structure, right? There is a formal relationship between the superior and the subordinate. Both of them would have their roles and responsibilities defined, both of them would have their objectives defined, right? And there would be formal communication. In informal structure, right? Suppose this person reports to this person, this is a formal relationship, but this person is a friend with this person, or this person is having a lunch with this person. So that's an informal structure that gets created. So the social and cultural relations in the company amounts to informal organization in the company. Right? And as I told you, informal structure is also important. We will discuss about that in detail. So let's try to differentiate between formal organization and informal organization. Right? So this will have well-defined authority and well-defined objectives at each level, whereas here it's just a social and cultural relationship. There is no authority and no well-defined objectives. There is a superior subordinate relationship here, and rules and regulations are to be followed, whereas here it's all about friendship, social relationship, no superior subordinate relationship, no rules and regulations to be followed. This is stable in nature. Right? This is stable in nature in the sense that this person might leave, but then another person will replace him here. So the structure is stable, as in the structure will keep on going as and when the organization is continuing. This informal structure is unstable. Two people might leave the company, right? Then this is disturbed. It is not the responsibility of the company to fill in the positions in the informal relationships, because these are just social and cultural relations between people. So this is not stable in nature. Here there is proper coordination required between people at different levels or people in different departments. Here there is no coordination defined. There is no objective, no rules and regulations, no coordination required in informal relationships. Here there is formal communication. Here there is grapevine. Like a lot of rumors get spread through informal relations in the organization. So I hope you can understand at a very high level what is the difference between formal and informal organizations. Now, one question that is more often asked is that are informal structures required in the organization? Should organization promote or discourage informal structures in the organization? See, the informal relationships, that is the social and cultural relationships, has its own benefits and drawbacks that we are going to discuss. But overall, I think an organization cannot stop an informal structure being built. They cannot do anything because that is human nature. But anyways, let's discuss about some of the benefits and drawbacks. What are the benefits? The first benefit is social satisfaction. See, when you're working in a formal hierarchy, you need people who are friends with you, with whom you can go to lunch, with whom you can play. So that leads to social satisfaction. Everybody has social needs. Increases cooperation. When different departments are working, right, obviously there would be some kind of animosity between those departments. But if there are informal relationships, that will help in increasing cooperation. It will become easier for people to get their work done where other departments are involved. Informal communication. So sometimes manager might try to spread some information through informal communication which he cannot spread through formal channels. For example, he want to give a message to somebody who is not performing well, that if he continues like that, he might be thrown out of the company. So he can get that message reached to that person through some informal communication. Next is act as a safety valve. More often than not, we are under pressure when we are working in an organization. We are angry with our bosses, right? We are angry with the organization itself. So basically, informal structures in the organization helps us release tension and pressure. So they act as a safety valve. Like as in when the pressure inside pressure cooker builds up, right? It is the whistle which blows and the pressure is released. In the same way, people when they are under too much pressure, they can release that with their by talking to their friends, by talking to their peers. That is people who are informally related to them. Fill in the management capabilities. Again, see, a manager will be more comfortable about his subordinates performing well if he knows that those subordinates have informal relationships and they will manage by themselves. Right? If there is no informal relationship, there is no understanding between the employees who are working under him, there would always be a lot of problems, right? That people who have worked in an organization can easily understand that. Right? So more often than not, it is the informal relationships that helps us get their work done, and manager is more comfortable that people would be able to do their work if he is sure that there is informal cooperation going on between the people. Next is lighten the management workload. So that is, for example, a production manager needs some help in financial management. Then maybe he has a friend in finance department to whom he can call and take help. So that will basically help him take advice or take learning from somebody who is specialized in that and he has formed informal relationship with that person. Right? So these are some of the benefits of informal organization, but at the same time, there are some drawbacks. Now, what are the drawbacks? So the first drawback is role conflict. See, in an organization, you are there to work efficiently, to give your maximum. But when you get into informal relationships, you tend to waste a lot of time in talking to people, having a lot of coffee breaks, having a lot of cigarette smoking breaks. Right? So there is kind of role conflict. Your one role is that you should be able to work for an organization efficiently, but on the other hand, you are trying to build up informal relationships and wasting a lot of time there. Then rumors. Sometimes there are a lot of rumors which are unhealthy for the organization. Right? I've seen rumors like CEO is having an affair with his secretary. So that kind of rumors damages the reputation of people who are higher in the authority and damages the reputation of the organization also. Conformity to the social control. This is the third drawback. Conformity to the social control means that when people are under informal relationships, they tend to behave under social control. Right? Suppose there have been incentives defined that a person who is able to do this much work would be given some extra money. But we have seen that in such circumstances, people under groups, that is the whole group decides that they will not work much and nobody will get the bonus because otherwise management will try to divide them or management will try to increase their targets in future. So people try to conform under social control. They will work in such a way that they are accepted in the social groups, though that may be against the objectives of the organization. So these are some of the drawbacks of informal organizations. We have seen some benefits also, but overall informal organizations are part of every organization, or informal structures are part of every organization. You cannot separate them. Let's do some conceptual questions now. Mr. Naughty has been suspended by the company. The reason is that he was going to the company for the past 1 month, marking his attendance and then coming back to home. So Mr. Naughty is the person who has been suspended by the company because he was just going to the company, marking his attendance and returning back to home. Company came to know about this and suspended him for 1 month. Now the report is ready and decision whether to forgive him or to fire him would be announced tomorrow. So suspension is just a temporary measure, and now the report is ready and they will decide whether to forgive him or
or whether to fire him permanently. And the decision would be announced tomorrow. Mr. Naughty is panicking and want to know about the result just now. He's not able to sleep. He's not able to wait for tomorrow. Now, which organizational structure can help him? Will the formal channel give him this news right now, or the informal channel can help him getting this news now? Whether the report has forgiven him, or in the report it is mentioned that he would be fired. Neither or both. So, anyways, formal structure will not let him know right now. They will let him know tomorrow only when the report is released. But through informal structure, through his friends who's part of that committee or who has access to report, through informal structure, he can come to know that what is the decision that has been taken in the report. So, here answer is option number B. Next is well-defined jobs, superior subordinate relationship, and stability in nature are characteristics of what? Formal organization, informal organization, grapevine organization, or social organization. Well-defined objectives, superior subordinate relationship, and stability in nature. Right? All these are characteristics of formal organization because only in formal organization you have superior subordinate relationship and that is stable. Informal organizations are not stable or informal structures are not stable. As soon as somebody leaves, they are broken. So here the answer is option number A, formal organization. Right? So that was about formal and informal organization. So we discussed about what is organizing, principles of organizing, benefits and process of organizing. Then we discussed about organizational charts and menus, and then we discussed about formal and informal organizations. I hope this is clear to everyone. We are going to start with organizational structures in the next video. Thanks for now. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. So we have already done till formal and informal organizations. Now we are going to move to organizational structures. Right. So what are organizational structures? In brief, you would have already studied what I taught you in the previous video. What are organizational structures? So organizational structure is like how the organization is structured. Right. What are the various departments in an organization? How the hierarchy is created? Who reports to whom? What are the duties and responsibilities of people at different level? Right. How the authority is delegated from top to bottom. This is all what is defined by organizational structure. Right. So you can see the organizational structure as in is not about that how this picture looks. It's also about what is the duties, responsibilities of each and every person, right? How the authority is delegated. So all the things comes under organizational structure. Now there can be different organizational structure. It seems very simple that it is just a hierarchy, right? But there can be different organizational structures. For example, structure in which CEO, right, has people, there is the heads of different departments under him, and then those people have further different people working under them. This is just the one structure, right? Another structure can be where yes, chief executive officer have different people who are heads of different marketing departments reporting to him, but along with that, there is a separate manager for productive. Right. So suppose let's take an example of Cadbury chocolate, which is by Hindustan Unilever. So they have a chief executive officer, they have a marketing department. Right. That marketing department takes care of everything. Maybe it's a Cadbury chocolate, maybe it's Horlicks or Bonvita. Right. I'm not sure which product is by HUL, or they have some toffees also. So marketing department is taking care of all those products. But in addition to that, they have a separate manager for each product. Right. So this manager would be overall responsible for that product in terms of production, in terms of marketing, sales. This manager would be responsible, right? And he will take help from different departments, right, to execute the things for that product. So this can be another structure. Like that, there can be any number of structures. Please remember that. Like this, there can be any number of structures, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to discuss different organizational structures, right? The ones which are listed on your screen now: line organization, line and staff organization, functional organization, divisional organization. All these are organizational structures. We are going to discuss them one by one. I would request you to listen to this very carefully because when we discuss these organizational structures, sometimes there is very less difference between two organizational structures, and you need to understand that difference. Then only you can understand all these organizational structures. So let's start with the line organization first. So what is line organization? Line organization is a simple structure, right, in which the authority flows from top to bottom and responsibility flows from bottom to top. Here, though there is a mention of marketing manager, production and finance manager, but these are not different departments in line organizational structure. This is just the flow of authority. That under managing director, there would be 3 people: marketing manager, production and finance manager. So I repeat, do not get from this structure that these are different departments. These are just people. There are no departments in line organization structure. It's just the flow of authority from here to here, which defines the line organization structure. There are no departments because if these would have been different departments, marketing, production, finance, then obviously there is a whole set of people, there are a whole set of policies and procedures for each and every department. But in line organization structure, there is no such existence of those policies, procedures, or methods respective to each department. So it's just a plain flow of authority from top to bottom in a hierarchy, and responsibility flow from bottom to top. Right. So let's discuss some of the key characteristics. Unity of chain. In this, the unity of chain is being followed, right? Because the authority is flowing in a proper chain. So unity of chain or chain of command is being followed. Unity of command is being followed because here one person will get orders from one boss only. You can clearly see in this picture. So unity of command is also being followed. Then this structure is basically suitable for smaller organizations. If the organizations become bigger, then we need different departments for marketing, production and finance, right? So that is not the case in case of line organization structure. So these were some of the benefits I can say or the key characteristics, but then there are some adverse points also. One is in this kind of structure, there is a lot of authority given to the line people. Line people means, the people who are shown here in this chart. There are 2 types of people: line people and staff people. I'll explain you about the staff people in the next organizational structure. So for now, just understand that all these are line people. Line people means people who are basically implementing the things, who are mainly doing the action. Right. So in this, all these are line people. A lot of authority is given to them, which is prone to misuse. There is no check on this authority, and there is no specialized staff like HR or legal services. So all these are people who are actually implementing things, taking action. But if you see, there is no person who is specialized in human resources or in legal services. There is no staff like that. There are no people who are specialized in services like HR or legal services. So
This is one of the disadvantages again, right? Because in an organization, we need people who are specialized in certain things. So you will get to know better about this line and staff when we discuss the next organizational structure. For now, just understand that line organizational structure is a plain structure where authority flows from top to bottom and responsibility flows from bottom to top. Unity of chain and unity of command is followed, but high authority is given to line people, which is prone to misuse. Next is line and staff organization. So I explained to you in the previous structure that line people are those basically which are taking the action. So if I see this figure, Chief Executive Officer, Marketing Manager, Production Manager, Finance Manager, Foreman and Workers, all these are line executives because these are actually taking the action, these are actually implementing the things. Right? Line executives are also called doers. But this is line and staff organization. So apart from line people, we also have staff people. What do we mean by staff people? Staff people are specialized in certain areas, right? For example, legal advisor or HR services or R&D area. And their main role is not to implement things, not to take actions. They are the thinkers. So line executives are the doers who take action, who implement things, whereas the staff specialists are the thinkers. Their main role is to advise these people. So legal advisor might advise marketing person, production manager or finance person. Or these people can sort their advice from the legal advisor. So you can see legal advisor and R&D manager, these are not involved into main executable things. Their role is just of advisory role to these people, that is the line executives, right? So these are called line executives, chief executive officer, marketing, production, finance, foreman and workers. And in this picture, legal advisor and R&D manager are called staff specialists. That's why the structure is called line and staff organization. So in this structure, staff provides guidance to line executives, as I told you. The decisions are balanced. In the last structure, that is line structure we discussed, a lot of authority is given to line executives, which is prone to misuse. But in this case, since staff will provide guidance, right, or staff is at least involved in the decision making, so there is kind of balanced decision making. There is no overuse of the authority by these line executives. And this is suitable for large organizations. So basically, you need specialist people in legal department, HR department, or R&D department when your organization becomes large. Otherwise, you can manage with line structure. So these were some of the key characteristics or advantages I would say. Now, on the adverse side, this is costly because staff people charge high money, right? So you have to pay them. So this is costly affair. So sometimes it leads to conflict between staff and line. This is very important line, right? Why there is a conflict? Because they will give advice to these people and these people will not adhere to their advice. Then it leads to conflict. These people, that is line executives, feel that staff has nothing to do. They just give advice. They don't know the ground reality. On the other hand, staff people will feel that line people do not adhere to their advice. They don't want to make any changes. They just want to run the organization as it is. So it leads to conflict between staff and line more often than not. And the last is any good performance is dedicated to staff. When there is any success, right, many of the times the credit is given to the people who basically think or strategize. So in this line and staff organization also, when there is good performance, many times it is dedicated to the staff, that it is due to their strategy, due to their ideas that the success has been achieved. And line people feel that they are being sidelined, they are not being given credit for their success. So these are some of the characteristics of line and staff organization. I hope you are able to understand, and you are also able to understand that how line and staff organization is different from line structure or line organization. So that was about line and staff organization, the first two. Now we shall move to discuss about functional organizational structure and divisional organizational structure. Functional organization is actually a very standard structure which you are acquainted with. So here there is a CEO and then there are different departments and there are heads for these departments and under them there is a team. Right. So this is different from line structure. As I told you, line structure, there is just flow of authority. There are no different departments. Whereas in functional organization, these are different departments altogether which are headed by respective people. Functional organization, if you carefully see, is kind of midway between line and staff authority. Why? Because here what is happening is that you have created a specialist for each area at the top. So in the line and staff organization, we saw that there were only specialists for some areas like legal services or R&D or HRD, right, but not for marketing or production. But here in functional organization, what you have done is you have created a specialist at the top for each of these areas and you have converted each of these areas into a department in which the line authority is being observed. So it's kind of midway between staff and line authority, right? There is a kind of specialist at the top who's a staff specialist and he's heading a department, and then there is a line authority within that department, right? I hope you're able to understand. And now in functional organization, person in one area, in one department can give advice to people in other area related to his field. Right? Suppose any marketing person needs any advice related to finance when he is making out some ad or something that how the financials will play out. Then he can take advice from finance person or finance specialist in the finance department can give him advice. So manager in one department can give advice related to his area to other departments. Human resources head can give advice related to human resources to finance, marketing or information technology department. So you can clearly see here that superior can receive orders from multiple bosses. This person can receive orders from finance head, but if something is related to HR, then this person can receive orders from human resources personnel also. So unity of command is not followed in functional organization. And this structure is basically again suitable for larger organization because you need creation of different departments as and when you grow, you become very large, right? So very easy to understand. This is something, a standard structure you are acquainted with. Just remember that how it is a midway between line and staff authority. Now there are certain advantages and disadvantages of functional organization. One is it increases efficiency because you have created different departments for each of these areas. So each department specializes in their own work, so that increases efficiency, right? And it increases coordination and control because all the work related to one department would be done in this department only, so that leads to better coordination as similar activities are done at one place. But then there are disadvantages also. More often than not, we would see that there are conflicts between departments for resources, for appraisals, right? That's a human tendency. And in this functional organizational structure, since each of these head specializes in their area, this person who is heading human resources department is specializing in human resources. Similarly, other people are specializing in their areas of operation. So when it comes to succession planning, that tomorrow CEO retires and we need one of these persons to come forward and take a post of CEO, it becomes very difficult because each of these persons are specialized in their area only. They do not have journal skills of a chief executive to run an organization. So succession planning sometimes becomes difficult in case of functional organization. Next we come to divisional organizational structure. So divisional organizational structure is basically based on product and territory. So let me show you an example. So this is a divisional organizational structure in which instead of creating departments based on different functions such as marketing, production or finance, what they do is they create different divisions based on products. Right? They create different divisions based on products. So for example, ABC is having 3 products: footwear, juice or medicine, or 3 areas in which they make products. Right. So under footwear, juice and medicine, different divisions would be set up, and under each of these divisions there would be different departments: marketing, finance and R&D under footwear, marketing, finance and R&D under juice area, and marketing, finance and R&D under medicine area. So basically how they are structuring their
organization is based upon their divisions, and divisions might be based on products or territories. Some people might structure their organization based on territories. For example, Indian Railways does North Zone, West Zone, East Zone, and under each zone they would have their respective departments, right? But more or less, we would see divisional organization on the basis of product. As I have shown you in this area, we see companies having 3 products, and for each of these products there would be a division, and under each division there would be different functions, right? So you can see how it is different from functional organization. In functional organization, there are departments based on functions, but here there are divisions based on products, and under each division there are different departments. Now, what are the advantages and disadvantages of divisional organization? First advantage is that this is very flexible. If you want to add any new product or new area of business, you can just create a new division by not hampering the working of current divisions. They will not be disturbed. New division can be added easily. Since the focus of each and every division is on products, so customers will get personalized attention. They will feel happy. The whole division is working toward great product experience. And it also helps in developing journal management skills. So we can see if a person is heading a footwear division, under him there would be marketing, finance, R&D department, so he would be controlling all of them. So over a period of time, he would develop journal management skills, which would help in succession planning, which was not the case in case of functional organization, which we discussed earlier. Now, having seen the advantages, there are some disadvantages also. More often than not, it leads to conflict between different divisions to acquire maximum resources. Each and every organization will have maximum resources. Suppose they have a corporate office. Then that corporate office, how much space would be given to each division, and all those things will lead to conflict because each division would vie for maximum resources of the organization. And here, since the focus is not much on functional specialization, the person who is leading a division, right, is developing journal management skills, is not developing that functional specialized skills. Right. So functional managers may not be developed properly, as in case of functional organization, they were being developed properly because the focus was on each and every function performing well. Whereas here, the focus is more on the division rather than the particular functions. Right. So people might not be able to develop functional specialization to that extent as they would have done in case of functional organization, but yes, certainly they would develop journal management skills which would help the company in succession planning. Let's do some conceptual questions. Which structure will not have unity of command followed? So we know about unity of command and we discussed which all structures basically helps us implement unity of command. Line structure, yes, unity of command will be followed. Divisional structure, again, unity of command will be followed. Metric structure, no. In metric structure, the unity of command will not be followed because one person can receive orders from multiple bosses. So answer would be option number C. Functional organization can help people in developing what? Journal management skills, functional specialization, people to take a post of CEO later, all of them. We discussed that in functional organization, people tend to develop functional specialization. They are not able to develop journal management skills, and hence they are not ready for succession planning and they cannot take the post of CEO later. So answer would be option number D. So that was about divisional organizational structure. Now we will move to matrix organizational structure. So what is matrix organizational structure? Matrix organizational structure is basically a combination of two structures that we just discussed. Matrix organizational structure is a combination of divisional structure and a functional structure. For example, let's take organization is running many projects, right? And for each project there is a project manager. So this is a kind of a divisional structure where you have created divisions for each of these projects, right? We discussed divisional structure with respect to products, but you can create divisional structure with respect to projects also. So you have different projects, right? So this is a divisional structure where you have created a hierarchy for each project, and then you have a functional structure where you have specialists for each of these functions and a team under them. The matrix organizational structure is a combination of this project organizational or divisional structure or functional structure. So in this, what would happen is that you have each of these functional departments. Plus, for each of the project, you have a project manager who will coordinate across functions. Right. For example, you have project A, right, which is about building of a dam, and project B is about building of a road. Then project A, which is about building of a dam, the manager for this project will take care of coordination across functions, R&D, marketing, finance, production. The coordination will be taken care by project manager of project A. And similarly for project B, which is construction of road, the coordination among different departments would be taken care by project manager B. Right. And each of these functions will be responsible for their contribution in each of these projects. Right. So each of these functions will work across different projects, whereas project manager will work across different functions in a single project. I hope you are able to understand this. Right. Now, this kind of structure is suitable for multi-project organization, which have a lot of projects, a lot of products, right? And here, what happens is that these functional managers will have functional responsibility, whereas the overall administrative or coordination responsibility lies with these project managers. Unity of command is not followed in matrix organizational structure because suppose there is some staff here, he can receive orders from production manager also, and he can receive orders from project manager of project A also. So unity of command is not followed in a matrix organizational structure. And in matrix organizational structure, we have three kinds of matrices depending upon how much power or what is the power balance between functional managers and the project managers. First is functional matrix. If the functional managers have more power with respect to project managers, that is, functional managers keep control over their resources and project areas, they have more power, than it would be called functional matrix or weak matrix. Balanced matrix is something in which there is balance of power between the functional managers and the project managers. That is, both of them have kind of equal powers, both coordinate for the completion of the project. Project matrix is where project manager is given more powers than the functional managers. Project manager is the one who decides that how to execute the project. He needs whom and what, and he just coordinates with them for the allocation of resources and their functional expertise. But overall, he would be the one who would be calling the shots. So functional matrix where functional people have more power. Balanced matrix where both project people and functional people have similar power, and project matrix is where project managers have more power as compared to functional people. So that was about matrix organizational structure. Now let's move to team-based organization. So what are team-based organizational structure? So till now, whatever we have discussed, line and staff, functional, divisional structure, matrix structure, there is always a hierarchy or superior subordinate relationship, right, in those structures. But when it comes to team-based organizational structure, right, team-based organizational structure basically means that there are a set of people who have complementary skills and they are committed to achieve a common purpose or common objective. And there is no hierarchy or no superior subordinate relationship between them, right? And they help themselves mutually accountable to complete the task, right? So you can see that it's a teamwork which is given importance in team-based organizational structure rather than the hierarchy or a superior subordinate relationship. Everybody is considered to be equal and everybody is mutually accountable for the completion of the task, right? So you can very well easily understand how this is different from other structures that we have initially discussed. Now there are different types of teams: problem-solving team, cross-functional team, self-managing team, and virtual team. So let's try to understand them in brief, right? Because in exam there can be question on these types of teams also. A problem-solving team is actually the one who is constituted to solve a specific problem which an organization is facing. For example, organization is facing a higher attrition rate, right? Then they might constitute a team who should look into that aspect and find what is the reason and how can we solve that. So a team which solves a particular problem which an organization is facing is called a problem-solving team. Then there is cross-functional team. Cross-functional team, the name itself tells you, basically have their members from different functions, Right? For example, this team will comprise of people from marketing, people from production, people from sales, right? Something like that. For example, sales is down and they need to find out the reason, right? So cross-functional team might be formed to find out that is there something wrong with the product, or if the product is alright, is there something wrong with the marketing, or if the marketing is alright, if there is something wrong with the sales people who are not able to sell. So a cross-functional team might be formed to find out the reason that what the sales is down and what could be the solution to that, right? Now, there is a certain difference between a problem-solving team and a cross-functional team, but I think they can be similar also. Even a cross-functional team will solve a particular problem, right? So they are different, but in a way, you can say that they are same also. Then there are self-managing teams. Self-managing teams are actually called empowered or self-directed teams. So they basically set their own goals, they plan their own schedule, they have their own resources, right? And they basically take responsibility for the work that they are doing. So there is no need to monitor them. They are self-capable. They self-monitor them and complete their tasks. Then there are virtual teams. Virtual team, you can easily understand by the word virtual. Virtual team basically uses information technology to tie together people who are in different parts of the world. So if some organization has some people in US, some people in Europe, some people in India, then they will use technology to basically bring people together and work towards a common set of objectives. So that team who is working from different parts of the world, coming together through technology is basically called virtual team. So if we are collaborating through Skype, through Zoom, to do something, that would be called virtual team. Right? And in virtual team, there might not only be employees, but there might also be customers, suppliers who might want to give their suggestions. So these are the 4 types of teams. I hope you are able to understand this. This is not something really complex. This is very basic, but questions are asked from these basic things also. And if you don't know them, you can get confused. Now, what are the advantages and disadvantages of a team-based structure? See, first of all, in team, there is no hierarchy, there is no superior subordinate relationship. So there is kind of very good harmony between people, which increases the productivity and quality. People are more creative and innovative because they only are focused on work and not on politics and all. And there is better communication because everybody is considered to be equal. Everybody is mutually accountable to the task. So there is better communication between the people. These are some of the advantages. There are some disadvantages also. For the people who would have worked in traditional hierarchy, team-based structure might not be suitable. They will feel out of place. For example, in team-based structure, rewards are based on competence and not on seniority. Right? If somebody is performing well, even if he is a new employee, he might be promoted ahead of other people who are senior. Right? So that might not look okay for people who are accustomed to traditional hierarchy-based organizations. So people might feel you can say, people might be little circumspect about working in team-based organization structure. Then, since the team is mutually accountable, some people who are underperforming hide behind the team. If you have been in college, there we are given project works or group work which we have to perform in group. Many a times in a group we would see that only 4 out of 6 people will work and the other 2 will not work at all. They will just hide behind the team and the teacher will not be able to know that these 2 have not worked at all. So similar case can happen in team-based organizational structure. Since team is mutually accountable and the task gets completed, the underperforming employees, they hide behind the team. Their underperformance is not noticed by the company. Right? So that's about team-based organizational structures. Let's discuss some concepts now. Weak matrix is one in which lesser powers are given to. So we discussed that weak matrix is one in which more powers are given to functional managers or lesser powers are given to project managers. So here the answer would be option number B. Combination of divisional structure and functional structure can be seen in where? See, combination of divisional structure and functional structure is basically seen in matrix structure, right? Where we have project managers under divisional structure and we have functional heads under functional structure. So answer would be option number C. Next question is, what is that structure called in which there are a small number of people who have complementary skills, they are committed to a common purpose and they are mutually accountable. So that's basically a team. It's not a committee, right? Committee is not accountable. Committee just recommends. So it's a team where people with complementary skills are mutually accountable. So answer is option number A. So that was about team-based organization. Regarding committees, we shall discuss in the next video. So that's it in this video. Thanks. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTap. So continuing with our videos on our chapter Journal Management Part 3, we have till now covered till organizational structures, or rather we were covering organizational structures, and in organizational structures we have discussed team-based organization. So in this video we are going to start with committee, right? That what is committee as an organizational structure. Now what is a committee? See, many times you would have studied or you would have heard that no, Parliament has established some committee, RBI has made some committee to look into something. So committee is a group of people who basically collectively discuss, decide and recommend solutions to the problems. Right. So committee is established whenever there is any problem. A committee is established, right, with expert people who will discuss, decide and recommend the solution to that problem. Now you might be thinking that what is the difference between committee and a problem-solving team that we discussed earlier? See, problem-solving team will discuss the solution and implement the solution, whereas committee will never implement the solution. Committee will always make recommendations. Committee will never implement the solution. Please remember that. Committee is set up to see the things, to discuss the things, decide the things and recommend the solutions, but not implement them. Right. So that's the difference between committee and problem-solving team. Problem-solving team might look into the problem, see the respective solutions and implement one solution, but committee will never implement any solution. They will just recommend the solution. Now, what are different types of committee? There can be standing, right? Ad hoc or permanent committee. Standing committee is established to look into some problems which are very irregular, occur only sometimes, whereas permanent committee would be established to look into problems of permanent nature, right? For example, if quality is one of the concern, one of the problem, then permanent committee might be established to look into quality problems. Then there is line committee or staff committee. We have already discussed about line and staff. Line people are those who basically implement the things. Staff people are those who are kind of thinkers or advisors. So if a committee is established from the purpose that its recommendations are to be implemented mandatorily, that would be line committee. On the other hand, if committee is established from the purpose that its recommendations are just advisory, which might not be implemented or might be implemented, then it would be staff committee. Executive committee, it just looks into the affairs of the business. If any problem which it can solve, it will solve. Coordinating committee is established with people from different departments whose main purpose is basically to coordinate the functioning of different departments. These are the different types of committees.
Now, what are the advantages of committee? See, from the definition itself, the committee consists of experts which discuss, decide, and recommend the solutions. There is one advantage which is pooling of knowledge and experience. Experts will come in, they will pool their knowledge, they will have their experience behind them. So obviously the solutions recommended would be really helpful for the organization. People who are part of committees, they will feel motivated that they are being involved into decision making. Then committees are especially good at innovation and brainstorming, right? Which individuals might not be able to do. So they think from all the angles, they take all the possible options and they innovate and brainstorm to come out with a solution. Avoidance of action. Sometimes we don't know what to do, especially it happens in politics, right? Sometimes you cannot take a decision. Then you just set up a committee and tell people that okay, let's wait for the recommendations of the committee, and in the meantime you can avoid some action, and at the same time you can appease people that you have set up a committee, right? And you have avoided the action also. Representation of interest groups. Many times committees have representation from various interest groups, right? So that solves the purpose. Different kind of people feel that they are part of decision making. Then there are disadvantages of committee also. First is high cost. A lot of people are involved, a lot of time is involved. Then slow decisions. When something is referred to committee, it usually takes a lot of time for committee to discuss, decide, and recommend the solution. So sometimes the decision can be slow when the committees are involved. So we're done with committee as an organizational structure. Now we shall move to task force as an organizational structure. Now, what is a task force? See, again, you would have heard a number of times, government have set up a special task force, right? For example, a financial action task force, which will decide upon the future of the banks, or COVID-19 task force, which will decide how to fight with the pandemic. So task force is not something which is very complex. It's something which is used almost on a regular basis, right? Now, what is task force? Task force is actually a small group, normally about 4 to 12 people, and task force is constituted to solve a specific problem. So people who are part of task force are having specific set of skills which can be used to solve that problem for which task force is established. One of the important things that you should know about task force is that it is always set up for a short-term duration, right? So whenever there is a problem which needs to be resolved, a task force can be set up to resolve that problem, and people in that task force will have some specific skills which are useful to solve that problem. Some of the key characteristics of task force is that it is set for a short period, as I told you, usually for a few months to 1 year. Members of the task force come from different parts of the organization and they have some specific skills, right? And task force is usually set up for the tasks which are new to the organization. For example, the organization wants to launch a product which it has never launched, then it might set up a task force for it, right? So task force will help solve the problems which are new to the company, which has never been faced before. Now, at this point in time, you must be thinking that committee also consists of people with special skills who could decide and advise the company with the recommendations to solve the problem. How committee is different from the task force? See, task force, as I told you, is for a short term, whereas committee can be permanent or for a ad hoc committee for a short term. So task force, we can say, is similar to ad hoc committee, right, which is set for a particular purpose. But then also there is a difference between ad hoc committee and task force. What is the difference? There is a very small difference that you need to understand. See, task force usually has broader powers to take decisions. Task force can investigate, they can plan, they can research, they can do a lot of analysis, which is normally not under the scope of committee. Or you can say that task force is given lot of powers as compared to committee. Right, and ad hoc committee is usually for 1 month, 2 months, whereas task force, though it is also for short term, but task force can have longer tenure up to 1 year, whereas ad hoc committees usually don't have tenure up to 1 year. So both are for short durations. Ad hoc committee and task force both are for short duration, but ad hoc committee is usually for less than 3 months, and task force can go up to 1 year also. So that's the difference between task force and committee, and overall they seem to be same, but these two differences you should be able to remember. Let us try to do concept checks. Avoidance of action can be accomplished through. So while discussing committees, we discussed that if somebody does not want to take action on any issue, they can set up a committee and tell the people that no, committee has been set up, and based on the recommendations of that committee, they will take up action. So in the meantime, they can avoid action. So avoidance of action can be accomplished through setting up a committee. That is option number B. Next is task force is different from ad hoc committee, as first option is task force is permanent, whereas ad hoc committee is temporary. No, task force is also temporary. It is usually for short duration. Task force consists of government representatives, whereas ad hoc committee might not have any such representation. That is also wrong. It is not necessary that task force should have government representation. Task force has broader powers to take decisions and actions than committee. That is true. Task force has a lot of powers. It can plan, investigate, it can research, and usually committees do not have those powers. So answer is option number C. So that was about task force. The next thing that we are going to discuss is free-form organization structure. Now, what is free-form organizational structure? See, the name itself, free-form organizational structure means that organizational is not a permanent structure. It's a free-form. It's a temporary structure. Free-form organizational structure is basically used when the environment is highly dynamic. You cannot have a permanent organizational structure in a very dynamic environment. Everything is changing, so you also need to change accordingly. So in free-form organizational structure, what happens is that the divisions that are there, right? For example, there are 3 divisions for 3 different products. So whatever divisions are there, these are considered to be unstable or temporary. That these can be abolished anytime, depending upon the changes in the environment, and new divisions might come up, right? So most of the divisions in free-form organizational structure are considered to be unstable, temporary. They can be abolished anytime. And at the top, there is some stable structure in terms of there would be a corporate planning department who will take decisions as in what new divisions needs to be created, what old divisions needs to be resolved. So that would be taken by corporate planning department, which would be relatively stable in nature. Or we can say there can be another department called skill training department, which would be relatively stable in nature. Right? So just to summarize, free-form organizational structure is something in which divisions are considered to be temporary. They can be removed or added any time. Right? It is basically a kind of adaptive organization which adapts to the changes in the environment. Therefore, it is also called naturalistic, organic, or ad hoc organization. Naturalistic or organic basically because it organically changes itself as per the changes in the environment. Right? Now, what are the characteristics of free-form organizational structure? See, first of all, since all these divisions or hierarchies are considered to be temporary, there is very less emphasis on departments, organizational hierarchy, or positions within those hierarchy. There is no superior subordinate relationship in the free-form organizational structure. Since there is no superior subordinate relationship in a free-form organizational structure, so we can say this structure promotes social equality. Right? And as I told you, the structure is more suitable for highly dynamic environment because a lot of changes will be happening in corresponding to the changes in the environment. If environment is stable, then such kind of structure is not required. And free-form organizational structures are further of 2 types: virtual organizations or boundaryless organizations. So let's discuss these 2 types of free-form organizational structures. So what is a virtual organization? See, virtual organization, I would say, is not a structure. Rather, it's an alliance, right? It's a virtual coming together of suppliers, distributors, customers, or other people who are kind of stakeholders in the company. For example, take a case of Wikipedia. Here, it would be the people who would be posting the content, it would be the people who would be reviewing the content, it would be the people who would be using the content. So how do you differentiate between who is the employee or who is the user? It's very difficult to do that, right? So we can say that Wikipedia is kind of a virtual organization where different people come together virtually for an objective.
Right? So I repeat, virtual organization, I would say it's not a structure. I mean, structure is when something is arranged in a particular way. Virtual organization is not a structure in itself, rather it's an alliance of different stakeholders such as suppliers, distributors, end users, or the company people to achieve a common objective. Since virtual organization allows people from different areas to come together and work together, it is also called network organization because here the networking between different people is taking place, right? Or you can call it a modular organization also. Remember these alternate names, right? Earlier we saw free-form organization was called as naturalistic or organic organization. Virtual organization is called as network organization because many people are getting network, right, when they come together virtually. The key characteristics of virtual organization is informal communication because there is no superior subordinate relationship, there is no position or rank, so all the communication is informal. Structure is pretty flat, there is no hierarchy, right? Virtual teams come together, meet together, and they have varied strengths, right, in different areas, and there are vague organizational boundaries. You don't know who is outside the organization, who is inside the organization. As I told you in case of Wikipedia, I mean, it's very difficult to decide. The user itself might be creating the content, so the boundaries are very big, right? So this is about virtual organization where people form an alliance, they come together virtually to work for the common set of objectives. So free-form organizational structure I told you can be of two types, virtual or boundaryless. We have discussed about virtual organization. Let's discuss about boundaryless organizations. Now, what are boundaryless organizations? The name itself says in boundaryless organization, basically the horizontal or vertical boundaries in an organization are eliminated. For example, if there is a vertical boundary between the manager and the boss, that would be eliminated. If there are horizontal boundaries between different departments, that would be eliminated. In fact, the boundaries between the company and its customers and suppliers will also be eliminated. So all people are working together. There is no boundary. There is no concept that he is outside the organization, he is inside the organization. There are no functional departments, no chain of control or command of authority. These are self-driven teams who take care of themselves in deciding their goals, deciding their methods, and achieving the objectives. There can be cross-hierarchical teams in boundaryless organization where people from different functions come together and participate in decision making. The appraisal system is also 360 degree. That is, the appraisal of a person is done by kind of his mentor also, his customer also, his supplier also. Everybody participates in the appraisal system. And job rotation is given emphasis. If somebody is working in kind of marketing thing, he might be shifted to production or sales later to have an idea of all the functions. So job rotation is given emphasis to help people develop multi-skills while working in an organization. Right? So these are some of the key characteristics. You might be getting a feeling that now all these free-form, virtual, boundaryless seems to be the same. And yes, they are same. In fact, boundaryless and virtual organization are type of free-form organizations itself, right? So there are a lot of similarities between them. And one thing that you should must know, and this kind of thing are asked in the exam, boundaryless organization is a term which was coined by Jack Welch. Jack Welch basically invented this term when he was chairman of GE. And since boundaryless organization involves participation of everyone, right from employees to customers, suppliers, even competitors at some times, so it basically relies on information technology, right? So like we discussed in virtual organization, even in boundaryless organizations, most of the things are discussed on virtual platforms using information technology. Therefore, boundaryless organizations are also called as T-form or technology-based organizations, right? And at this point in time, you might be thinking how a boundaryless organization differs from virtual organization, because in both, many set of people come together to accomplish an objective using information technology that is they need virtually. The answer is that yes, there are a lot of similarities, but the main difference between boundaryless organization and a virtual organization is that boundaryless organization is basically a structure where there is no boundary. On the other hand, virtual organization is a kind of alliance which is formed between suppliers, competitors, distributors to achieve a common objective. Right? So virtual organization is an alliance, and when that alliance happens through virtual organizations, right? How do they come together? We can say that their structure is kind of boundaryless organization structure, right? Let's do some conceptual questions. Boundaryless organizations are also known as. So we discussed that boundaryless organizations, since they are based on technology, they are also known as free-form organizations. Like virtual organizations are known as modular organizations, not boundaryless organizations. And free-form organizations are known as organic and naturalistic organizations. So I hope you remember. Answer here is option number A. Social equality is promoted in which type of organization structure? Committee, task force, free-form, matrix. In free-form organizations, since there is no hierarchy, right? There is no superior subordinate relationship, right? So they promote social equality. So your answer would be free-form organizational structure. Next is free-form organizational structures are considered to be what? So they are basically considered to be adaptive to the environment. That is, they change accordingly. So they are not rigid. Yes, they are flexible and they are adaptive to the environment. So answer is option number B and C. So here it would be option number D. So now we are done with all the organizational structures. I hope you remember them, right? Starting from line and staff, functional division, metrics, when we discussed about team structure, committee, task force, free-form organization. All these structures are very important. A lot of questions can be asked in the exam from these organizational structures. Now we shall discuss about factors impacting organizational structures. That yes, there are many organizational structures, but on the basis of what factors do we decide that what organizational structure can be useful for your organization, or what factors will impact the organizational structure of your organization. So let's discuss those factors now. So as per contingency approach to organizing, see, contingency approach to organizing says that there is no structure suitable for all the organizations, and that is obvious because we have so many organizational structures which can help you meet different types of needs. So as per contingency approach, there is no structure which is suitable for all the organizations, right? The structure needs to be decided based upon your needs, and the factors which will impact the organizational structure are environment, strategy, technology, size, and people. So let's discuss these factors one by one and see how these factors impact the organizational structure. The first factor is environment. Environment will either be dynamic or either be stable. So basically, Burns and Starker has given mechanistic and organic models. They say if the environment is stable, then mechanistic model is more useful, and if the environment is kind of dynamic, then organic models should be used. So mechanistic structures basically mean that there would be high focus on hierarchy, high focus on specialization. Departments would be created. There would be clear chain of command, unity of command would be there. There would be centralization in terms of that all the decisions would be taken at the top, right? Not much decision making participation would be done at the lower levels, and there would be high degree of formalization. So mechanistic structure seems to be rigid structure which promotes efficiency in a stable environment, right? A lot of formalization, a lot of specialization, and a lot of centralization. On the other hand, organic models are useful when the environment is dynamic, when the organization needs to be adapted. So here there would be less focus on hierarchy and departments, rather more focus on cross-functional teams and cross-hierarchical teams, so that everybody can participate in decision making. The information would be freely flow, right? Information will be free flow in this kind of organization as against a clear chain of command or command of authority in mechanistic organizations. There would be decentralization, that is, people would be allowed at low levels to take important decisions, right? In mechanistic organization, the span of control would be narrow. Narrow span of control means that one person would be taking care of less number of people under them.
Whereas in organic models, the span of control can be wide. One person can control many people under them. The reason being that in organic models, it is believed that people are self-driven, whereas here people are driven by rules. So here we need a manager to look into the working of each and every employee. So the span of control would be narrow here, whereas span of control can be wide here, right? So environment is one of the factors impacting organizational structure. If environment is stable, go for mechanistic structure. Environment is dynamic, and go for organic models or organic structure. Next is strategy. Strategy of the organization, right, also impacts the structure, or the structure needs to be in line with the strategy. Now suppose two organizations are having different strategies. First organization is focusing on efficiency, whereas other organization is focusing on innovation. So the organization that is focusing on efficiency, right, there the structure needs to be more rigid, more driven by rules, right? Hierarchy, department should be given more emphasis. That is kind of mechanistic. Whereas organization which is more focusing on innovation, there should be less control. People should be self-driven. There should be no hierarchy as such, right? There should be open communication. So kind of organic model. So the strategy also impacts the structure of the organization. Next is technology. The type of technology you are using also impacts the organization structure. If you are using something high-scaled or advanced technology, right, which kind of needs human intervention or which needs subsequent intervention, then span of control shall be less, right? Because here the task might not be repetitive, task might not be easy, task might be complex. So manager cannot control large number of people under it. So here the span of control shall be less. On the other hand, if the technology is low-scaled or people are low-scaled, you are using simple technology, tasks are repetitive, then span of control can be more. That is, manager can look upon more number of people. So technology also impacts the organizational structure. Next is size, big or small, right? In large organizations, as we discussed, we saw that no structure consists of matrix structure, or at least you need specialists like HR or legal, whereas there is no such need of staff functions or specialist functions in smaller organization. So as the organization gets big, you need more specialized functions, you need more staff functions, you need more coordination. So the organizational structures keep on becoming complex. On the other hand, in smaller organizations, the organizational structures remain relatively simple. Next and the last factor which can impact how your organization is designed, the structure, is people. There are two types of people: framers, who basically frames the policy at the top level, or the participants who execute the day-to-day work. With respect to framers, right, if framers believe in theory X, framers believe that people are lazy and they need to be made to work, then basically the organizational structure would be rigid, hierarchy would be given importance, centralization would be there. On the other hand, if the framers believe in theory Y, I hope you remember theory X and theory Y. Theory Y is of kind where people believe that employees are self-driven, they will do their own work, they need not be monitored. So if framer believes in theory Y, then they will let people do their own work, there would be a lot of decentralization, people would be given freedom and autonomy to take their own decisions, right? So depending upon what is the view of framers, whether they believe in theory X or theory Y, the organizational structure would be defined. With respect to participants, participants in a company work because they want to meet their needs. There are different types of needs for different kind of people. If people are skilled, right, obviously they want to meet high-level needs such as autonomy or more participation in decision making. In such a case, there should be less emphasis on hierarchy, departments, or everything, as in organic model should be given more emphasis. But in case of unskilled workers, I mean, they are in a habit that they will work only if they are supervised. Their efficiency will increase only when they are motivated or supervised regularly. So unskilled workers, they need supervision and they need set of rules to work them, right? They work only under certainty. They don't like uncertainty. So for them, mechanistic models might be more useful, right? So that was about different factors impacting organizational structures. It's all about understanding. There is not much to cram. Let's do some conceptual questions. Framers believe. Believing in theory Y will promote. So the top level management which believes in theory Y, right, they will promote what? So if they believe in theory Y, basically they believe that workers are motivated and they will do their work by yourself, so they will not implement hierarchy or formalization. So it means they will kind of go for organic structure, right? Not mechanistic, not matrix, or not hierarchical. They will go for organic structure. So answer is option number C. Which of the following is not a characteristic of organic structure? Cross hierarchical teams, this is one of the characteristic. Decentralization, yes, because people at low level are made to take important decisions. Narrow span of control, no. In organic structure, there is no need to control people. So one manager can have many people under them. So it leads to wider span of control. So narrow span of control, right, is a wrong characteristic of organic structure. Answer is option number. So that was about factors impacting organizational structures. Now let's move to departmentalization.
Centralization, yes, because people at lower level are made to take important decisions. Narrow span of control, no. In organic structure, there is no need to control people. So one manager can have many people under them. So it leads to wider span of control. So narrow span of control, right, is a wrong characteristic of organic structure. Answer is option number C. So that was about factors impacting organizational structures. Now let's move to departmentalization. Now to discuss about departmentalization. We have discussed 12 factors impacting organizational structures, right? So let's start with departmentalization. So what is departmentalization? See, earlier we discussed that in process of organizing, you identify activities and you group similar activities into departments, right? So that is called departmentalization, where you group activities or similar activities into one department. So now we are going to discuss about it, what can be the different bases of departmentalization, or on what different bases we can form departments.
First is functional departmentalization, in which departments are created for different functions. Very normal. Production, finance, marketing, human resource departments. We all know about this. Next is products departmentalization, in which departments are created based on products. For example, if some company has two-wheeler, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, or heavy motors department, then it would create product departments like this. Right? So that depends upon the needs of the company. This company can also go for such a department. Right? So let's start with departmentalization. So what is departmentalization? See, earlier we discussed that in process of organizing, you identify activities and you group similar activities into departments. Right? So that is called departmentalization, where you group activities or similar activities into one department. So now we are going to discuss about it, what can be the different bases of departmentalization, or on what different bases we can form departments. First is functional departmentalization, in which departments are created for different functions. Very normal. Production, finance, marketing, human resource departments. We all know about this. Next is product departmentalization, in which departments are created based on products. For example, if some company has two-wheeler, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, or heavy motors department, then it would create product departments like this, right? So that depends upon the needs of the company. This company can also go for such a departmentalization, but depending upon its needs, it might go for product departmentalization. Next is customer departmentalization. In this, the departments are made on the basis of different customers you cater to. Like for example, banks cater to foreign customers, domestic customers, wholesale customers, and retail customers. So banks can make departments corresponding to the different type of customers they handle. Then there is geographic departmentalization. The classic case of this is Indian Railways. Here you create different departments on the basis of different geographies you cater. Indian Railways has North Zone, South Zone, East Zone, and West Zone categorization into its functioning. So that's the best example of geographic departmentalization. Right. Next is divisional departmentalization. This we have already discussed. In divisional departmentalization, divisions are made for certain products or certain territories, right? And within each division, you create functional departments such as R&D, marketing, and finance. So this is a bit kind of complex departmentalization. Here you are not only categorizing on the basis of product, but you are also making different functions under each product division. Then there is process departmentalization. In process departmentalization, basically you identify different processes in the working of your company, and you make departments according to those processes. For example, in a textile company, the various processes can be spinning, weaving, dyeing, and packaging. So a textile company can create departments based upon these different processes. So I hope you are able to understand what is departmentalization and how do we make departments on the basis of different categories or on different bases. So that was in brief about departmentalization. Now let's move to span of control. So what is span of control? Before I explain you the meaning of span of control, let's try to understand that this term was given by Ian Hamilton. Span of control means number of people reporting to a manager. If the number of people reporting to a manager are more in number, then we say that the span is wide or wide span of control. On the other hand, if number of people reporting to a manager are less, it's 2 here, right? As compared to this, it's less here. So this is called narrow span of control. So more the number of people reporting to a manager, wider the span of control. Now, what are the implications of wide span of control or narrow span of control? Assume a company has 100 people, right? When the span of control is wide, one manager is handling large number of people. So this person also will handle large number of people. This will also handle large number of people. So all those 100 employees might got adjusted into 2-3 layers. So it will lead to this kind of organizational structure. Right. On the other hand, if there is narrow span of control, then this person will handle 2 people, then this person will again handle 2 people, this person will again handle 2 people, and like this. So to accommodate 100 people, you have to create a lot of hierarchy. So this will lead to this kind of organizational structure. So wide span of control leads to flat organizational structure, whereas narrow span of control leads to tall organizational structure. This is one thing you should remember or you should understand. You can deduce it easily. If you understand the wide span of control and narrow span of control, you can easily derive what will lead to tall or flat organizational structure. Right. Now, what are the factors that impact span of control? On what basis do we decide that the span of control can be wide or it would be a narrow thing? First factor is nature of work. If the nature of work is repetitive or easy, then basically span of control can be wider. A manager can handle more number of people. But if the nature of work is kind of complex, manager needs to look into and evaluate the work of everyone, then the span of control needs to be narrow. Experience of subordinates. If the subordinates are experienced, they can handle their own work, then the span of control can be wide. Otherwise, it would be narrow. Experience of superior. It also depends upon the experience of superior, like how good he is in handling people. If he has good knowledge of his area and he is able to handle people, then obviously the span of control can be wider. Next is use of standing plans. If manager is using a lot of standing plans, if you remember, are the ones which can be used again and again. If a lot of standing plans are being used, then obviously it means everything is planned, it just needs to be executed, then a span of control can be wider. Otherwise, it would be narrow. Geographical dispersion. If a lot of your team members are in different locations and you need to connect virtually with them, then it's very difficult to handle a lot of people at one time. So in that case, span of control would be narrow. Volume of other tasks. If manager, apart from looking into the working of his subordinates, have a lot of other tasks, have a lot of reporting to do, then obviously he will not have much time to look upon the working of his subordinates. So in that case, the span of control should be narrow. Next is delegation of authority or degree of decentralization. If there is proper delegation of authority and the culture of the company is into decentralization, that is people at low level can also take important decisions, then it makes the task of manager easy. Then it leads to wider span of control, otherwise narrow span of control. So I hope you are able to understand all these factors, how these factors impact the span of control. Let's do some conceptual questions. Wide span of control leads to what? Flat organizational structure, tall organizational structure, narrow or high organizational structure. See, we discussed wide span of control means that one manager can have a lot of employees, so it means it will not go deep, right? It would be flat organizational structure. So the answer is option number A. Next is based on distribution channels. Pharmaceutical firm can be broken down into 3 departments: retail, wholesale, and government. What kind of departmentalization it is? So here basically, though it is based on distribution channels, but indirectly we are doing it based on customers, retail, wholesale, and government. So here it would be customer departmentalization. Answer is option number C. So that was about span of control. Now we will move to our next topic in our agenda, that is power. Now, first of all, what is power? See, power is the capacity of one person to exert his influence on the other person, to get the work done from another person. So power is all about exercising authority, controlling other person's environment, and getting the work done from him, in spite of his resistance or in spite he not being interested in doing that work. That is power. Now, power can be laid down on a continuum, like on a line, where on the left hand side there is extreme form of power. In this, there is total resistance from the person on whom the power is being exerted. On the right hand side, there is complete commitment from the person on whom the power is being exercised. So let's try to discuss these various forms of power. I would say first is resistance. Here, if person A is exerting power on person B would be totally resistant, right? So maybe the power which is exerted by police forces against the people, right, who are sitting on dharna or something, that is an example of resistance. Then obedience. Sometimes power takes the form of obedience. That is, if you ask somebody to do something, he will be obedient and he will do. Right, person would be obedient if he has high dependency on you. That is the person who is exerting power. For example, if you are asking a servant to do something, he will be obedient to you because he has huge dependency upon you, because only you will give him the salary. So here, power is in form of obedience. Then power can be in form of compliance. A subordinate will obey the orders of his manager, right, because he knows that his manager has that power of rewarding him or punishing him. He will do his appraisal. So there, the power takes the form of compliance. Then come for conformity. Sometimes you obey something to remain in conformity with the social norms. Right? A poor man might not have money to arrange daughter's marriage, but then also under social norms, he will arrange marriage, he will arrange food for his relatives. So there, he is doing that to remain in conformation with the social norms. Then commitment. Here there is total commitment from somebody. Suppose Anna Hazare is leading a bunch of people and they are protesting against corruption. Now if everybody is committed to eradicate corruption and Anna Hazare asks anybody among them to do something, right, then they will do so because of their commitment to the cause. Right, so they will obey the orders of the leader, right, who is fighting for the cause, and they are also committed to the cause, so they will obey everything out of the commitment. So I hope you are able to understand different forms of power from resistance to the extreme side of commitment, right? Now there are different bases of power. Earlier we discussed about different forms of power. Now power can be derived from different bases. It can be either positional power or personal power, right? Positional power is of four types: legitimate, reward, coercive, or informational power. So legitimate power comes from the position you are holding. Suppose you are Prime Minister of India or President of US. From holding of that position you get a lot of power. That is called legitimate power. Then there is reward power. Somebody who has the power of rewarding or allocating resources will basically have reward power. Your manager can do your appraisal, he can increase your salary by 20%, he can give you some other reward, so he would be having that reward power. Coercive power. Coercive power means you have the power to punish somebody. If your manager can fire you, he can suspend you, then he would have that coercive power because he can make you do anything, because otherwise you will always think that he can fire you or he can punish you. So that kind of power is called coercive power. Information power. The power which comes from any person holding some important information is called information power. Suppose you get to know about the rankings of or appraisal of all other people in your team, then people will come to you that, oh, tell me, what is my salary increase, what is my ranking in the appraisal. So everybody would be behind you. They will be ready to do anything that you may tell them to do. So that is called information power, when you withhold any important information with you. So apart from positional power, there can be personal power also. So personal power is not related to any organizational position or any hierarchical thing. It is just out of your personal thing. One is expert power. So if you are expert in something, suppose you are working in a team and you have a manager, right, who is leading the team, but you in a team are very knowledgeable about the thing that you are executing. Everybody depends upon you, right? Everybody follows what you say. So that kind of power where you are not into any organizational position, but just because of your knowledge, just because of being expert in some area, you are able to influence others. That is called expert power. Then there is referent power. Referent power is, you can say, just out of where people like you, people follow you. Like for example, Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan. I mean, that is a referent power, right? These people are kind of role models for various people. So this is referent power. Charismatic power is something where the leader has a unique vision and is able to motivate other people to follow that vision. For example, Narendra Modi or business icons like Narayan Murthy, J.R.D. Tata, Kumar Mangalam Birla, all these are charismatic leaders. They have charismatic power. They have that vision. They are ready to take risks and people follow them because they believe in their vision. Right? So these are some of the bases of power that you should be able to understand. These are very important from exam point of view. So that was about power. Now we will move to delegation of authority. Before we discuss about delegation of authority, let's discuss about authority. What is authority? See, authority is given to a person through a position he is holding, right? And authority gives him the right to give orders and get those orders obeyed. So authority comes from a position and it gives you the right to get your orders obeyed. Now you might be thinking that authority seems to be same as what we discussed in power. Power and authority are different in a sense because authority is limited by organizational position. Only if you are holding an organizational position, then you will get an authority corresponding to that position. On the other hand, power is a much broader concept. Power is not limited to an organizational position because as we discussed, power can be a positional power, but it can also be a personal power, right? So power can be through personal basis also, not only through organizational basis, whereas authority is always through organizational position. Remember that. Okay. Now there are three types of authority, you can say, or three theories of authority. One is formal authority theory, which is based on common sense that authority flows from top to bottom. Person at the highest level of the hierarchy has the highest authority and he can give orders to the people under them. This is the formal theory of authority, as in what we understand about authority through common sense. Then there is competence theory of authority. This is more or less related to expert power. That is, people who are competent to execute certain tasks, they have knowledge about those tasks, right? They will have authority to ask other people to follow them or to execute things as they want. That is competence theory of authority. So competence theory of authority believes that authority comes through competence, not through a position, right? Competence or skill is the key to authority as per this theory of authority. So this is about formal and competence. The next theory, which is acceptance theory of authority, is very interesting. Acceptance theory of authority was basically given by Chester Bernard. Acceptance theory of authority says that it is not due to formal authority that subordinate obeys the orders of his boss. Chester Bernard says that subordinates will accept the orders only if they are able to understand the orders, right? They are able to understand the orders are in line with vision of the organization, the orders are in line with personal principles of the subordinate, and subordinate is physically capable to perform the order. So Chester Bernard says that it is not formal authority, but it is acceptance authority theory which defines whether the subordinate will accept the order or not. As per this acceptance theory of authority, subordinate will accept the order only when these four conditions are fulfilled. That is what I told you. They understand the order is in line with organizational principles and your personal principles, and they are physically capable to perform the task. Chester Bernard further says that when the subordinate accepts the order, there is an area of acceptance, right? And under this area, he will accept all the orders provided these conditions are fulfilled. But outside that, he will not accept any order. For example, if his boss says that you have to do word processing, you have to schedule meetings, then subordinate will obviously agree. He will accept those orders. This will come under area of acceptance. But if boss asks him that you go and shop for me during lunch hours, you work on Sundays, you fudge my accounts, right? You go and arrange my membership for the club, that will be outside area of acceptance. Subordinate will never accept such orders because as per him, this is outside his area of acceptance. Right? So as per acceptance theory of authority, subordinate will accept the orders only if these four conditions are fulfilled and the order is under the area of acceptance of the subordinate. If it is outside that, then he will not accept that order. Right? So now since we have understood about authority, let's discuss about delegation of authority. So authority is basically legitimate right to give orders and get those orders obeyed. So delegation of authority means that you can delegate your authority to the lower levels. That is, if top level manager has the authority or the legitimate right to get his orders obeyed, if he delegates his authorities to the middle level manager, then middle level manager also have that authority in certain areas to get those orders obeyed from lower level managers. So authority is delegated from top to bottom. Now there are three elements of authority. This is very important. There are three elements of authority: delegation, responsibility, authority, and accountability. Please try to understand now what I am saying. This is very important. Suppose this is the manager, this is the subordinate. Now manager delegates authority to this subordinate. That's okay. That's the delegation of authority. But when this authority is delegated, it creates a responsibility on this subordinate to complete the task. So when authority is delegated, responsibility is created. Please try to understand that. Right? And this person becomes responsible to complete the task. But
accountability, that is, if this person does not complete the task, in the end, who is answerable, who is accountable, that is the manager. So in spite of authority being delegated and responsibility being created on this person, manager still remains accountable. If this person does not do the task, this manager cannot say that I am not responsible, I am not accountable, this person is supposed to do that. No, the accountability still remains with him. Right? I hope you are able to understand. This is very generic, but if you put this into framework, you will get an idea how authority, responsibility and accountability are different. Right? So you have understood about accountability, responsibility and authority. I'll just brief you more about responsibility and accountability. So responsibility is basically the duty of the person to complete the task. When you give him the authority, the responsibility is created on that person. Authority flows from top to down, responsibility flows from bottom to up. Right? And there is a principle of parity of authority and responsibility. That is when you make somebody responsible to do that task, you must also grant authority to them. Right? So if you are making a sales manager responsible for maintaining the sales or increasing the sales, then there must be authority delegated to him that he should be able to get his orders obeyed from his team. Right, so that is about parity of authority and responsibility. That when you delegate any task, you create any responsibility on somebody, you must also delegate authority to him so that he is able to execute the task. Right, so that was about responsibility. Accountability, as I told you, when responsibility is created on the subordinate, still the accountability, that is the person who still remains accountable, is the manager. So accountability, like responsibility, also flows upwards, and accountability cannot be delegated. The manager can delegate the authority, create a responsibility on the subordinate, but he cannot delegate the accountability. Accountability still remains with his manager. Right. Now, what is the process of delegation? I hope you would have understood about how delegation of authority works and what is the difference between authority, responsibility and accountability. Now let's discuss about process of delegation. See, under process of delegation, it's very simple. There are three steps. First, you will assign the work to somebody, right? Then you will grant him the authority to do that work. If you assign sales manager the work of increasing the sales, then you will also grant him the authority that, okay, you can ask your team to do anything. Your team will obey your orders. But when you grant authority, at the same time, there should be creation of responsibility and accountability. Responsibility on the part of that person who has been granted authority, right? He has been granted authority to get his orders obeyed, so at the same time, he should be responsible if the sales are not increased. That is, for the subordinate should become responsible. But as we discussed, when subordinate becomes responsible, the accountability still remains with the manager. So manager, in spite of granting the authority, right, and in spite of creating the responsibility on the subordinate, he would still be accountable. So we will create a responsibility on the part of subordinate and accountability on the part of manager. So this is the process of delegation. So there is a common saying that authority is delegated, and due to this delegation, responsibility is created and accountability is imposed. Right? So this is a very common saying. I hope now you are able to relate with this. So we have understood about the process of authority delegation. Now let's discuss about some principles of delegation that should be followed while delegating authority. First is result expected. That is, when you delegate authority to your subordinate, the objectives, the end result must be very clear to him. He should be very clear that what he wants to achieve, and then only he will be able to use the delegated authority. Next is principle of absolute responsibility. This is in line with what we discussed in accountability, that even if superior is delegating authority, but in the end he is accountable. The absolute responsibility lies with him. He cannot say that he is not responsible or he is not accountable. Next is principle of authority level. Principle of authority level says that when you basically use your authority, you should be within certain limits. For example, you have authority to get your orders obeyed, but you cannot give orders and say that no, you go and bring grocery for my house. That would be misusing your authority. Right? So principle of authority level says that you should use your authority within certain bounds. Next is unity of command. Unity of command is basically related to that one subordinate should be accountable to one superior only. Right? So we have discussed this many times. It means the same. One person should receive orders from one person only. Parity of authority and responsibility, that we have already discussed, that when you create some responsibility on others, you delegate some task, at the same time you should give them authority to complete that task. That is, authority and responsibility should match each other. Right? So these are the principles of delegation. I hope you are able to understand them. Let's do some conceptual questions. Chester Bernard has given which theory? So I hope you remember acceptance theory of authority is given by Chester Bernard among these theories. So answer is option number C. Which of the following cannot be delegated? So we discussed authority can be delegated, but accountability cannot be delegated. So authority can be delegated. Positional power is what? It's kind of authority. Due to your position, you have got some power. So both A and B can be delegated, but accountability remains with the person who has delegated authority. Accountability cannot be delegated. Answer here would be option number C. Next, Mr. Singh has been appointed as CEO of the company, and with that he got many powers because he is the CEO. But he is not working properly, as he is asking his junior managers to come at his home in the evening and do household works like taking dog for a walk, or getting medicines from the market, or bringing vegetables from the mandi. Which principle of delegation is he violating? So basically, he is asking people to do personal chores, right? Which is misuse of authority. So which principle of delegation he is violating? Principle of authority level, which says that authority should be used within certain limits. There should not be any misuse. So answer is option number B. So that was about authority and delegation of authority. Now we shall discuss about centralization and decentralization. Now, what is centralization and decentralization? So you can easily understand this aspect that we have a central government and we have state governments, right? So when we have state governments, we have kind of decentralized working, right? We have given powers to state to take decisions on certain matters. That is called decentralization, right? So basically, when all the decisions are taken at one particular level, that is at the center, right? That is called centralization. So when centralization happens, the authority is concentrated at the upper level. On the other hand, decentralization is basically systematic delegation of authority at various levels, right? So states have been given certain powers to take decision on certain matters. That is systematic delegation of authority by the center to states, right? That you are responsible and you have that authority to take decisions on these matters, right? So I hope you are able to understand what is centralization and what is decentralization. When you delegate authority at different levels, it is called decentralization. Now, what are the factors that impact centralization or decentralization? First factor is external environment. If the external environment is highly unpredictable, right, then high amount of decentralization is required. Right, because then you will not have time that information from low levels should reach the high levels, then at high levels you should process that and take decisions and communicate them to the low levels. So in highly unpredictable environment, actions have to be taken on the fly. So high level of decentralization is required. When you are fighting a war, right, and no guns are being used, at that time you will not call and ask that, okay, should I shoot the other person at the other end? That's you have to do. That's a decision you have to take at that point in time. So if external environment is unpredictable, higher amount of decentralization is required. Riskiness of decision. If the decision that is being taken is highly risky, has a lot of repercussions for the organization, then for those decisions there would be low level of decentralization. That is, such important decisions would be taken at the central level only. Ability of low-level managers. If low-level managers are able, experienced, they can take certain decisions, then it will lead to higher decentralization, and vice versa also. If they are not capable, then obviously there would be lesser decentralization.
Size of the organization. As the size of the organization increases, obviously it would be very difficult for you to take care of everything. You need to delegate authority to different people to take decisions. So larger the size, more the decentralization, right? So I hope you're able to understand all these factors and how they impact the decentralization, right? Okay, let's move ahead. So what are the implications of decentralization? As in, what are the advantages and disadvantages? See, one advantage is that it will lessen the burden of chief executive because once decentralization has taken place, many decisions will be taken at a low level, so chief executive will not be required to get involved into those decisions. When decentralization happens, people at low level take decisions, right, due to which they feel motivated and they learn new skills while taking those decisions. And decentralization helps in quick decision making because there the information need not flow from bottom to top and top management taking decision and decision flowing downwards. In decentralization, the decision can be made at the low levels itself, right, which helps in quick decision making. There are some disadvantages also when there is decentralization, right. It's very difficult to establish coordination between different centers who have been given powers to execute things. So at times the coordination becomes difficult. Now, after discussing decentralization, where I told you that decentralization is delegation of authority, right, to people at a low level so that they can also take decisions. You might be confused that what is the difference between delegation and decentralization. Both sound the same. In delegation also we delegate authority to people at a low level, whereas in decentralization also we are almost doing the same thing. So what is the difference? You have to understand it very carefully because there is a very small difference. In delegation, it is the individual who is granting the authority to his subordinate. He may or he might not. Whereas in decentralization, that is a kind of systematic thing which is flowing from the decision of top level management itself. So management will decide that okay, these kind of powers are being given at each level. So in delegation, it is the manager who is delegating, whereas in decentralization, it is a systematic act or it is something which is getting implemented through the policy that what all powers are being granted at each level. In delegation, it is the manager who is delegated still remains accountable, whereas in decentralization, responsibility also gets delegated to the subordinates, right? Next is need on purpose. See, delegation is important in all the concerns. So there might not be any policy on delegation or something, but every manager will delegate because no manager can do all his work by itself. Decentralization, on the other hand, it becomes important in large organizations and it depends upon the decision of the enterprise whether they have policy related to decentralization or not. So delegation will be happening everywhere in small or big concerns, whereas decentralization is only important in large concerns, and this is done only if there is a intentional decision taken by the management that they want to decentralize decision making, right, and they make a policy for it. So delegation is kind of individual thing, right, which is done by manager, whereas decentralization is kind of organizational policy or organizational decision, right, which is implemented throughout the organization. Let's do some conceptual questions. Higher the riskiness of decision, dash the decentralization. If decision is very risky, decentralization would be low because risky decisions are most of the times taken at the higher level. So higher the riskiness of the decision, lower the decentralization. So answer here would be option number B. In dash, responsibility is also delegated to subordinate. So we discussed, right, in delegation, authority is delegated but still responsibility or accountability remains with you. But in decentralization, which is a systematic act of delegating the decision making power at various levels, even the responsibility also gets delegated. So here answer would be option number A. So that was about centralization and decentralization. We shall move to authority relationships in the next video. To start with authority relationships. We have already discussed about centralization and decentralization in earlier video. So let's start with authority relationships. Now, what do we mean by authority relationships? See, earlier we have discussed about line and staff organization, and I told you that people who execute the main work, right, like president, vice president, sales vice. President, production, vice president, finance. Here we have discussed about line and staff organization, and I told you that people who execute the main work, right, like president, vice president, sales vice president, production, vice president, finance, and people under them, they are basically line executives. They are the doers. Whereas the staff specialist would be the people who would advise these people on certain matters. For example, there is a legal advisor or there are HR representative. That would be staff people. These people would advise to these line people on certain matters, right? So I hope you remember about line people and staff people. Now the authority which is exerted by the line people is called line authority. Some authority would be given to president, vice president, supervisors, right? So the authority which is exerted by the line people is called line authority, and the authority which is exerted by the staff people is called staff authority. They have basically the authority to advise line people, right? Whereas line authority is related to superior subordinate relationship, the normal one which we know. Right? So I hope you are able to understand what is line authority and what is staff authority, and now we are going to discuss the relationships between them, right? Because when we have two types of authorities, it can always lead to conflict. So we are going to discuss what is the nature of line authority, what is the nature of staff authority, and why there is a conflict between line authority and staff authority, right? So let's start. So what is the nature of line authority basically? So as you can see, line authority basically flows from top to bottom, right? So it establishes a chain of command that any information or any communication will flow in a particular direction, one by one from top level to the down level. Then it fixes responsibility and accountability, right? So when there is line authority, the person who is at the highest level of the hierarchy, right, is accountable. He can delegate his authority as we have discussed, right? That will create responsibility on the people under him, right? But he will still be accountable. So it is through line authority that we establish a chain of command. We fix responsibility and accountability, and we are able to establish a channel of communication. So this is the nature of line authority. So now let's discuss about staff authority. So as I told you, the authority given to staff people, right, who basically kind of advise to line people is called staff authority. Staff authority can be of various types. First is advisory staff authority. In advisory staff authority, the staff people will be just able to give advice. The advice, whether it is implemented by the line people or not, that would be decided by the line people. Staff people will not be able to do anything if line people do not implement that advice, right? So in advisory staff authority, the advice given by this person is not obligatory on the line. So basically, they have very less parts. They can just give advice. If that is not implemented, they cannot do anything. Next is concurring staff authority. Concurring staff authority is basically much better authority from advice staff authority in terms of power given to staff. In concurring staff authority, line people cannot do anything unless and until the staff person agrees to their decision.
Right. Suppose there is a legal advisor who is a staff person, and this production supervisor wants to take a legal action against a competitor. He will not be able to take a legal action unless and until the decision which is taken by him is also agreed by the legal advisor, that is the staff person. Right. So here the power of staff authority, that is in comparing staff authority, the staff authority is not limited to just giving advice. The line people will not be able to implement their decision in the field related to staff specialist till the staff specialist agrees to their decision. Next is control staff authority. Control staff authority is one step ahead than comparing staff authority. In control staff authority, the staff specialist can control the operations of line people with respect to their area. For example, there is a quality inspection department which is a staff function. Right. So that quality inspection department can control a lot of things in these line departments. Right. Because if they do not give go ahead to the quality of the product, then they can reject the products. Right. So in control staff authority, the staff will be given authority to control certain operations in line departments, but they will not have end-to-end authority. So it would be line people who would decide that what would be the production schedule, how many person will work, from where they will procure the raw material. In that, no, control staff authority will not have any say. But when it comes to quality, if there is a quality inspection department which is a staff function, then obviously they will have full say in that. The quality will not be passed unless until the quality inspection department gives it a go. And quality inspection department can be would be given powers to suggest a lot of changes if the quality is not up to the mark in the line departments. So basically here, staff function will be controlling a lot of things in the line departments, but related to their area only, not everything. So that was about control staff authority. So you can say how the power of staff authority is increasing from advisory to control staff authority. Now the last one that I'm going to discuss is a very interesting thing, functional staff authority. Some people call functional authority as different from staff authority. So for them, there are three types of authorities: line authority, staff authority, and functional authority. Right. So there is that view also that there are three types of authority: line authority, staff authority, and functional authority. But some people view functional authority as type of staff authority only. But that does not matter much. What you need to do is you need to understand functional authority, whether it's a type of staff authority or a separate authority altogether. That is none of your concern. If you are able to understand functional authority, that is enough for you. Now, what is functional authority? In functional authority, what happens is a staff personnel is given right to give instructions to line personnel in any department with respect to their areas. Right. So in functional staff authority or in functional authority, what happens is there is a separate function for a related area. Say HR is a separate function, is a separate department, I would say. Right. Here, when we were discussing about advisory, convening or control staff authority, this legal advisor or HR was not a separate department. But in functional authority, these staff functions would be separate departments, right? Human resources, right, or accounting, these would be separate departments. And these staff departments would have right to give advice to their areas to any line department, for example, production or marketing. Like for example, manager who is dealing in human resources can give advice related to human resources to anyone in the line department, right? He will have ultimate power in that. So that is called functional authority. Now you might be confused between what is the difference between control staff authority and functional staff authority. See, if legal counselor, which is not a separate function altogether, right, is giving advice, that would be staff authority. Right, depending upon how much power is given to him, it would be advisory, convening or control. But if there is a separate department for staff function, like human resources or accounting, and they are able to give advice to the line department, then that would be functional authority. So here you can see legal counselor is these red lines is giving advice to human resources or R&D. This is staff authority because legal counselor is not a separate department, whereas human authority. Now the last one that I'm going to discuss is a very interesting thing, functional staff authority. Some people call functional authority as different from staff authority. So for them, there are three types of authorities: line authority, staff authority, and functional authority. Right. So there is that view also that there are three types of authority: line authority, staff authority, and functional authority. But some people view functional authority as type of staff authority only. But that does not matter much. What you need to do is you need to understand functional authority, whether it's a type of staff authority or a separate authority altogether. That is none of your concern. If you are able to understand functional authority, that is enough for you. Now, what is functional authority? In functional authority, what happens is a staff personnel is given right to give instructions to line personnel in any department with respect to their areas. Right. So in functional staff authority or in functional authority, what happens is there is a separate function for a related area. Say HR is a separate function, is a separate department, I would say. Right. Here, when we were discussing about advisory, convening or control staff authority, this legal advisor or HR was not a separate department. But in functional authority, these staff functions would be separate departments, right? Human resources, right, or accounting, these would be separate departments. And these staff departments would have right to give advice to their areas to any line department, for example, production or marketing. Like for example, manager who is dealing in human resources can give advice related to human resources to anyone in the line department, right? He will have ultimate power in that. So that is called functional authority. Now you might be confused between what is the difference between control staff authority and functional staff authority. See, if legal counselor, which is not a separate function altogether, right, is giving advice, that would be staff authority. Right, depending upon how much power is given to him, it would be advisory, convening or control. But if there is a separate department for staff function, like human resources or accounting, and they are able to give advice to the line department, then that would be functional authority. So here you can see legal counselor is this red line is giving advice to human resources or R&D. This is staff authority because legal counselor is not a separate department. Whereas human resources here is a separate department, and when it gives advice to different line departments, it is called functional authority. It is dotted lines. Right, R&D or accounting is giving advice to product A and product B. This is functional authority. And between president and HRD head, R&D head, accounting head, operations head, this is line authority. So functional authority, right, you may call it a type of a staff authority, but more people categorize it as a different type of authority from staff authority. When staff function has a different department, right, then if they have the right to give advice related to their areas to the people in the line department, that is called functional authority or functional staff authority. Right. So I hope you are able to understand this. This is not very complex. Try to listen to this again, what I have explained, and you will be able to understand. Now we have discussed about line and staff authority, and often there is a conflict between line and staff. The reason is that line people feel that staff people do not have any lack of responsibility, they just give advice, and in the end it is line people who will be implementing everything and staff will not have any responsibility. Line people feel that staff is just encroaching upon their authority, they are not implementing anything, but still they are encroaching upon their authority by giving some shitty ideas. So this is the viewpoint of line managers, which leads to conflict between line and staff people. On the other hand, staff managers feel that line people are not making use of staff. They feel themselves to be very thinkable person, very good in planning, and also they think that they should be consulted in everything. But line people do not do that. So staff people feel that not proper use of staff is being made. And staff people feel that line people are resistant to new ideas. So whenever staff managers give any ideas to line people would say that this is not implementable, this is very tough. So staff people feel that they are resistant to new ideas, they do not want to implement anything and improve anything. So that again leads to conflict between line and staff.
Let's do a concept check. In which type of staff authority there is a separate department for staff function and it can give advice to line department related to their areas. Right. So basically a different department for staff function is there and it can give advice to line related to their areas. It means it's a kind of a functional staff authority because only in functional staff authority the staff function will have a different department. Right. So the answer is option number D. So we're done with authority relationships. Now we are moving to coordination. Now what is coordination? We have also discussed about coordination earlier in our course. So coordination is basically the essence of management. We have 5 management functions: planning, organizing, staffing, directing and controlling. Right. But it is coordination which binds all these functions. That is, coordination is required in all these functions. Whether you are doing planning, organizing, staffing, directing, controlling, on all of these functions coordination would be required. So coordination is the essence of management as it is inseparable from these management functions. Right. So some management thinkers thought coordination is a separate management function, but that is not the case. Coordination is not a separate management function. In fact, it is the essence of management which is required or which is involved in all other management functions. Now, what are different types of coordination? See, coordination can be internal coordination or external coordination. Internal coordination means within the company. External coordination means outside the company. So, any coordination with external parties like your competitor, market agencies, government organizations, right? So, any of these coordination which is done with any entity outside your organization would be called external coordination. Now, let's come to internal coordination. Internal coordination, as I told you, means coordination within the company. Internal coordination can be of 4 types: vertical, horizontal, substantive, and procedural. It is substantive or substantial. You can call it anything. Now, what is vertical coordination? Very simple. The coordination between a superior and a subordinate. That is, a coordination between different levels of hierarchy is called vertical coordination. What is horizontal coordination? Horizontal coordination basically is a kind of coordination between different departments. So this is not a coordination in a hierarchy, rather this is a horizontal or a lateral coordination between two people working at the same level in different departments. That is called horizontal coordination. Right? Then this is little difficult to understand, so try to listen. Substantial and procedural coordination. Substantial coordination is that how do you divide the activities, right, so that they are performed in a synchronized way. So suppose for production you need materials, right, and then you need to convert those materials into finished products. So it would be substantial coordination that would decide that whether you need to make a separate department for procurement which will buy materials and verify materials, that is raw material, and production department for converting those materials into finished products. Right? So how the activities needs to be divided. Here in our example, how the production needs to be divided between procurement and production is basically kind of substantial coordination. Procedural coordination is that how do you define procedures for the coordination? Now, how will the procurement department knows that production department needs material? So there might be some procedure for it that as soon as the production department is left with last set of raw material, they will send an email to procurement department or an automatic signal will go to procurement department. Right? So setting a procedure to establish coordination between two activities is called procedural coordination. I hope you are able to understand the difference. Substantial coordination is how do you divide interrelated activities, right, so that they are performed in a synchronized way. So in our example, how do you divide production into procurement and production? And procedural coordination is that once you have divided, how do you set a procedure, right, for effective coordination? So in our example, there might be an automatic signal sent by production department to procurement department when there is less inventory left with them, right? So that is about internal and external coordination. Now, having discussed about different types of coordination, let's discuss about different techniques of coordination. That how can you establish coordination in an organization? So first is chain of command, right? That manager using his authority can order his subordinates to do certain things which can be useful for establishing coordination. Next is leadership. Your leadership style is very important. By using a proper leadership style, you can motivate workers, you can persuade them to do certain things which can help establish coordination in an organization. Committees, whenever there is conflict, committees can be established with people from different representative groups who can discuss and come up with a resolution or strategy to establish coordination and resolve the conflict amicably. Communication. Communication is one of the key for coordination. Many a times people, departments do not communicate. So effective communication, right, is a very good thing to do if you want to establish coordination. Then staff meetings. Management should have regular staff meetings. They might go on the shop floor, talk to workers there, get to know what they are thinking, what are their problems. So that will also help them take organization in the right direction and establish coordination. So these are some of the techniques of coordination. So having discussed the techniques of coordination, let's discuss about the principles of coordination. First one is early stage principle. That is, coordination should start at the earliest, which means planning, which is the first function, management function. So coordination which shall start right from the planning stage. Then only it would be effective. Continuity. The continuity principle of coordination means that coordination is a continuous activity. You can't say that after doing something coordination will stop. Coordination is required as long as the organization is running. Direct contact principle. Direct contact principle basically means that managers should be in direct contact with the subordinates to establish coordination, and coordination is established well if it is through mutual understanding rather than through force. Right? So for that you need to establish trust and contact with your subordinates. Reciprocal relation principle. The reciprocal relation principle means that any action by any individual or department will have impact on other departments. So if any department is taking any decision, it should try to find out that how that decision is impacting other departments and inform them before implementing that decision. So that is reciprocal relation principle, that when anything is to be implemented by any individual or department, its impact on other areas or other people needs to be found out. Clarity of objectives, that coordination is all about working in synchronization to achieve the objectives. The objectives must be clear. If objectives are not clear in itself, then obviously there is no point that coordination will be established. Principle of timing, that is, people should plan out their activities to synchronize the timing of completion. If activity B is dependent upon activity A, right, there should be proper synchronization of timings, that when activity A should stop, activity B should start, right? So there should be synchronization with respect to timing, and everybody should try to complete their work on time so that the work can be completed smoothly. Let's do some conceptual questions. The principle of reciprocal relationship means, right, so we have discussed about principle of reciprocal relationship. What does this mean? So we discussed it means that departments or employees have interdependency on each other, and when they decide or execute something, they should analyze its impact on other departments or individuals. So here answer would be option number B. Next is dash coordination is about how the work needs to be divided so that it can be performed in a synchronized way. So we discussed there are two, substantiative and procedural coordination. Substantiative is about how the work needs to be divided so that it can be performed in a synchronized way. So answer here would be option number A. Thanks guys for watching these videos. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
So this chapter, part 4 of your course, General Management, right? So I hope you remember that we have been discussing about functions of management. We have already discussed about planning and organizing, right? In the previous chapters, we have already discussed about planning and organizing. In this chapter, we are going to discuss about the remaining 3 functions of management, that is staffing, directing, and controlling. So we shall discuss them one by one. That is first staffing, then directing, and then controlling.
So this is going to be the agenda in line with what I just told you. We shall first discuss staffing, then some points related to directing, and then some points related to controlling. So staffing, directing, and controlling. So let's first start with staffing. What is staffing, and what are the various steps in the staffing function? So what is staffing? The name staff itself suggests staff is basically the people, right, who work for an organization. So staffing is that process of management basically which deals with acquiring or recruiting people, then training and developing them, then putting them into various jobs, then doing their appraisal, right, or deciding their revised remuneration after the appraisal and retaining them for a longer period of time. So in nutshell, staffing is all about acquiring, developing, appraising and retaining people, right, so that one could have right people at right positions. Now many people think that staffing and human resource management are same. See, staffing is different from human resource management. Staffing is basically part of role of every manager. So if any manager is doing planning, organizing, he will also do staffing. Human resource management is a broader function, right? Apart from staffing, there are many other things which people in human resource management do. So we shall discuss about human resource management in detail, right, when we come to the unit on HRD. But at this point in time, I just want to tell you that staffing has a narrow scope. It is kind of a subset of a human resource management, whereas human resource management is much broader than staffing, which we shall discuss later. So that is all about staffing. Now, what are the different steps in staffing? Right. So I'm going to discuss all these steps in staffing in brief here, then we are going to discuss them in detail one by one. So these are the steps in staffing starting from manpower requirements. That is, first of all, we try to find that how many people of what scale at what time do we require. That is called manpower requirement. Then we recruit and select people. Right. Based upon the analysis of manpower requirements, we recruit and select people. That is the people we need. I'll tell you later what's the difference between recruitment and selection. These are different things. Then we do orientation and placement. That is, people who are selected, right? They are given orientation and placement about that is how the company works, what are the various departments, what are the various units, right? And then we place them in one of the departments and one of the job profile. And in that job profile, they are basically given training. That training might be on the job, off the job. So basically, they are trained to do the work what is assigned to them. Then in some cases, remuneration is decided after training and development. That is, initially they are promised some minimum base salary, and once the training and development is done and their actual work starts, their remuneration is revised or their final remuneration is given. But in many cases, the final remuneration is decided just at the time of recruitment and selection also. Then when they start working after a certain time on a yearly basis, their performance evaluation is done, and based upon that evaluation, basically their salary is revised or their promotions or transfers are detailed out. So these are the basic steps in staffing in brief. Right now, we are going to discuss all these steps one by one in a little bit more detail. So what is manpower planning? The first step in staffing, which is also known as workforce planning. Manpower planning or workforce planning is basically about choosing right people with the right skills at right place at right time and at right cost. Right. So basically you need people who have the right skills to do the job and they are in the right place, that is, you can say in the right department at the right time when they are required. Suppose somebody is required with a specific skill to finish the job in next 10 days, but he's not available and he's available after 1 month, then obviously that is not going to help. And right cost, because cost is always a factor when choosing the right resources. So he must be available at right cost too. So workforce or manpower planning is all about choosing the right people at right cost with right skills at right place and right time. Now workforce planning is of two types, strategic or operational. Strategic means you think from a long-term perspective. You do the workforce planning from 3 to 5 year perspective, where you try to understand that what are the organizational needs in terms of workforce, what kind of skills are required over next 3 to 5 years. That will depend upon basically your plans. Do you want to expand? Do you want to enter into or do you want to diversify into new business? So all these things will matter when you decide upon strategic workforce planning. Operational workforce planning is basically related to the requirement of the workforce in the next 12 to 18 months. That is, in short-term period, what you require, maybe to complete the current projects, maybe to have people as backups. So strategic workforce planning is always from longer-term perspective, whereas operational workforce planning is always from shorter-term perspective. So we discussed about what is manpower planning. Now, what are the steps in manpower planning? See, the steps in manpower planning is very simple. When you plan something, basically you see what is the current state, what is the future state, right? Now, you compare the future state and the current state, and then you take action. Similarly here, under steps in manpower planning, you first analyze the current manpower inventory. Like what are the different departments? How many number of employees are there in each department? What are their skills? Right? Which technology they are working on? Then you see what are the future manpower forecast. That in future, what kind of manpower you require in terms of numbers, in terms of skills and technology. Then you compare your future manpower forecast with your current manpower, and then basically you roll out some developing employment programs where you basically recruit and select people. Right? Which is obviously a next step in the staffing, that is recruitment and selection. So these are the steps in manpower planning. Very simple and easy to understand. So the next step in staffing is recruitment and selection. Right? So as we discussed in manpower requirement, after you compare the present and the future state, you basically roll out some programs to recruit and select people. So next we shall discuss about recruitment and selection. Now, before I define recruitment, it's very important to understand that many people see that recruitment is selecting people. Recruitment is giving job offer to the people. That is not right. There is difference between recruitment and selection. When a company hires somebody, the process is first it will attract people who will apply to the company, right? Through mails, or company might give an ad in newspaper that people will apply to the company, or company might have contact with some placement agencies who will send people to the company. So first company will attract as many people as they can to apply for the company. That process is called recruitment. So recruitment is attracting talent. Recruitment is making people apply for the job. After that, whatever process takes place to decide whether the candidate needs to be selected or rejected, that is basically selection. So there is difference between recruitment and selection. Recruitment is attracting talent, making people apply, whereas selection is selecting the best among them. Right? So I hope you understand the difference between recruitment and selection. So for recruitment, we will just say that purpose of recruitment is to attract talent to make as many people apply for the job. Right? Now we understand about what is recruitment. Next we need to discuss about methods of recruitment. Now Dunn and Stephens, these are two people, Dunn and Stephens basically defined 3 methods of recruitment, or they basically categorize the methods of recruitment into 3 categories. These 3 categories are direct methods, indirect methods and third party methods. The name itself makes clear what do they mean. So direct method is when company directly recruit people, say from campus or from the referral of existing employees, right? So these are direct methods. Indirect method is when company advertises on say Naukri.com, in newspapers, in journals, right? That is called indirect method. Third party method is when company liaison with third parties such as placement agencies, brokers, right, who provide candidates to them. So help of any recruitment firms. So that is called third party method. So direct method is campus recruitment or referral of existing employees. Indirect method is to advertisement on Naukri, business journals, anything where they can advertise directly, right? But that method would be called indirect method. Third party method is when they are using the help of anybody else, any other entity, right? Not in terms of advertisement, but in terms of licensing, right? So any recruitment firms, any placement agencies, state agencies, these agencies when they help them to recruit, these are called third party methods, right? So I hope I am clear with these 3 types of methods. Now, what are different sources of recruitment? See, previously we discussed about different methods of recruitment, direct, indirect, and third party. But under each of those types, there can be various methods, right? For example, under direct method, you can go to campus, or maybe you can use referral of existing employees, right? So similarly, under those three categories, there are different methods which we call sources of recruitment. So we are going to discuss now. Sources of recruitment can be internal or external, right? Internal sources of recruitment means that whenever any vacancy arises in the organization, we try to fill it internally, right? Through transfers or through promotions, but we do not hire new people. We fulfill those vacancies internally. External sources of recruitment means that we hire people externally. Now, every requirement which arises in the company cannot be filled through internal means, right? Sometimes we require new skills, sometimes we require people expert in new technologies, or maybe we require 100 people for some project that cannot be filled internally. So for that, we need to use external sources of recruitment. Under external sources of recruitment, there are various methods which I'm going to discuss now, right? Many of them will be direct methods, many of them would be indirect or third-party methods. For example, direct recruitment. Direct recruitment means when candidates directly email to the company, directly call the company to get a job, that is called direct recruitment, right? So basically, if I try to categorize it under methods of recruitment, it would be direct method. Recruitment through jobbers. Recruitment through jobbers means placement agencies or brokers. Jobbers means people who act as a middleman between the company and the people who are seeking the jobs. So recruitment through jobbers, right? This will be basically a third party method. Recruitment at the factory gate. Recruitment at the factory gate is basically for recruiting low skilled workers. So every day in the morning, some workers will come at the factory gate. Supervisor can see who all are eligible to fit in terms of their physical condition or whatever criteria they have, and then they can recruit people from the factory gate. So this would be a direct method. Recruitment through advertisement, where we give advertisement in newspapers, business journals, right? So that is basically indirect method. Then recruitment on the basis or recommendations of existing staff, that is basically referrals of existing staff, which we basically call a direct method. Then recruitment from colleges or universities, that is campus recruitment. Again, this would be categorized as a direct method. Recruitment through employment exchange, right? So in Indian system, we have employment exchanges where people who are unemployed can register themselves. So companies can go through those people, through the list of those people, and if they find anyone suitable for their job profile, they can recruit from there. So recruitment through employment exchange is kind of involving a third party, which is employment exchange. So that would be a third party method. Social recruiting is where company uses their Instagram, Facebook pages to attract and recruit people. Right. So that is again a kind of a direct method. Job fairs is basically job fairs are organized by colleges. So for example, if there are 3 colleges in your area, those 3 colleges will combine together, will organize job fair at the campus of one of the colleges, and they might invite candidates from other cities to participate, and they will also invite companies. They will tell companies that we are organizing a job fair where students from 20 colleges are participating. You will get some good candidates who can come and recruit. So companies will come in such job fairs and they will recruit people whom they find suitable. Casual callers are kind of people who basically call at the company numbers, offer them for employment, and if company finds them useful, they can recruit them. So this is also kind of direct method, whereas job fairs I would call this is an indirect method, right? It's kind of an indirect method where company is going to the job fair and recruiting people. So these are the internal and external sources of recruitment. I hope you are able to understand. There is nothing much to explain here, very easy to understand. Now in the previous slide we discussed about different sources of recruitment. Right. Now what are the factors based upon which you will decide the usefulness of a resource? On what basis you will decide that which source of recruitment is good or which source of recruitment is bad? So basically HR people has three factors, right? First is time lag between requisition and placement, second is yield ratios, and third is correlation studies. So let's discuss them one by one. These 3 factors, right, decide that how much a particular source of recruitment is useful to them. Time lag between requisition and placement is, that is, how much time it takes to start the process till then. For example, you want to recruit people through advertisement. So when you advertise, right, after 5 days of advertisement, application comes. Then from application to interview, there are basically 10 days. Interview to offer is 5 days. That is, once the application comes, the interviews are conducted within 10 days. Then once the interviews are conducted, offer is made within 5 days. Once the offer is made, they report to work within 10 days. So there is total of 30 days here. This is the time lag between the day you gave the advertisement and the person joined. Right. So obviously every company wants a lesser time lag because when we search for people, we obviously need them almost on immediate basis. So lesser the time lag of a particular source of recruitment, the better it is. Right. So maybe in case of advertisement, the lag is 30 days, but if company recruits at a factory gate, right, for workers, there the time lag is almost 0. You recruit the worker at a factory gate and he would be like immediately working in the company the next minute. So there the time lag is almost 0. Right. So depending upon the time lag, company can decide the usefulness of a resource. Yield ratios. Yield ratios basically define that how many people you start the process with and to recruit a particular number of people. For example, if you need 1 engineer, the history says that you need to make 2 offers because out of only 1 will join. To make 2 offers, you need to conduct 20 interviews because history says that out of 20 people, generally 2 are good. And if you need to take 20 interviews, it means the history says or the data says that you need to screen 200 firms. Right? So this way the yield ratio is that when you screen 200 firms, you will get only 1 engineer. So company wants a higher yield ratio, that we screen 10 candidates and out of 10 candidates I can recruit 1 and he will join. Right? So yield ratio, higher it is, the better it is for the company. Time lag between requisition and placement, the lower it is, the better it is for the company. Yield ratio, the higher it is, the better it is for the company. Right? For example, if you are a very good company, if you go to IIT or IIM, the yield ratio can be 5 out of 1. You screen 5 people, they all would be good, but you select the best out of them. And if you are a good company, you will join. So there the yield ratio can be 1 by 5. Right? So for different sources of recruitment, the yield ratio can be different. Correlation studies basically help you analyze or find out from the historical data that what kind of people are generally more good in a certain work profile. You might see that, okay, if we want workers, recruitment at factory gate is the best. If I want good people at manager level, then campus recruitment is the best. Or if I want good people at a supervisor level, then employee referrals are the best. So this will come out of correlation studies. That how many people you recruited for a particular position through different channels and which people, right, or what are the number of people who are good in a particular profile and they belong to which channel. So you try to analyze that for a particular work profile, generally people coming from which channel are performing the best. So that correlation studies will help you find out, and based upon that you can decide that in future, if I want to recruit for a particular profile, right, based upon correlation study, I'll go to that channel or that source which has been best in the history for me. Right. So these are the 3 factors that can help company decide that what is the most useful source of recruitment for them for a particular position or a job profile in the company. Let's do a concept check. The process of recruitment is selecting people, appointing people, attracting talent, or offering employment. See, the process of recruitment is attracting talent. I told you there is a difference between recruitment and selection. Recruitment is about attracting talent, whereas selection is about selecting the best among them. Right? So here the answer would be option number C. Which of the following is the direct method of recruitment? Advertisement in newspapers, that is indirect method. Recruitment at factory gate, this is right. Recruitment at factory gate for the workers is the direct method of recruitment. So here answer would be option number B. I hope you are able to answer these questions easily. So that was about recruitment step in staffing. Now let's move to selection process in staffing. Now we shall discuss about point number 3. So after recruitment, that is once the talent has been attracted, the talent has applied to the company through various sources, then comes the selection, right? So there are various steps in selection that we are going to discuss one by one. The first step in the selection process is preliminary interview. So once the candidate has applied to any of the sources that we have discussed in recruitment, a preliminary interview would be conducted, right? So preliminary interview is not a formal interview. It just checks whether the candidate is serious about the job, whether, he has the required kind of qualification for the job, does he knows anything about the company at all, right? So because many times you call the candidate and you would say like, okay, you have applied for this job, do you have any experience? He would say no. And you want an experienced candidate, then obviously he would be not shortlisted for further process. So preliminary interview is just done to have a short check whether the candidate is the right candidate to proceed with the further process, or should we just close the process here, right? Preliminary interviews are also called screening interviews. Sometimes they're also called screening interviews. Then the next step is receiving application. So here receiving application means that you will basically make him fill a form, right, which is a company prescribed form, right? Company wants to have information as per their own format, so they will make a candidate fill that application form, which basically belongs to the company. So earlier when they have applied through various sources, they might have sent their own resume, but that is not in a standard format as required by the company. So then in receiving applications, the company would make them fill a standard form, right? Then the screening of applications would be done. So under screening of applications, basically some experts would screen the application forms filled by the candidate. They would see whether the candidate fulfills the criteria of qualification, experience, age, etc. Whatever the criteria is, they will try to screen the applications, right? So in many of the cases, what happens is that the applicant have worked previously with the company and his performance was very low. So in screening of applications, that candidate would be rejected. So whatever information they have, right, they will try to tally with that information. Otherwise, also they will just try to check whether the candidate fulfills the criteria for the job in the basic screen. Right, so this is done by some experts. Next is employment test. So in employment test, what happens is basically you conduct various type of tests to check the candidate on intelligence, on interest, aptitude, personality, values, beliefs. So various type of tests are conducted to check candidate on various parameters. So these tests can be basically intelligence tests where you measure the IQ of the candidate, aptitude test where you try to find out that what are the areas where candidate can perform better. For example, some people have mechanical aptitude, they're good with machines. Some people have musical aptitude, they're good at singing, etc. So you try to find out the aptitude of the candidate. Then interest, right? Many times we believe that we can perform the task to perfection in which we have interest. So the interest of candidate is tried to find out maybe through some interaction or through some tests. Right. Then achievement tests are basically tests of your knowledge or skill. So if somebody is applying for a post of a stenographer, he or she may be tested on his typing speed. Right. If somebody is applying for a job of software developer, he might be tested on his coding skills. Right. So achievement tests are actually the test of your skill or knowledge. Right. Then next is personality test. Personality test is basically the test of your personality. Right. That how good you are in leadership skills, how good you are in communication skills, how good you are in teamwork. So all those skills of your personality. Then there are projective tests. Projective tests are basically done to check about the values, beliefs, and emotions of the candidate. Two projective tests which are very famous are thematic appreciation test and Rorschach ink blot test. In thematic appreciation test, what do? Is they basically show some vague picture. Right? If I show you this picture and I ask you to speak for next 2 minutes, obviously you will speak whatever comes in your mind because this picture is not directly related to you. You don't know who all are in this picture. What is the context of this picture? You don't know. You will just speak your mind out. Right? So thematic appreciation test, a picture is shown, a candidate is made to speak on this picture for 1 or 2 minutes. Right? So by this, psychologists try to analyze about your values, beliefs, and emotions. Similarly, in Rorschach ink blot test, what do? Is they basically what do? Is they throw ink right on some table or on some floor, and ink will make some pattern, right? Something like this or some other pattern. Then candidate would be asked to speak out his mind that what does he thinks about this pattern? What does he thinks it is? Right. So again here it is a very vague or something which is obviously not something concrete. So he will speak out something and that will show his values, beliefs, and emotions. Right. So these are all psychological tests where we try to find out about the values, background, beliefs of the candidate. So these are the tests that are conducted under employment test. We need not go into detail of this. Just a brief introduction is necessary, but please try to remember about thematic appreciation and Rorschach ink blot test. So after the employment test, obviously, some candidates would come out with flying colors. They would be shortlisted for the next round, which is an interview round, where an expert would take an interview. He would further check the candidate on his skills and knowledge and his attitude towards the job. Then reference checking is done. That is, if company feels that these candidates are okay to get selected, some reference checks would be done about their past, that whether the information they have given is correct or not. Do they have any criminal record or something? So this kind of information would be checked. And then medical examination is also conducted by some companies. And then basically the final selection is done, where the candidate is told that he has been selected. Sometimes before final selection, 2 more steps are executed, or we can say that as part of selection process, sometimes 2 more steps are executed. So first is that sometimes an approval by higher authority is taken. So almost when this process is over, the candidate is almost selected, but still a formal approval by HRD head or something needs to be taken. So in that step it is taken, and then the final offer letter or employment contract is signed with the employer. So this is all about selection process. I hope you are able to understand this. Many of times in the exam they ask questions like, what is the first step in selection process? So that is preliminary interview or screening of applications. So we discussed about the steps in selection process, and one of the steps, employment test, we discussed about a lot of tests to be conducted. Now, what are the precautions that need to be taken while conducting these tests? So there are 2 things that need to be kept in mind while conducting these tests. First of all, these tests must be valid. Another point is these tests must be reliable. Right. So now, what is the difference between being valid and being reliable? Right. Both of them sound the same. See, the difference between being valid and being reliable is that while using a particular test, you should try to measure what you are supposed to measure. Right. For example, if you want to measure an intelligence of a candidate, then test should not contain such questions which are memory based. Right. That would be not a valid test. So being valid is that you measure what you are supposed to measure, and being reliable is basically that when you are using test to measure something, a test would be reliable if a candidate consistently performs the same on that test. Suppose you want to measure intelligence of a candidate, and for that you design a test. In that test, candidate on 1st January scored 60% marks. Then a test would be reliable that even if a candidate gives that test after 7 days, 10 days, 20 days, he gets the same score. Right. So a test is reliable if a person who is tested for a 2nd or 3rd time on the same test will obtain the same score. So validity means that the test is used for something which you are inclined towards measuring or which you are supposed to measure. That is a valid test if it measures that thing. Right. A test is reliable if a candidate who gives the test for the 2nd or the 3rd time obtains the same score on the test that was obtained during the 1st attempt. So reliability means basically consistency. Validity basically means the correctness. Right. So I hope you are able to understand that these are the 2 precautions that need to be taken while doing any of these tests in the selection procedure. Now, we have discussed about selection and the selection procedure, that is what are the various steps in selection. Earlier we discussed about recruitment. I told you about there is a difference between recruitment and selection, right? So just formally go through once again to understand what is the difference between recruitment and selection. So recruitment is attracting candidates, whereas selection is finding the suitable one. So when you attract a lot of candidates to recruitment, it is the selection procedure that will help you find the best candidate among these candidates who have applied. So recruitment process focuses on quantity, that is you want as many people, right, as they can to apply for the company, right? Whereas selection means quality, that you want to select the best out of the people who have applied for the job. So that is the difference between recruitment and selection. Let's do some concept checks quickly. Mr. Singh is a retired civil servant. He has been appointed on the interview panel of UPSC. He is famous as Sardarji among the student community, so people know that there is one Sardarji in the interview panel for UPSC. Once he asked a unique question to the individual by throwing the ink on the floor and asking student what it resembles. So Mr. Singh, who is famous as Sardarji, once in an interview threw an ink on the floor and asked the student that what does that resembles? That is the ink which is on the floor, what does it resemble? The student got confused at this and answered it looks like a Sardar. Sardarji started laughing at this and wished him best of luck. Student, after coming back home, discussed the same with his father that what happened in the interview, and his father soothed him saying it was just a technique to carry out a personality test, which technique that Sardarji used while interviewing. So basically, he used Rorschach ink blot test, which is a projective test to check about the personality or the values beliefs of an individual. So answer here would be option number D. The typing test for a stenographer is an example of. So when you are taking a typing test for a stenographer, you are basically trying to test her skills. So that's an achievement test. Answer is option number C. Which of the following is the first step in the selection process? Now it seems to be a very easy question. If you're not able to answer this even listening to this video, then you were not attentive, right? And even if you're able to answer, I would still say that these kind of questions now look very easy because you have just read that and immediately you are answering this. But when you will read the whole course, thousands of pages of your course, right? Hundreds of pages, these kind of questions also become confusing. Anyways, the first step in the selection process is preliminary interview, right? Or screening interview, we can say. So answer here would be option number D, right? So that's it guys about the selection step. So we have discussed about manpower requirements, recruitment and selection under steps in staffing. There are further steps also. We have already discussed them in brief, but we will not go into the detail of these steps as these steps would be discussed as part of your unit on HRD. So we will cover them there. So that was about the staffing function we discussed, right? Next we should move to directing function, right? So as I promised you at the start of this chapter, we are going to study staffing, directing and controlling. After doing staffing, now we are moving to directing part. But we should start directing in the next video, right? So thanks for now. Have a nice day. I hope you are able to understand whatever we explained in this video. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTab. So continuing with our videos on our topic General Management Part 4.
We are going to start with directing in this video, right? We have already done with staffing, so now we are going to start with directing, right? So we are going to start with the next point in our agenda, that is directing and its importance. So what is directing, guys? Directing is also known as activating function. Can you guess why? See, when we perform the management functions, like for example, we start with planning, then we do organizing, and then we do staffing. In planning, we make a plan. In organization, we see that how to make a hierarchy or how to make a structure of a company. And in staffing, we basically hire people as per our requirements. But nowhere in planning, organizing, and staffing, we are actually executing something. We are just kind of setting up things. So it is in directing where the actual things start happening, right? So directing is also called an executing function or an activating function of management. And directing basically means, if you get into the details, directing basically means that how do we guide people, how do we oversee people, how do we motivate and lead people. Some people feel directing is just about giving orders. No, yes, directing is about supervising or guiding them, right? But directing is also about motivating them, leading them, right? You cannot just control people by giving orders. You need to motivate or lead them, right? So directing means guiding, overseeing, motivating or leading people. And it is the activating or executing function of management. And if we talk about elements of directing, there are 4 elements of directing: communication, supervision, motivation, and leadership. Right? Communication, supervision, motivation, and leadership. These are the 4 functions of directing. We have already read a lot about communications, motivation, and leadership. Supervision, we shall discuss about supervision later in this video, but we are not going to touch about communication, motivation, and leadership because we have already discussed a lot about them earlier in the course. Now, what is the importance of directing? As I told you, directing is something where the actual action starts. It is the executing function of management. So, directing initiates action. It is also called the life spark of an enterprise or a heart of management process. Remember this. This can be asked. Which management function is called life spark of an enterprise? Right? So, directing initiates function. It integrates effort because when a superior guides, inspires, motivates, or leads people, he is able to make them work as a team. He is able to integrate their effort so that a maximum output can be obtained. It is a means of motivation where people can be motivated to achieve higher than what they aspire for, right? And efficient utilization of resources. Through directing, we clarify, right, that what is the role of each and everyone. We basically motivate them, we basically lead them, so it leads to increase in their efficiency. So that basically means effective utilization of resources, right? So one of the most important things that you need to remember that directing is something where action is initiated, and due to that it is called activating function or executing function or a life spark of an enterprise. So that was about directing and its importance. Now we shall discuss about principles of directing. Principles of directing are basically categorized into 2 types. One is set of principles based upon purpose of directing, and another set of principles related to directing process. So we shall discuss about these principles of directing one by one. First we shall discuss about principles based on purpose of directing, and then we shall discuss about principles related to directing process. So what are the principles of directing related to purpose of directing? First is principle of maximum individual contribution. That is, organization can achieve its objectives only if every individual contributes up to his maximum capacity. This can be done only through proper directing. That is, you properly motivate, communicate and lead people so that they feel involved in the work and they are able to give up to their maximum. Next is principle of harmony of objectives. That is, directing is only useful if the individual goals are in line with the organizational goals. Right? Because at the end of the day, when organizational goals are to be achieved, the individual goals are to be achieved also, so that people feel motivated to work. So these are the 2 principles related to purpose of directing. That is, we should direct in such a way so that everyone is able to give their maximum, and we should direct in such a way that individual goals are also met when we are vying for achieving organizational objectives. So now we are going to discuss second set of principles, that is principles related to directing process. Earlier we discussed principles related to purpose of directing. So these these are the principles related to directing process. First is principle of unity of command. Principle of unity of command basically means that one subordinate should be directed only by one superior, right? We have already discussed principle of unity of command earlier in the course also. That one person should get orders or get directions from one boss only, because if he gets orders from two people, then it would lead to confusion. The next is principle of direct supervision. Principle of direct supervision means that if you are supervising, directing somebody, you need to be in direct contact with him, right? Many times we are not in direct contact with the person whom we are directing, so that is not right. Principle of direct supervision says you need to be in direct contact with the person, so if he is connected with you, he obeys your directions, he feels motivated working with you. Principle of communication is all about that communication should be open and transparent, so that people trust you, people believe in you, and to follow up your directions. Principle of leadership is all about that when you direct people, you should lead them in such a way that you are able to understand their problems, you should be able to solve their problems, you should be able to understand their goals and objectives also, so that you can align their goals and objectives in line with organizational objectives. So all that comes under principle of leadership. Basically, when you are directing people, you should be able to lead them, not just order them. Principle of follow through. Principle of follow through basically means that when you are directing, just giving orders is not sufficient. Sometimes we just give orders and we expect people to execute those orders. Principle of follow through means that when you give orders, it is your duty to check afterwards that whether people have understood your orders, whether they are able to execute, and if they have any problem, you should resolve them. So it is basically about following up with the people to ensure that they are executing the orders in a right way. Principle of comprehension means that you should ensure that whatever you have told or whatever you have directed your junior to do, you should ensure that he has completely understood, he has completely comprehended what is supposed to be done. Many times we give directions, the junior will say, okay, sir, I will do, but he still does not understand what is to be done, and he does not have that courage to ask questions back, because when superior gives orders, sometimes juniors do not ask questions. So principle of comprehension is that you should ensure that whatever orders have been given are fully understood by the person, have been comprehended by the person to whom it has been given. Principle of use of informal organization means that obviously an informal structure exists in the organization, so a senior, instead of ignoring that informal structure in the organization, should make use of it, right? Should acknowledge that such a structure exists, should try to use it to the benefit of the organization. Then principle of appropriateness of directing technique. Now there can be various directing techniques as we read in leadership: authoritarian, consultative, delegative, participative, right? So principle of appropriateness of directing technique says that every technique is appropriate in a particular situation and it should be used as per the need of the situation, right? So these are the principles related to directing process. I hope you are able to understand this. So that was about principles of directing. Now let's move to supervision. So if you remember earlier, I told you that there are four elements of directing: communication, supervision, motivation, and leadership. We have already discussed about communication, motivation, and leadership earlier in the course. So we are going to discuss about the leftover element of directing, that is supervision. So what is meant by supervision? See, supervision means that we need to supervise whether the work that subordinates are doing, they are doing right things, and whatever they are doing, are they doing in the correct way, right? So that is basically we mean by supervision. Now many times people tend to get confused between supervision and directing. They feel that they are same. The answer is no, they are not same. Supervision is just one of the elements of directing. Directing has a much broader scope. It also includes motivating and leading people, whereas supervision means just to supervise, right? Supervision doesn't mean that we need to motivate and lead people, whereas in directing we have four elements and one of those elements is supervision, right? So I hope you understand that directing and supervising does not mean the same thing. Directing and supervision are different. Directing has a broader scope, whereas supervision has a narrow scope. Now let's try to answer some questions quickly. Which of the following management function is called life spark of an enterprise? Right. So answer is directing. Now it might seem very easier because we have just read it. But again, when you solve this kind of question in exam, when you have read thousands of pages or watched hundreds of videos on different concepts, these kind of questions become confusing. Anyways, the answer of this is directing is called a life spark of an enterprise. Which of the following is not an element of directing? Communication, control, motivation, supervision. There are four elements of directing: communication, motivation, supervision, and the fourth is leadership, not control. So answer is option number B. Mere giving orders is not sufficient, but management should find out whether the subordinates are working accordingly, what difficulties they are facing, and if required, they should help the subordinates to get work done. Which principle of directing are we talking about here? So basically here, in first two lines, a principle of directing is given which says mere giving orders is not sufficient. Management should try to find out whether workers are working accordingly, and if they have any problems, superiors should try to solve the problem of the subordinates. Which principle of directing are we talking about here? See, the principle that we are talking about here, it might seem to you it is about communication or leadership. No, it is about follow through. That once you have given orders, right, once you have assigned the task, the job is not finished. The management needs to make sure that workers have understood correctly what was assigned to them and they are able to execute in the right way, right? And if they need help, that help should be provided. So this is principle of follow through. That is, we should follow through after giving orders whether everything is going correctly or not, and whether workers require any help or not. So answer is again option number D. So that was about supervision. Now we shall discuss about another aspect of directing, that is directing and human behavior. Because in directing you have to deal with people, so it becomes very important to understand how directing and human behavior relates with each other. So under directing and human behavior, basically we are going to discuss four models related to behavior of man: rational, social, self-actualization, and complex man model. Right? So we are going to discuss them, and when we discuss them, we are also going to discuss that how management should handle each type of this human behavior. So let's start. First is rational man model. Rational man model basically believes that everybody works for incentives. More the incentives, harder the people will work. Right? That is, people will put in effort according to the incentives they will get. In simple words, it means that people want to maximize their returns. Right? So if an employee or a human in an organization is of type rational man model, he wants to get maximum from his effort, or he can put more efforts if incentives are more, then for such people management should provide incentives in line with the work. That is, if work is more important to the company, higher incentives should be provided to the people doing it. So that was about rational man model. Next is social model. So social model basically believes that man is a social animal, right? That man is motivated by the social needs to belong to a group, needs to mingle with people, needs to interact with people, right? So man is a social animal and he has social needs, and once he is part of group, he conforms to the group pressure. That is, whatever the group feels is okay, he will also do that. That happens most of the time in the society, right? Till now many people believe, like for example, that love marriages are not good because they conform to the group pressure, because society does not feel that love marriages are good, and people also can conform to the group pressure even if they think that it is okay, but still when the group feels it is not okay, they will also stop their children from doing so. Right, so that is what we mean, that man is a social animal, he belongs to a group, he wants to become a part of a group, and he conforms to the group pressure. Whatever the group thinks, he will agree with that. Right, that is, he will obey the orders, right? He will obey the superior orders only if they are in conformity with the social needs. So when his superior will order him, he will obey those orders only if they are in line with the social needs, they are in line with the group thinking. If they are against the group thinking, he will not obey those orders. So in such a situation where man is a social animal and is influenced by a group, does everything which according to the group is okay and will not do anything which according to him is not okay with the group. In such a situation, organizations basically should try to organize work in such a way that people feel sense of belongingness to the team, right? Because when they become part of the team, they feel that the success of the team, the failure of the team belongs to them, right? So the whole set of people work as a team, they share their happiness, they share their sadness, they share their success and failure. So that's create a very good working environment. And people who are basically of social model type, that is who are motivated by social needs, usually do not take rational decisions. They take mainly emotional decisions where they feel that if something is okay for the group, they will do it, otherwise they will not. Next is self-actualization man model. Self-actualization model believes that self-actualization is the ultimate need of the individual, that everybody wants to achieve the top of the pyramid. We discussed in Maslow's need hierarchy, self-actualization comes at the top. So self-actualization is the ultimate need of the individual. To achieve that self-actualization, people are self-motivated, they are self-controlled, they work very hard to achieve this self-actualization. So when this model is into picture, that management believes that a person is of self-actualization type, right, is self-motivated and self-controlled, what management should do is management should basically give him freedom, right, freedom to work, freedom to innovate, freedom to implement his creativity, and should provide him challenging jobs so that he feels motivated, he feels that he has done something at the end of the day, right? So this is about how people who belong to self-actualization type should be handled by the management. Next is complex man. So in the earlier three models, rational man model, social man model, and self-actualization man model, basically we have assumed that a person is of certain type and how he or she needs to be handled or how he or she needs to be given space in the company, right? But complex man model, on the other hand, thinks contrary to what rational, social, or self-actualization man model says. According to complex man model, that we cannot categorize people into any of these categories because human behavior is a very complex phenomenon. It's not as simple as rational, social, and self-actualization model believes. So complex man model believes that human behavior is a very complex phenomenon. Every individual has different type of needs and they adopt different ways to satisfy the same need, right? So basically, complex man model says that individuals have different types of needs and their behavior would be different to satisfy different needs, or even different individuals would have different ways to react to satisfy the same need, right? So we can't say that people would be of rational type, social type, or self-actualization type, right? According to complex man model, some people might be of rational type, some people might be of social type, right? Some people might be of self-actualization type. So it's a very complex phenomenon, and some people might be a combination of all these types, right? So complex man model says individuals have different types of needs and they behave differently at different times to satisfy the same need. So basically, management needs to handle as per the situation. There is no one kind of solution that can be implemented for all the people in the company because everyone is different, everyone has their different needs, everybody has different ways of reacting to the situation. So management should also react accordingly as per the needs of the situation. So that's what complex man model says. Now let's do some concept checks. As per which man model, everybody wants to maximize economic returns and work for incentives. Rational man model, social man model, self-actualization model, or complex man model. So everybody wants to maximize economic returns. That is basically a belief of rational man model. That is option number A. Next is as per which model individuals have different type of needs and individuals adopt different ways to satisfy the same need. So individuals have different types of need and they adopt different ways to satisfy the same need. Basically, that is the belief of complex man model, that human behavior is a very complex phenomenon and we cannot say that everybody behaves the same way. So here the answer would be option number D, complex man model. So that was about directing, guys, right? So we are done with staffing and directing. Right now we shall move to controlling, which is the last of the functions of management. Right, so we shall discuss about what is controlling, elements of control, and steps in controlling now. Right, that is, we shall start with basics of controlling, but we shall start in the next video, not in this video. Thanks for now. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTalk. So continuing with our videos on journal management part 4, in this video, right, we are going to start with controlling part. We have already discussed staffing and directing in this chapter. Now we are going to start with controlling part, right? So in our agenda, we are going to cover this point, what is controlling, elements of control, and steps in controlling. So let's start. So what is discussed staffing and directing in this chapter. Now we are going to start with controlling part, right? So in our agenda, we are going to cover this point, what is controlling, elements of control, and steps in controlling. So let's start. So what is controlling? See, put in simple words, controlling is process of evaluating actual performance and trying to compare that whether actual performance is in line with the planned performance or not, right? If there is some deviation, then taking corrective actions. Very simple. For example, you decide that every worker shall be producing 8 or say 10 units in a day, right? That is the planned performance of a worker. But if you see after 10 days, a worker is able to produce only 8 units in a day. So actual performance is in deviation with the planned performance, then some corrective actions need to be taken. You need to find the reason why they are producing less and then correct. That is, take corrective action so that the performance again comes back to the planned performance. So that is controlling. That whenever there is deviation from planning, right, you take corrective actions. That is controlling. Now, what are the kind of characteristics of controlling? First is controlling is both backward looking and forward looking. Very, very important statement. This I'll explain you in the next slide that how controlling is both backward looking and forward looking. So we will discuss this in the next slide. Next is controlling is relevant at all management levels, right? That is true. Even if you are at top management level, middle level management, or lower level management, controlling needs to be done, right? Though the scope of controlling would be different, but controlling is relevant at all management levels. Controlling is a continuous process. Controlling will never stop. As long as your organization would run, you would
be required to see whether actual performance is in line with planned performance, and if not, you need to take corrective actions. Then controlling system is action oriented, so like direction, which was action oriented where action was taking place, right? Controlling is also action oriented because here also you are taking corrective action, that is you are doing something to correct the performance. So controlling is also action oriented, right? So controlling is relevant at all levels, continuous process, and is action oriented. Now we shall come back to this first point, which we shall discuss in the next slide, that how controlling is both backward looking and forward looking. So in this slide, what we are going to discuss is relation between planning and controlling. See, planning and controlling are not separate, right? They are related. What happens is that when you plan something, that acts as a basis for your control. So you plan that each worker will produce 10 units. So this plan is acting as a base for controlling something, because based upon this plan only, you will compare the actual performance and the planned performance, right? So when planning acts as basis for control, it is called looking forward, right? Controlling is forward looking. And when you control something, right, you see that only 8 workers are able to produce only 8 units, right? Though they were planned to produce 10 units, then you take corrective actions, you control it, you take some learnings out of that. You will find the reason that why they are producing 8 units. Suppose the reason is that by the time they are ready to work at 9 a.m. in the morning, machines are not ready, right? So you will take corrective actions that machines should be ready by 9 a.m. when the workers come to work, right? So based upon whatever cause you find for actual performance, which is not in line with the planned performance, you will take some corrective actions, and from that you will take a learning and you will incorporate in the planning. So next time when you make a plan, you will make sure that in plan there is a check that machines are ready by 9 a.m. So control also acts as a feedback for planning in the next cycle. So we can say that it is a backward looking, right? So planning and control are related. Planning acts as a basis for control, which means, right, it is a looking forward relationship, whereas control also acts as a feedback for planning, which is a backward looking relationship, right? That's why we say that controlling is both forward looking and backward looking. Please remember this. In an exam they can ask that which of the relationship, whether planning acting as a basis for control or control acting as a basis for planning, is forward looking, right? So I hope you are able to understand this. Not very difficult, but still it's a conceptual thing which you should be able to remember. So we have discussed about control, we have discussed about relationship between planning and control. Now let's discuss about elements of control, right? So there are 4 elements of control: system characteristic, sensor, comparator, and actuator. So I'll explain them one by one. See, system characteristic is something which needs to be measured or controlled, basically, right? So let's take an example of a schooling system. So in schooling system, what is my system characteristic? In schooling system, what do I need to measure? Basically knowledge gained by students, right? When my children goes to school, or a lot of children go to school, what is the thing that needs to be measured in children? The knowledge gained by students. So that becomes the system characteristic, right? Next is sensor. Sensor is a means of measuring. So you want to measure knowledge gained by students, but how? That would be defined by sensor. So in schooling system, the knowledge gained by students is measured by marks obtained by students in the school course. This can be something else also. If not marks obtained by students, maybe the personality of the students, right? But sensor is something which is a means of measuring the system characteristic. In our schooling example which I am taking, the knowledge gained by students is to be measured, that's the system characteristic, and the sensor, that is the means for that, would be marks obtained by students in the school course. Third is comparator. Comparator basically helps you find that whether there is any deviation, right, in the actual performance and the planned performance, and whether any corrective action is required or not, right? So comparator takes a desired value, compare that with an actual value, and tells you whether there is some deviation or not. So in our schooling example, right, the marks obtained by students that have been measured using the sensor, they would be fed into the comparator. Comparator will compare those marks with the desired value and will find out whether there is some deviation or not. And actuator is something that will help us take the corrective action. So comparator will tell us that some corrective action is required, and it would be then implemented by the actuator. So corrective action would be implemented by the actuator so that the actual thing comes in line with the plan. So in our schooling example, what would be the thing that actuator will do, right? What would be the corrective action that would be taken by the actuator? Suppose students are getting less marks than they were supposed to get, right? So then there is some change required in teaching methodology. So that would be the change implemented by the actuator, right? So I hope you are able to understand these 4 elements of control: system characteristic, right? What needs to be measured; sensor, the means of measuring that; comparator to compare the actual and the planned performance; and actuator to implement the deviation by taking to implement the corrective action between the actual and the planned performance, right? So I hope you understand this now. So we have discussed about control, its characteristics, its elements. Now let's discuss about steps in control. This is very easy to understand once you have understood what I have explained just now. So what are the steps in control? See, control is about seeing whether the actual performance is in line with planned performance, and if not, take corrective actions to control the deviation. So in control process, what do you do? First of all, you establish some standards. That is, as per plans, what are your standards? What should be the actual performance, right? Then you measure the actual performance. So here, you just establish standard that each worker should be able to produce 10 units. Then you measure performance that, okay, each worker is producing only 8 units. Then you see whether the performance matches the standards. The answer, yes, then do nothing. But in our example, the standard was to produce 10 units in a day, whereas the worker is producing only 8 units in a day. So the performance does not match the standard. So we should take some corrective action, right? So very easy, right? Now one important point I need to mention here is that this control needs to be seen from a critical control point angle. That is, we need to emphasize on controlling only on critical points. For example, there is a stationery cost in your company for 10,000 rupees. That stationery cost has increased from 10,000 to 15,000. Now there is an increase of 50%. But is it critical for your company? Suppose your company has expenditure of 10 crores. Out of the 10 crores, if stationery expenses increase from 10,000 to 15,000, is it something critical for your company? Is it something which really needs to be emphasized and controlled? The answer is no. So whenever you implement control process in any area, please ensure that it is to be implemented from critical control point angles. That is, those areas which are key result areas, which are important from your company's performance point of view, and not some irrelevant things which will just take up your time and money and energy, and they will not result in something fruitful, right? So control needs to be implemented for key result areas or critical points which needs to be controlled. Let's do a concept check quickly. Which element of control measures the actual performance? So we discussed that the element of control which measures the actual performance is basically sensor, right? System characteristic is what is to be measured, whereas how to measure is done by sensor. That is option number B, right? Very easy, but in exam these kind of questions suddenly become confusing. So that was about what is controlling, elements of control, and steps in controlling. Now we shall discuss about types of control. Now what are various types of control? Types of control can be categorized on the following basis: based on the elements to be controlled, based on the stages where control is implemented, open and closed loop control, and human and machine control. So let's try to discuss the types of control based on each of these categories. Let's start with types of control based on elements to be controlled. So based upon elements of control, control is categorized as strategic control and operational control. By the name itself, you would be able to understand strategic control is basically to see whether the organization is moving in the right direction. Organization has right strategy. Like organization has decided to produce some new products. So in strategic control, it would be seen whether that's a right decision or not. Operational control is basically to see whether the organization is performing right in a right way on day-to-day basis. So strategy control is more about decisional or management control. Operational control is more about execution control, whether the things on ground are being implemented properly. So in strategy control, since it's more about decision control, whether all the decisions being taken, whether the direction shown to the company is right or not, focuses on the external environment, right? And operational control focuses on the internal environment, right? That what are the constraints or what are the problems in internally executing the things. Strategy control is from long-term perspective. Operational control is from short-term perspective. Strategy control, since it relates to control over decisions and control over direction given to the company, is executed by top management, whereas operational control, which is related to ensuring that day-to-day things are performed in the right way, is executed at a lower and middle level, but at a top level also there is some level of operational control. So we say operational control is executed by all levels of management. In strategy control, since I told you, the focus is on external environment, right? So they keep scanning the environment to see that what are the changes happening in the environment, right, which can impact the strategy of the company and therefore would need to be controlled. On the other hand, operational control, right, focuses on internal environment. So basically, it focuses on internal targets, internal budgets, whether the company is performing as per in line with those things or not, right? So that's the difference between strategy and operational control. I hope you are able to understand this. It's not very tough, right? Very easy. We have discussed about strategic planning, operational planning on the same lines. There is strategy control and operational control. Now, based upon the stages when control is implemented, control can be categorized into three types of control: feed forward control, concurrent control, and feedback control. Feed forward control basically works at the input stage, right? So feed forward control is basically trying to control something even before the action starts, right? So it anticipates problem. I'll give you an example. So you must have flown in an aircraft, right? Before the aircraft starts for its destination, there is preventive maintenance. That is, the engineers check whether everything is right with the aircraft or not. So that preventive maintenance basically is anticipating the problem. Even before the aircraft starts for the destination, it is trying to find out whether something is not right, then it will correct that. So feed forward control acts as an input stage itself, acts before the action starts, right? And it anticipates problem. Concurrent control is something which happens when the action has started and we try to control things, right, when the action has already started. So concurrent control basically corrects the problem as they happen when the action has already started. So feed forward control, right, as I told you, feed forward control happens before the action starts, so the problem is corrected before the action has started. In concurrent control, the control happens during the action, so problem is corrected as and when the action is happening. For example, when the units are being produced, something is being produced in a company, right? So you do kind of safety check or quality check for the units that are being produced. Those units which are not up to the quality, you will reject them. Right? So that's a concurrent control. So because here you are trying to control things as and when the problem is occurring during the action. Right? Feedback control, it acts once the output has already been achieved. Right? So feedback control corrects the problem after they have already occurred. Suppose 10,000 units have been manufactured in a batch. There was no checking during the production, but after the production, right, once the units have been sent to the dealer, there the problem has been found that no, out of these 10,000 units, 5,000 units or 500 units are not up to the quality. Right? There is a manufacturing defect. Right? So then you will send back those units to the company. They would be replaced or they would be corrected. So that's an example of feedback control. So in concurrent control, right during manufacturing, you were checking and you were controlling if these were not up to the quality, there was some defect. Whereas in feedback control, the production has finished, they have been dispatched to the dealer or maybe have been sold to the customer also. Then the problem has been found, right? So here you will correct the problem after it has occurred, right? Here also it has occurred, but it has been found at an initial stage during the manufacturing stage itself. So it's kind of concurrent. As soon as the problem is found, you try to correct that. But here it's too late. In feedback control, it's too late, right? Problem has already occurred. Then you are trying to correct that. Right, so 10,000 units have been dispatched. Out of those, 500 units are defective. So you try to send them back to the production unit, get them corrected. So that's in feedback control. So it occurs. Feed forward control is at input stage. Concurrent control during the process stage when the manufacturing occurs. Feedback control at the output stage when everything is finished, and then suddenly you find that there is some defect. Right now, let me tell you one example, and you tell me whether it's in feed forward, concurrent, or feedback control. Many of the car manufacturers recall their cars after they have been sold to the customer because there were some defects maybe in the airbags, maybe in the engine. Now what kind of control is that? Feed forward? No. Concurrent? No. That's a feedback control. It has already been manufactured, sold to the customer. Customer is using it, and then you are recalling that because there was some defect. That's an example of feedback. Right? So I hope you are able to understand feed forward, concurrent, and feedback control. Next type of control that we are going to discuss is open and closed loop control. See, open control is something where human intervention is required. For example, there is a street lighting system, and the street lighting system works as on the basis that as soon as 7 p.m. time is there, the street lights will get on. Right? But suppose on some day it is very cloudy and maybe at 2 p.m. in the noon it has become so cloudy that it has become dark. So actually lighting system should go on. But since the lighting system works on time basis that it will go on at 7 p.m. only, there needs to be human intervention. Somebody needs to on the lights at 2 p.m. So when human intervention is required, that is called open control. On the other hand, take an example of a thermostat, right, in your AC or in other things, where as soon as if you set some temperature, as soon as room temperature goes below that, it will get activated. Right? So it does not depend upon any time, any season. You set the temperature. If your room temperature goes below that, it will automatically get activated. There is no human intervention required. So that is what closed control. Right? So open control and closed control, we can call them by other names also. Human control because there human intervention is required. Machine control because there no human intervention is required. Everything can be taken care by the machine. Right? So open control, human intervention. Closed control, no human intervention. It works upon the automatic setting basis. Now, apart from the types of control that we have discussed, right, there is a very important term that you need to understand: cybernetic control. Have you seen a robotic hand being used for automated manufacturing? Or we have listened many a times, we have written many a times that robots are being used for physical delivery in US, right? So that kind of thing is basically a cybernetic control. Cybernetic is a type of automatic control. So here a machine is supposed to do a task, right? Machine itself will see whether the task it is doing, right, whether the performance is okay or not, and if there is any deviation, machine itself will take corrective action, right? So cybernetic is an automatic control where something is supposed to work and it is supposed to correct itself also. Right. So suppose this robotic hand manufactures something, at the same time it measures whether the thing manufactured by this hand is right or not. If it is not right, it will take corrective action. That is cybernetic control. Right. So in a way, I can say that the closed loop control or the machine control we discussed, right, where human intervention was not required, they are kind of cybernetic controls. We can say that. Right. So very important to understand this, right? Very important term used very frequently in newspapers and articles. Let's do a temperature check. Many drivers check the water in the engine to ensure there is no problem. That is, before they start, they check the water in the engine to ensure there is no problem. What type of control measure it is? Right. So here, although it's not mentioned, but assume that they are checking the water in the engine before they start for the journey. What type of control it is? So here they are trying to find any defect and take corrective action before the action starts. So it's an example of feed forward control. Right. Answer is option number A. Control which aims at control the change that whether organization is performing well on defined objectives is called, right? So here, organization is performing well, right? That is, day-to-day activities are being executed properly or not. So that kind of control is basically called strategy control, right? No way, right? If you answer strategy control, that's wrong. The answer is operational control. Strategy control is related to decision-making control or to control the direction where the company is going. Performance is controlled through operational control. Answer is option number B. Next question is cybernetic control is automatic control, man-controlled control, future-oriented control, or all of the above. Cybernetic control, I told you, is something automatic control, where control is implemented automatically by measuring the actual performance with the planned performance. Answer is option number A. So that was about types of control. Now we shall discuss about some control areas, right? So let's see what is to be read in control areas. Now with control areas, basically we mean that what should be the areas that should be controlled in a company, right? Though there cannot be any strict definition that what needs to be controlled, but still, Holden, Fish and Smith, these were the three people who did a lot of research and they came up with 13 key areas which are important and they need to be controlled. These 13 key areas are control over policies, over organization structure, over personnel, that is people, wages and salaries, over costs, over methods and manpower, over capital expenditure, service department, line of products, research and development, foreign operations, external relations, right? Overall control through budgeting. So I don't think that there needs to be explained anything here, right? Because otherwise there is a proper book on these 13 control areas. There is one book and in that book there is one chapter on each of these 13 control areas. But it is totally waste of time for us. So just read this list, try to have this in your mind, right? In exam, at the max they can ask you which of the following is not one of the 13 key control areas given by Holden, Fish and Smith, right? So that is the maximum that can be asked in the exam. So just read through it again and again. There is nothing to understand and try to cram it or make a mind map in your mind. Now, with respect to various functional areas, what are the things that need to be controlled at a top level, middle level, and lower level management? Right. So basically now I'm trying to explain for examples that within one functional area, how control is distributed of various things at top, middle, and lower management. Take an example of production. Top management will basically decide and control the plant location and capacity, right? That where the plant needs to be set, where it needs to be set, and how much capacity it should have. So it will take those kind of decisions and it will ensure that these things are done properly. It will control any deviation in implementing these things. Middle management will be basically concerned about that. What is the product mix that needs to be produced? How many number of shifts should be executed in a plant, right? So all that would be taken care and controlled by middle management. Lower management, in case of production, will ensure that proper job schedules are made, labor is working efficiently. If there is any strike or something, lower management should be able to handle, right? So lower management should be responsible these things and controlling these things. Similarly, in case of marketing, top management will decide that what are the areas where we can introduce new products or what are the new products that can be profitable for the company. Middle management will ensure that those products are advertised properly, they are promoted properly, they have a visibility in the market, like a proper brand name should be there. Lower management will ensure that performance of salesmen is up to the mark, right? So similarly in finance and HR also, right? At different levels, there would be different responsibilities and control areas for each level of management, right? So in HR, the employee welfare policies would be made by top management, performance appraisal would be done by middle management, lower management will do very low level tasks like leave recording, etc. Right? So at high level, some basic important things would be controlled. At middle level, less important things, and low level, very day-to-day activities shall be controlled. So that was about control areas. Now we shall move to management by exception. So what is management by exception? Very small concept, but very important concept, right? So let me explain this. Now in a company, there are a lot of people working, right? Various activities are being done. Can top management keep track of all the activities, right? On active basis, that is, can top management see whether all the activities are being done in a right way, in a proper manner? Can they keep track of that? The answer is no, guys, right? It's very difficult for a CEO or a CXO to ensure that he keeps track of all the activities that are being done on daily basis, whether they are being performed in a right way or not, right? So what is the solution to this? See, most of the companies believes in management by exception. Management by exception means that once there is a proper procedure of doing everything and the task is delegated, senior management will only look into that whenever there is any problem, there is any exception, right? So whenever there is any problem, any exception, any help required by the lower management of the senior management, then only senior management will look into that what is the problem, how it can be resolved, right? So this basically helps management to focus on critical problems. So they will not bother about all the activities, whether all the activities are done on proper basis or not. What they will be bothered about is that if there is any critical problem, there is any blocker in any of the departments, in any of the activities, then they will jump in, they will try to understand, and then they will resolve the problem. So that is management by exception. So that was about management by exception. Now we are going to discuss about information systems, which are again very important because most of the decision making and control in an organization is done through automated softwares, which basically takes a lot of data and gives you a lot of analysis. So let's discuss about these information systems now. So what are information systems? As I told you, information systems is a kind of software, right? So we can say software is installed on a computer, which will basically provide information with a lot of analysis that can help managers see that what is happening and they can find where is the deviation and they can control that easily. So information systems, you can say, is a kind of data analytics which helps managers to control the deviation between plant performance and the actual performance. So it helps in management control, right? That is strategic control, we have already discussed, or operational control. Operational control can be kind of post-action or steering control. Post-action means what we discussed in feedback control, right? That after the action has been completed. Steering control means as and when the things are happening, right? So it can be basically called concurrent control, what we have already discussed. So anyways, information systems helps you to implement controls at all levels and various types of controls. The idea is to understand what information system is. Information system, as I told you, it provides you a set of information, right, which can help you to analyze a lot of things and see whether the performance is in line with the actual performance or not and take corrective actions, that is to control the things. Now we should discuss about types of information systems, right? So information systems, yes, they kind of provide you data, but then there are various types of information systems, right? So these types are transaction processing system, management information system, MIS, decision support system known as DSS, executive information systems known as EIS, right? So there is difference between these systems which I'm going to explain, right? So the first difference is in terms of where it is used. Transaction processing is used at the lower level, right? At the workers level. MIS is used by middle management, decision support system is used by senior management, executive information system is used by executive, that is the top level executive, CEO or CFO, like that. So let's try to discuss that in detail, right? That what are their characteristics, right? And what are those characteristics that make them to be used at particular level? So what are transaction processing systems? See, the name itself, transaction processing system, will just capture data, right? And it will try to classify that data, it will try to summarize that data. For example, a bank wants to have a report that how many transactions that are happening over the internet, right, are RTGS and NEFT transactions, and how many of those RTGS and NEFT transactions are above 10 lakhs. So for that, a bank software will be implemented that will keep of any transaction that will happen through the bank, right? So it will gather that data, it will try to classify the data into NEFT and RTGS, and it will try to summarize that what percentage of total transactions is of any, right? So this is just a very basic example, though at a high level, a lot of transactions, a lot of data is captured, cleaned, and summarized. So transaction processing system is all about capturing data, right? Classifying it and summarizing it like that. Then comes the management information system. So management information system, as I told you, is being used by middle level managers. Management information system is used to make structured decisions. Structured decisions basically means that decisions which are kind of day-to-day decisions in which there is a lot of certainty. There are not many uncertain factors. So management information systems will basically use this transaction processing system and will provide data in form of reports, which managers can easily read. Right? Transaction processing system will just collect data. It will not present data in the right format. It is management information system which will try to present this data in the required form of reports and displays to the managers. And this data will be such that it will help managers to make structured decisions, right? And mostly it would be internal data, internal to the organization. What is happening? There would be no data related to the environment, like what competition is doing, what is happening in the market, what RBI is doing. No, nothing like that. Right. So please try to remember, because most of these information systems differ on the basis whether they provide structured data or they use internal or external data. Right. So management information system provide you structured data in form of reports and displays, and they use only internal data. And since it is used by middle level managers, it is used for making decisions at operational level. Now it would be little fun when we discuss about decision support and executive information system, and I tell you the difference between DSS and MIS and the difference between EIS and DSS. So what is decision support system? See, decision support system is also a system that will help you make decisions like management information system. Now there is a difference that decision support system will not only provide you structured data, it will also provide you unstructured data. That is data related to things which are not certain, which have little uncertainty related to them. Right. So decision support system will provide you semi-structured and unstructured data. Right. That is unstructured data means which is not 100% right, or which has certain uncertainty about that. And the data would not be only internal but external data also. Right. So decision support system is basically used by senior managers, right, who want to take decisions related to planning. And when they want to take decisions related to planning, they are not only concerned about internal data, they are also concerned about external data. Right. That's why decision support system also provide external data. Right. And decision making or planning is just not about certainties. There are a lot of uncertainties related. So decision support system also provide you unstructured data or data for unstructured decisions. So the difference between DSS and MIS is MIS only provides you structured data and internal data. DSS also deals in unstructured and external data. Then comes the executive information system, which is used by top level executives like CEO, CFO, and other key persons in the organization. Executive information system also helps in making decision making, like DSS or MIS. But the difference is, right, the important difference that you need to know between EIS and DSS is that DSS is mainly related to one business unit. So for example, there would be one DSS for Reliance Jio, Reliance Capital, Reliance Energy. For each of the business unit, there would be one DSS. So DSS is mainly related to making decisions related to a specific business unit. Whereas executive information system tries to integrate data from various business units or organizational units. So executive information systems provided to Mukesh Ambani will contain a lot of data, integrated data from different divisions of Reliance. So Reliance Jio, Reliance Capital, Reliance Energy, Amlays, right? All these which are owned by Reliance. So executive information system integrates data from various organizational units, whereas decision support system has data related to only one business unit or one organizational unit. But otherwise, executive information system also contains unstructured data, it also contains external data. So I hope you are able to understand the difference between transaction processing system, MIS, DSS, and executive information system. If not, just listen once again to what I just explained and it shall be very clear to you. Let's do some concept checks now. Holden, Fish and Smith has given 13 key control areas. Which one of the below is not among those 13? Control over personnel, control over wages, control over line of products, control over innovation and creativity. See, if you would have read those 13 control areas, at least have a look at that, then you should be able to understand. But even logically thinking, why would an organization have a control over innovation and creativity? Right. So this is the answer. This is not one of the 13 key control areas. Answer is option number B. Management by exception means management to ignore all exceptions and focus on key objectives. Management to focus exclusively on critical problems. Yes, this is it. Right. First is wrong. That management will ignore all exceptions. No, if there are exceptions, something very critical that needs to be taken care of. Management to focus exclusively on critical problems, that is what management by exception means. So answer is option number B. EIS differs from DSS in the which of the following way? So executive information system differs from DSS how? EIS use external data whereas DSS use internal data. That's wrong. DSS also use external data. EIS aims at integrating various organizational units whereas DSS is for specific business unit or organizational unit. That is right. So your answer is option number B. Let's see other options. EIS is short term whereas DSS is long term. No, both are long term. EIS helps in structured decisions. No, EIS also helps in unstructured decisions. So answer B is the right difference between EIS and DSS. So answer is option number B. So that's it guys, so we are done with till this point in our agenda. So in next point we should discuss the last point of our agenda, that is control techniques, right? So let's see, meet you in the next video. Thanks for now, have a nice day, bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTap. So continuing with our videos on your topic Journal Management Part 4. In this video we are going to discuss about controlling techniques. So we have already discussed little bit about controlling, right? The basics of controlling. Now we are going to discuss about controlling techniques, right? So this is the point in your agenda, controlling techniques, which we are going to discuss now. So earlier we have discussed about control. That control is basically measuring
video, we are going to discuss about controlling techniques. So we have already discussed a little bit about controlling, right? The basics of controlling. Now we are going to discuss about controlling techniques, right? So this is the point in your agenda, controlling techniques, which we are going to discuss now. So earlier we have discussed about control. That control is basically measuring the actual performance with the planned performance, and then if there is any deviation, finding the reasons for those deviations and then taking corrective action. So that is about control. Now how to do this, right? What are the techniques to implement control? So in this video we are going to discuss about various control techniques. So control techniques can be categorized into techniques at operational level and techniques at organizational level. Right. What is more important is to understand techniques at operational level. Right. So in this video, I'm going to discuss about techniques at operational level, all these techniques, right? The techniques at organizational level, this is basically part of your supplementary notes, which I'm not going to discuss in the video, but this is very easy, you can read from supplementary notes. So let's start with the control techniques at the operational level. So let's start with the budgetary control first. Now what is budgetary control? The essence of budgetary control is saying that you basically measure the actual performance and compare it with the planned performance, which in this case is budgetary thing, right? You prepare a budget, you plan something, right? Then you see whether the actual thing is in line with that budget or not. Let me explain this with an example. Suppose you have to produce 100 units and you in a budget decide that it will take rupees 50 per unit to produce one unit. So 50 to 100 your total budgeted cost, right? So you will kind of make a budgeted cost that my total cost would be around 5,000. But in actual, what it turns out to be that when you manufacture, the actual cost turns out to be 60, the total pieces are 100, so your total cost becomes 16 to 100, that is 6,000, which becomes your actual cost, right? So here you can see now your actual cost is deviating from the budgeted, or we can say planned cost. So here is what budgetary control helps. So budgetary control helps us to measure or compare the actual cost with the budgeted cost, and if there is any deviation, take actions to correct that deviation. So budgetary control basically points out where the control and corrective action is required. So here you will know that the corrective action is required because the costs are increasing or costs are more than the budgeted cost, right? So this is about budgetary control. Now, budgetary controls are implemented with the help of budgets because only when you will prepare budgets, right, then only you will compare the actual thing with the budgets. Now there are various types of budgets that we need to understand, right? So these are master and financial budgets, capital budgets, long-term and short-term budgets, fixed and flexible budgets. So I'll explain all these budgets one by one in brief, right? That should be sufficient for you to answer any question in the exam. So let's start with the master and functional budgets. What are master and functional budgets? The name itself makes it clear that functional budget is related to one of the functions in your company, one of the departments in your company. So functional budget is something which is for a particular function, say for production, for marketing, for HR, right? So functional budget is for particular function. When all these functional budgets are combined, right, then we get a master budget. Suppose production says that I need 1,000 rupees, marketing says I need 500 rupees, HR says I need 200 rupees. So master budget would be summation of all these, right? That the total money required is 1,000 plus 500 plus 200, that is 1,700. So like this it works at a very high level. Though if we start getting into the details of this, there are separate books on master and functional budgets. But this is sufficient for you to understand. So that was about master and functional budgets. Next type of budget that I'm going to discuss is capital and revenue budget. What is capital budget? Capital budget relates to capital expenditure. So basically you make a budget related to your capital expenditure in capital budget. Capital expenditures are those expenditures which help you create assets. For example, asset means you buy a land, you buy a factory, construct a factory, you buy a machine. By doing this, you are creating an asset. Right? When you spend money to create an asset, that is called capital expenditure, and all the budgeting related to capital expenditure is done in capital budget. Revenue expenditure is exactly opposite to capital expenditure. Revenue expenditure is expenditure related to day-to-day activities. For example, paying salaries, right? Paying rent, maintenance of machines, buying raw material, right? So in other words, if you're still confused, capital expenditure is done on the things which are going to give you benefit for more than 1 year. I buy a land, that land will give me benefit for more than 1 year. I can reside on that land for 50 years. If I buy a machine, that machine will be used for production for more than 1 year. Right? So capital expenditure is an expenditure which is going to give me a benefit for more than 1 year. On the other hand, revenue expenditure is an expenditure which is going to give me benefit for less than 1 year. If I am paying a salary, if I'm paying a monthly salary, I've already got the benefit of that salary that I paid during that month. I have availed the services of my employer. If I'm paying a rent for a month, I've already used that function. When all these functional budgets are combined, right, then we get a master budget. Suppose production says that I need 1,000 rupees, marketing says I need 500 rupees, HR says I need 200 rupees. So master budget would be summation of all these, right? That the total money required is 1,000 plus 500 plus 200, that is 1,700. So like this it works at a very high level. Though if we start getting into the details of this, there are separate books on master and functional budgets. But this is sufficient for you to understand. So that was about master and functional budgets. Next type of budget that I'm going to discuss is capital and revenue budget. What is capital budget? Capital budget relates to capital expenditure. So basically you make a budget related to your capital expenditure in capital budget. Capital expenditures are those expenditures which help you create assets. For example, asset means you buy a land, you buy a factory, construct a factory, you buy a machine. By doing this, you are creating an asset. Right? When you spend money to create an asset, that is called capital expenditure, and all the budgeting related to capital expenditure is done in capital budget. Revenue expenditure is exactly opposite to capital expenditure. Revenue expenditure is expenditure related to day-to-day activities. For example, paying salaries, right? Paying rent, maintenance of machines, buying raw material, right? So in other words, if you're still confused, capital expenditure is done on the things which are going to give you benefit for more than 1 year. I buy a land, that land will give me benefit for more than 1 year. I can reside on that land for 50 years. If I buy a machine, that machine will be used for production for more than 1 year. Right? So capital expenditure is an expenditure which is going to give me a benefit for more than 1 year. On the other hand, revenue expenditure is an expenditure which is going to give me benefit for less than 1 year. If I am paying a salary, if I'm paying a monthly salary, I've already got the benefit of that salary that I paid during that month. I have availed the services of my employer. If I'm paying a rent for a month, I've already used that building or any facility for which I'm giving a rent. Right? So revenue expenditure is something where the benefits of that thing for which I'm paying money is less than 1 year. Right? And capital expenditures are budgeted through capital budget and revenue expenditures are budgeted through revenue budget. Right? I hope you're able to understand this. So we are done with master and functional budgets, capital and revenue budgets. Next is long-term and short-term budgets. So long-term and short-term budgets, very easy. The name itself explains you. Long-term budgets are made from long-term perspectives, say 3 to 5 years. Short-term budgets are made from short-term perspectives, usually less than 1 year. So now let's move to next category, that is fixed and flexible budgets. Now what are fixed and flexible budgets? See, fixed budgets are those in which budgeting is done assuming that there would be certain fixed volume of production. So suppose you make a budget and in that budget you assume that you will produce 1,000 units in a year. right, or 10,000 units in a year. So here the volume of production is fixed, right? That is one number, that is static. So any budgeting done at a fixed volume of production or fixed volume of operations is called static budget or fixed budget. On the other hand, now there are many companies where it is not known at the start that what would be the volume they would be producing. Maybe their business is seasonal or maybe there is a lot of competition. They are not sure that what volume of production they would be doing. So in that case, fixed budgets are not useful. In that case, flexible budgets are useful. So what do they do in flexible budgets is that they make budgets, right, at different capacities. That if I produce at 70% of my capacity, then this is my budget. If I produce at my 80% of my capacity, then this is my budget. If I produce at 90% of my capacity, then this is my budget. So here various budgets are prepared at different volumes of production, right? So that is why it is called a flexible budget. So I hope now you are able to understand the difference between flexible budget and fixed budget. This is fixed budget, this is flexible budget, right? So now we have discussed various types of budget. A related term that I'm going to discuss is zero-based budgeting. Right? What is zero-based budgeting, guys? See, normally when we prepare a budget, we take the previous year numbers as the base. Right? For example, last year I produced 1,000 units and my cost was say 10,000 rupees. So this year's budget, I'll base it on previous year budget. That is, the previous year I produced 1,000 units, I'll produce 1,200 this year, and my cost will also increase by 20%. Normally people do like this. Budgets are prepared with previous year numbers as the base. But zero-based budgeting is a different concept. Zero-based budgeting, the name itself makes it clear. Zero-based. That in zero-based budgeting, there is no concept of taking previous year numbers. In zero-based budgeting, every year the new budget is made from scratch with fresh ideas, right? And the previous year numbers are not considered at all. So in zero-based budgeting, there is no base. We start from scratch. We make a new budget, right? And we justify each and every item in that, right? So that is the difference between zero-based budgeting and other kinds of budgeting where previous year numbers are taken as base, right? I hope this is clear. Now, see, when we are discussing about general management, budgeting, and all these things are very small part in that. Otherwise, if you start reading about budgeting, there are books upon that. But our criteria or our agenda is not to become a master in budgeting. So I have taught budgeting in general management up to the extent it is sufficient for you to answer questions in the exam, right? So rest assured, this is going to be very useful. This is not much related to general management, but still they ask such kind of questions in the exam which are little off topic, but they are related to the main topic. So be careful in such topics. Now let's do some conceptual questions. The expenditure related to buying production means machines would be part of. So you are buying production machines. These machines are going to give you benefit for less than 1 year, right? Wrong. These machines are going to give you benefit for more than 1 year. So this expenditure would be, right, part of capital expenditure. Hence it would be part of capital budget. Answer is option number 1. Zero-based budgeting is what? Budgeting with zero wastage? No, I didn't tell you that. Budgeting which is not based on previous year numbers and start from scratch. That is right. In which there is no base. Every year we start afresh from scratch. So answer is option number 2, right? So that was about budgetary control, right, which is a technique at operational level. Now let's read about next control technique at operational level, which is costing-based control. So what is control through costing? See, control through costing is almost similar to what we discussed in budgeting. So we define some standard cost, right? That this is the standard cost that should be there to produce 1 unit, right? Then we compare the standard cost with the actual cost, and if there is any deviation, the reason for deviation is found out, and a relevant action is taken to control the actual cost if they are more than the standard cost. Now, what is the difference between control through budgeting and control through standard cost? See, the difference is in budgeting, it's not about only controlling cost. Budgeting can be done for producing number of defects. Budgeting can producing number of units. Budgeting can be for a number of defects. That this much should be number of defects. But if defects are more than this, then there is some deviation. So budgeting can be done in terms of costing, in terms of number of units produced, in terms of number of defects, anything. Right? Ultimately, budgeting is planning. But control through costing is where you only control in the measures of cost. That is, you compare the standard cost with the actual cost, and the standard cost is derived through a lot of research, through a lot of experimentation. Right? So a lot of data is analyzed, a lot of experiments are done to find the best methods to produce, right, so that the costs are minimized, and based upon that some standard costs are defined, that to produce 1 unit of this product, this should be the standard cost. Right? So I hope you understand the difference between control through costing and control through budgeting. Right? So that was about costing control. Now we shall move to the third technique, which is basically break-even analysis. Now what is break-even analysis? See, break-even analysis generally means that it is a point where there is neither a profit nor a loss. That is, your total revenue or your total sales is equal to a total cost. Let's try to understand the break-even analysis through this graph. Right? This is your cost or revenue on y-axis. Here it is number of units produced. So this is the line for total cost. When the units produced are 0, then also the total cost is 10. Why? Because there are some fixed costs. The rental costs, the salaries, which are fixed. Even if you do not produce anything, there would be cost 10 incurred to you. This is fixed cost. Then this line indicates, right, fixed cost plus variable cost, that is total cost as we start producing. And this is my revenue, my sales. Right. Now they intersect at this point. So this is my break-even point. So my break-even point occurs when my revenue is near about 16 or 17, right? Or my total number of units produced are around between 20 and 30, that is 25,000. Or all these numbers are in thousand. So break-even point will occur when my number of units produced are 25,000 and my total revenue is around 16 to 17,000. So this is how break-even analysis is done. That what is my break-even point? This basically helps you know that now this much you should be able to produce. At least you should be able to produce and sell 25,000 so as to do not go into loss. So when you have this number in mind, right, you are better able to control the operations of your company. That at least I should be able to meet this target, right? So it helps you to control your operations in a certain way. So that's about break-even analysis. Again, break-even analysis is more used in financial management, but here we are not reading about finance. We are reading about general management. So this much is sufficient for you. So that was about break-even analysis. Next, we are going to discuss about control technique at operational level, which is responsibility accounting. Now, what is responsibility accounting? See, in responsibility accounting, what happens is that there is each person responsible to control the cost in a particular area. Suppose this is the person who will control the cost for marketing. This is the person who will basically control the discounts given. This is the person who will basically control the costs related to freight. So we are designating people, we are making people responsible to control the costs in particular areas. Right? So responsibility accounting, right, emphasizes on who is responsible for the cost. So here cost control is done by making people responsible for doing cost control in specific areas. Right? So what happens is now this person knows that his marketing cost, say, it should be 10,000. So when it exceeds 10,000, he is aware of that he will be held responsible for it. So he needs to take control, he needs to take corrective actions to control the marketing cost. Right? So responsibility accounting, the name itself says responsibility. So responsibility accounting means making people responsible to control costs in particular areas. Right? So emphasis is on who is responsible for the cost, and that person is basically made responsible, is given authority to take any action to control the cost in his area. Right? So that was about responsibility accounting. Next is internal audit. Now, what is internal audit? See, internal audit, the name itself says the audit is conducted by the company internally, right? This is also known as operational audit, in which most of the things that is end-to-end working of the company is audited. It's not only about auditing of cost, auditing of production process. It also audits your appraisal policies, right? Your use of authority, your quality of management. So it does an end-to-end audit, not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of procedures or behavioral qualities or behavioral processes in the company, right? Nothing much to understand here, right? Just remember, internal audit is an operational audit. It is an end-to-end audit with respect to working of the company and also includes the behavioral aspects. So that was about internal audit. Next, we are going to discuss about quality control. Now, what is quality control? See, quality control or quality basically means focusing on increasingly giving better products at a competitive price. Obviously, you can increase the quality by increasing the cost too much. Mercedes-Benz will give you much better quality than a Honda City, right? But in true sense, the definition of quality means increasingly giving better products at competitive prices. Now, quality control can be of two types: statistical quality control or inspection control. So we are going to discuss about them one by one, and we are also going to discuss the difference between statistical quality control and inspection control. So let's first discuss about statistical quality control, which is also known as statistical process control. Please remember these alternate names; these are very important. Now, what a statistical quality or a statistical process control is? See, first of all, you should try to understand that this type of control is preventive and remedial. That this type of control prevents further damage, or it's kind of remedial. That is, it take things into consideration at an early stage and prevents further damage. Statistical quality control, how it works is that suppose when you are manufacturing the product, it will take samples of that product during production process itself, and if the product is not up to the quality as planned, it means there is a deviation and then corrective actions would be taken. So here, when you are taking samples during the production process itself, you are taking measures to ensure that during the production itself, if there is some deviation, it will be found out and corrective action would be taken. That's why it is called preventive and remedial, because it prevents, right, mass production of defective products or lower quality products. Now, statistical quality control basically works upon two considerations. One is tolerance limit, another is measurement of quality. So when you need to implement statistical quality control, you need to first set a tolerance limit. That okay, this is my definition of quality. Suppose you are manufacturing some bearings. In Hindi we call them pinch, right? So when you are manufacturing bearings, you say that my standard bearing size should be 3 centimeters. That is the standard. That is the quality I want to produce, right? But then you define the tolerance limit. That okay, obviously there is some deviation during the production process. You define your tolerance limit. That my standard is 3 centimeters, but I have a upper tolerance limit of 0.1, that is 3.10 centimeters, and lower tolerance limit also of 0.1, that is 2.90 centimeters. So you are basically saying that my standard is 3 centimeters, but yes, my tolerance limit is 0.1 on the upper and the lower side. So we will also accept any bearing with a size of 3.1 and 2.90 centimeters. So this is the first thing that needs to be defined in statistical quality or statistical process control. Once you have defined the tolerance limit, the next thing you need to do is measurement of quality. This is you have defined the limits, but you need to measure your product, right, to find out whether it is within the tolerance limit or not. So you measure the quality of your product. In this case, it would be basically you measure the size of your bearings. If they are above 3.10 or less than 2.90, you will completely reject it, right? And you will see that why the size is beyond 3.1 or 2.9, you will try to find the reason and take corrective action so that no further bearings are produced beyond these limits. So it will help you take preventive measures, right? So I hope you are able to understand what is statistical control. It takes sample, helps you in preventive and remedial measures. It defines the tolerance limit, and within that tolerance limit you accept the products, and outside that tolerance limit you reject the products, right? Next is inspection control. Now, inspection control is not something which is applied during the production process. Inspection control is either applied on the finished product, that is when the finished product is done. Suppose you have produced 5,000 units, and then you do inspection. Like okay, let me see, are these products okay? Now there is a chance that sometimes all of these 5,000 units are found to be defective, and suddenly it would be like, oh, we have done a lot of wastage, we have produced 5,000 defective units. So it is not a preventive measure, right? It will help you find the defect or find the lower quality at the end when the finished product is ready, right? Sometimes it is also done to find the quality of the raw material, to ensure that the raw material that is coming from the supplier is okay or not, right? So inspection control is basically done at the end, that you can assume on the finished product. Now, how inspection control is done? The procedure is same. It also takes into account the tolerance limit and the measurement of quality. You find the tolerance limit, you measure the quality, and then you see if there is any deviation beyond the tolerance limit, you obviously need to reject. The difference between inspection control and statistical control is statistical control is preventive, whereas inspection control is kind of feedback. There might be a lot of wastage at the end when you see the finished product, but nothing can be done now. What can be done is the feedback for the next step, right? Let's do some conceptual questions now quickly. Responsibility accounting emphasizes on management by domination, no. Management with flexible budgets, no. Management in terms of who is responsible for the cost. That is right. Responsibility accounting. Answer is option number 3. Dash control is applied at the stage of raw materials as well as the stage of finished products or in between. Right. Which type of control is applied at the stage of raw materials sometimes or at the stage of finished products? The answer is inspection control. Answer is option number 1. Right. So that was about quality control. Regarding quality circle and the next set of points we are going to discuss in the next video. So in this video, we shall close it here. I hope you were able to understand everything. And let's start from the quality circle in the next video. Thanks. Have a nice day. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to EduTap. So continuing with our videos on your topic, General Management Part 4, we are continuing with our agenda point control techniques, right? So we discussed some of the control techniques earlier and the rest we are going to cover it in this video. So if you remember, we have done till quality control, right? Now in this video, we shall start from quality circle, like how quality circle as a control technique helps in control. Now what is quality circle? See, quality circle in layman words, if I try to explain you, is a group of employees who try to solve their problems by themselves. So the main idea behind quality circle is that instead of going to the management to get your problem solved, you make a group of employees like who are expert in a particular area and get your problems solved by yourself. Right. So if this person is having some problem and this person knows the solution, he will help him. Right. So quality circle is a group of employees who are expert in a relevant area and they meet on regular intervals to find out what are the problems being faced by each other and if a solution can be provided to those problems. It generally consists of 6 to 12 members, right, who are experts and can solve each other problems. They focus on quality and productivity related problems, that how quality can be improved, how efficiency or productivity can be improved. Right. And many a times the solutions recommended by them need approval of the management, so they discuss the solutions within themselves. They refer it to the management, they recommend it to the management, right? And then once the management gives approval, then the solution is implemented by them.
many a times the management approval is not needed, so they discuss among themselves various alternatives to solve a problem, and based upon whether the approval is required or not, if the approval is not required, they just implement a solution to solve a particular problem. So to summarize, there is a group of people who are expert in particular area. They meet often to find out what are the problems being faced by each other and try to provide some innovative solutions to those problems. So that was about control through quality circle. Next, we are going to read about control in terms of inventory control or inventory management. So how does inventory control work? See, first of all, you need to understand the meaning of the term inventory. Inventory can be raw material, which is used in production. It can be work in progress, that is, you are producing something, and at the end of financial year or at the end of the month, it is partly produced. So that would be called work in progress, semi-finished goods. Or inventory can be something which is finished goods ready to be sold, but it has not been sold. Right? So inventory can be raw material, which is used in production, work in progress, which is still being manufactured, or a manufactured thing but still not sold. Now, how do we do inventory control? See, inventory control basically means that we try to keep the inventory at an optimum level. Now, what do we mean by optimum level? By optimum level, we mean that inventory should not be too high or too low. I'll explain you the reason behind this. Suppose the inventory you are keeping is too high. Then the drawback of keeping inventory too high is that you will have to store that somewhere. Suppose you are keeping a lot of raw material. Right? You are keeping a raw material which will be used in next 1 year. So you are keeping a raw material for next 1 year. You are keeping too high a raw material. The disadvantage for this is that you will have to incur additional storage costs because to that much inventory, obviously, you need to find a place to keep that inventory. You need to have a warehouse, or you need to own a warehouse, or you need to take a warehouse on rent. So it will have some additional storage cost. And when you keep your inventory in the warehouse, you need to have somebody to take care of that, right? Like a chowkidar. So keeping inventory too high means you are incurring additional storage cost to keep that inventory. On the other hand, if you are keeping your inventory too low, then what is the drawback? First drawback is obviously there is risk of stock out. Suppose there is some situation where the supply gets cut off and you have inventory just for next 20 days, then what happens after 20 days? Your manufacturing will stop because you do not have any inventory. Right? So there is a risk of stock out. And another drawback is if you keep your inventory too low, it means again and again you will order raw material. Right? If you keep your inventory low, it means again and again you will keep ordering raw material. It means you will give too many orders, and when you give too many orders, it increases your cost because every order will entail some human effort to give that order, and then for every order there will be separate transportation. Right? So when you keep your inventory too low, you will give too many orders, and those too many orders will increase your order cost, total order cost. Right? So therefore we say inventory should be at optimum level, neither too high, neither too low. High leads to additional storage cost, too low inventory leads to additional ordering cost because you will order again and again. This is very important to understand. Then only you will understand the further part of inventory control. Right? I hope it is clear till here. So what we discussed in the previous slide is that inventory should not be too high or too low, right? It should be a balanced thing, right? But there is a technique called zero inventory, right? In which there is almost zero inventory. It is not actually zero, but it is almost zero inventory. This is called just-in-time inventory system, JIT inventory system, right? This is a Japanese concept. In Japanese language, this is known as Kaban. So what is this JIT or Kaban system of inventory control? So here what happens is that you almost keep zero inventory, right? So it is like you will keep just 2 units of your products. As soon as your products are sold, right, automatic signals would be sent to the supplier to give new raw material, and that raw material would be quickly processed and it would be again ready for selling, right? So the whole chain works in a very coordinated way, right? And it helps you to keep your inventory levels to almost zero. So it's like as soon as you receive orders, right, you flush the existing units and new units reach your place to sell them to further customers. This is the concept of JIT. I know it looks kind of unfeasible, but many companies have implemented this. But on the same time, when we say many companies have implemented this, many companies or businesses feel that at least certain inventory must be maintained to keep the business running, because you never know, right? There can be some pandemic, there can be some war due to which the connection with the suppliers can cut off, or there can be other uncertainties coming in. So every business feel that there shall be at least some inventory maintained to keep the business running, right? But otherwise, JIT is a very useful technique, very highly rated technique, which is used by many companies. But since I told you many businesses still feel that inventory must be maintained, right? So we shall study some inventory control techniques now. One is ABC analysis and another is EEOQ, that is economic order quantity, right? So companies which are not using JIT, obviously they would like to do some inventory control because they will not have zero inventory, they will have some inventory, so they will try to have some inventory control technique. So for those companies, right, there are two techniques which we are going to study, ABC analysis and economic order quantity. So let's start with ABC analysis first. Now what is ABC analysis? See, in ABC analysis, one thing that you should need to understand is that inventory is categorized into three categories: Group A, Group B and Group C. All those inventory items which are very valuable or high in cost are put in Group A. All those inventory items which are moderate in value, right, that is they are not highly priced or low priced but moderately priced, they are put in Group B. And all those inventory values whose price is low are put in Group C. So Group A expensive, Group B neither expensive not cheap, Group C cheap items, right? So we will categorize all our inventory items into these three groups. Now a research was done, and in that research it was found out that if we categorize inventory items into these three groups, Group A will consist of around 15% of items, Group B will consist of around 30% of your items, and Group C will consist of around 50% of your items. This is an average data which came out of research, that if any company categorizes their inventory into Group A, B and C items, A will comprise almost 15% of the total items, B and C will comprise of 30 and 55% of the total items. This is the number of items. In terms of inventory value, A comprises of around 70% of the inventory value, right, because A are expensive items, so they are though just 15% of the total number of items, but in terms of value, they contribute 70%. B contributes 20% in terms of value and C contributes 10% in terms of value, right? So I repeat again, all the inventory items are categorized into A, B and C groups. A means expensive, B means cheap, B means moderately priced and C means cheap, right? And according to research, A will comprise 15% of the inventory in terms of number of items and 70% in terms of value. B will comprise of 30% in terms of number of items and 20% in terms of value. And C will comprise of 55% in terms of number of items and 10% in terms of inventory value. And that is understandable. C, though contributing 55% in terms of number of items, but it is only 10% in terms of inventory value because C items are cheap items, right? So this is as per the categorization. Now what ABC analysis say is that since the items in Group A, right, are most expensive items, right? So maximum attention should be paid to these critical items, which are the most expensive items, right? Which are basically blocking the maximum amount of your money, right? So maximum attention should be paid to A items, that A items are being used properly, A items are not being wasted, A items are ordered properly. That is, maximum attention should be paid to A items followed by B and C groups. This is what ABC analysis say. But there is a caution to what ABC analysis say, or a drawback to what ABC analysis say. See, many experts say that the criticality of an item cannot be decided by its value. Something might be priced very high. It might be critical also, but some things are very low priced, but still they are very critical to the production process. For example, a small switch, right? A small switch, if it goes wrong, right, and if you do not have spare part for that small switch, it can stall the entire production process. So the drawback of the caution is that criticality of item in ABC analysis is decided upon its value, which is not right. Even item which is cheap, but it can be critical to the production process, right? So this is about ABC analysis. So that was about ABC analysis. Now we shall move to discuss the next method, which is economic order quantity. Right. So earlier, if you remember, we discussed that your inventory should be at optimum level. That is either neither too high, neither too low. Because if it is too high, it means you will have to spend high storage cost, right? Because you will have to store that inventory somewhere in a warehouse or something. So this additional storage cost in actual terms is also known as inventory carrying cost. That is the cost to carry that inventory till the time it is used, right? And if the inventory is kept too low, then there is a problem of stock out, or there is a problem or drawback that you will spend too much money on ordering again and again. Because every time you order, there would be some effort involved and there would be transportation costs. So this is called order cost. Right? So if you keep your inventory too high, there would be inventory carrying cost, which will become high. If you keep your inventory too low, you will end up giving too many orders, so that will increase your order cost. So the question is, what should be this optimum level? We say that this is neither too high, neither too low, but how should we calculate that exact number? The answer is that exact number is given by the formula, which is known as economic order quantity. Economic order quantity is that quantity, right? If you order this quantity, then the sum of inventory carrying cost and order cost would be the minimum. Right? Economic order quantity is that optimum quantity. If you order this much quantity, right, then your inventory carrying cost and order cost, that is the sum of these two, would be minimum. And the formula for economic order quantity is under root 2 SO by C. Right? S is total quantity of materials required per annum. O is ordering cost per order, that is for one order, how much is the cost involved. And C is carrying cost per unit, that is to keep that unit for an annum. Right? How much cost you would entail. So economic order quantity is given by under root 2 SO by C, where S is your total quantity per annum, O is your ordering cost per order, and C is your carrying cost per unit. Right? That is how much money you will spend on one unit to store it. Right, this is the formula, please remember it. Now let's see an example of this. Example is that total quantity required per annum is 5,000 units. Ordering cost per order is rupees 100, and carrying cost per unit is rupee 1. That is to carry or store one unit is rupee 1. So what is the economic order quantity? You can apply this formula under 2 SO by C. S is 5,000, O is, that is ordering cost per order is 100, and C carrying cost per unit is rupee 1. So when you put these values in this formula, you get economic order quantity is 2 into 5,000 into 100 divided by 1. That is your answer is 1,000 units. Right. So this is an application of this formula. How when the values are given, how you can put these values in this formula and derive your economic order quantity. Right. I hope you are able to understand both ABC analysis and economic order quantity, and also the concept of JIT or command, which I explained you earlier. Now let us do some conceptual questions. Command signifies what? Just-in-time inventory system. That is right. Command is a Japanese word which means just-in-time inventory system. Right. Supplier to consumer delivery. No. Low-cost inventory instead of costly inventory. No. Japanese way of reducing defects. No. Command signifies just-in-time inventory system. Answer is option number 1. As per ABC analysis, maximum attention shall be paid to ABC analysis. Group A items are the most valued items, and as per ABC analysis, maximum attention shall be paid to Group A item. Answer is option number 3 or option number C. EOQ will dash when carrying cost per unit increases. The formula for EQ is under root 2 SO by C. C in the denominator is your carrying cost per unit. When carrying cost per unit increases, EOQ will decrease, right? Assuming everything else remains constant, when carrying cost per unit increases, EOQ will decrease because carrying cost per unit is in the denominator. So answer is option number 2. So that was about inventory control. I hope you found it interesting, specifically the JIT, ABC, and your last technique, which was on EOQ, economic order quantity. Now let's start with the next control technique at operational level, which is about time event network analysis. What is time network analysis? To understand this, just try to understand this diagram. Then you should be able to understand what is time network analysis. See, in time network analysis, we try to analyze basically how the different parts of your program or how the different phases of your program fit together. Right? That is how they are interconnected. In what sequence they will occur. Do they have dependency on each other? For example, here it seems that research can start when a little bit of planning is done. I mean, we do not have to wait for planning to finish for research to start. Right. So here it is basically telling us that how different phases of my program, of my overall goal or thing I want to achieve, how they are connected, how they are interdependent, how they are independent. That is all is told by this diagram. This is what is called time network analysis. Right. Now, time network analysis, this is a very brief introduction what I told you. Now there are different ways to achieve time network analysis, right? Different strategies or different techniques. These are Gantt chart, milestone budgeting, and third is per CPM. So I'll explain all these three one by one. So let's start with the Gantt chart. So Gantt chart is one of the basic technique for time network analysis, right? Here you can see what a Gantt chart looks like. Right. So in Gantt chart, basically what we do is, right, different tasks are listed. For each task there are activities. So suppose in my program there are 3 tasks, A, B, and C, and within the task there are 2 activities. For example, my task A is to buy a land. So activity 1 is to search for a land, activity 2 is to apply for the loan, right? Like that. So within a task, this Gantt chart tells me that activity 2 is dependent upon activity 1. That is when activity 1 is finished. First I have to search for a land. Once I search for a land, I finalize that this land I will buy. Then only I will apply for a loan, right? Because bank will ask which land you want to buy, right? So in a Gantt chart, different tasks are there. In a task, activities are listed, and Gantt chart tells us which activity is dependent upon which activity. The major drawback of Gantt chart is that it does not tell us any relation between the tasks, right? So here if you are assuming that this activity number 3 can start here before activity 2 starts, this is wrong. I mean, do not go by the positioning of these tasks. I can position these 3 and 4 here also on the right hand side. So within a task, it tells me what is the relation between the activities, that is activity 1 and 2, but between the tasks, it does not tell me what is the relation between task A and task B. right? Here by the positioning, we cannot understand anything. This is just a dummy thing. I can put this here or here. It will not matter because Gantt chart never tells me how my tasks are related, are they dependent, are they interdependent, no. So Gantt chart does not tell me the relationship between task A and B, D and C or task A and C. So that is one of the major drawback of Gantt chart. Right. So to overcome this drawback, right, milestone budgeting was introduced, that is our second technique. So earlier I told you we should discuss Gantt chart, milestone budgeting and per CPM. So due to this drawback of Gantt chart, milestone budgeting was invented. Now what is milestone budgeting? Milestone budgeting, as I told you, is also a technique for time network analysis. In milestone budgeting, what happens is your overall program, your overall project is divided into phases. Right. Your overall program or your overall project is divided into phases, and you basically control your project in terms of phases. When you have divided your project into phases, you execute control over each phase. That is, targets are set for each phase, and you try to see whether the targets are being achieved, what was decided for each phase or not, and if not, you will see what are the deviations and how to control them. So here, control is being achieved or control is being executed at each phase, because each phase has its targets. If those targets are not met, obviously there needs to be some corrective steps taken. Right. So this is about milestone budgeting, where we divide the project into phases, and each phase has its own importance, and control is exercised at a phase level. But again, milestone budgeting has its own drawbacks. Here, yes, we have relationship between different phases, or we can say different tasks. Right. We are sure that do it phase will start only after the prepare it phase is finished. But in a way, this does not depict complete relationship, right? Many a times the tasks will overlap. Some part of do it phase can start before the finishing of prepare it phase. So that kind of relationship is not depicted in milestone budgeting, right? So again, what we can say is that though milestone budgeting depicts a relationship between various tasks, but this is not a true relationship. This is not a correct relationship, right? Because the relationship is like not complete. So to overcome this drawback, the PERT CPM technique was introduced. So you will better understand why milestone budgeting does not depict a complete relationship once you understand about PERT CPM. Because in PERT CPM you will get to know how the different phases are linked. I mean, they are very clearly chalked out and they give a very clear picture. So let's study about PERT CPM now. So that was about time network analysis, in which we discussed about Gantt chart and milestone budgeting, and I told you that PERT CPM is the third technique under time network analysis, which anyways is a different point under our operational level control techniques. Now let's discuss about PERT CPM. So what is PERT or CPM? PERT, PERT stands for Program Evaluation and Review Technique, and CPM stands for Critical Path Method. PERT was actually developed by US Navy in 1958. Very important fact, just remember this, right? PERT was developed by US Navy in 1958. And almost at the same time, that is when US Navy developed PERT, engineers at a DuPont company, which was a company in USA, engineers at this company also developed CPM, that is Critical Path Method. Right. Now, for understanding, yes, there are some differences between PERT and CPM, but those are not of any consequence to us. For our exam point of view, let's treat PERT and CPM as same. Right. Now, what happens in PERT? See, in PERT, what happens is that all the activities, right, are first listed down. Then all the activities are kind of arranged in an order in which they would be performed. Right. So many activities would be dependent on other activities. Many activities can be done independently. So depending upon that, a proper flow would be made. For example, in this PERT chart or CPM chart, from activity 1 to 2, it takes us 6 weeks. Then from activity 2, we can start parallelly working to complete or reach point 3 and point 4. These tasks can be done parallelly, and then we can go in parallel flow 3 to 5, 6, 7 like this, and 4, 9, 10. These can be executed parallelly. So PERT chart is showing us how the flow is, which activities are dependent on other activities, which activities are independent of other activities. That is clearly laid down in this PERT CPM chart. Right. So from this, the dependency becomes very clear, the flow becomes very clear. Another very important part of PERT CPM chart is, if you see these red lines, why they have become red or why they have been drawn in red color. This is basically the critical path. Critical path is that path from start to finish, which takes the longest time. So here basically, we are kind of going in 3 flows. One is this one, right? Another is this one, which is being executed in parallel, and third is this one, which is also being executed in parallel. Among these 3, the critical path is this one, because this is the path, or this is the sequence of tasks, which is taking the longest time, which is 6 weeks, plus 4 weeks, plus 2 weeks, plus 3 weeks, right? Plus 2, plus 4, right here, the duration is written in very small letters if you're able to see. So this becomes 21 weeks. This is the longest path from start to finish. This becomes the critical path. Critical path is identified to ensure that this is the critical path. If there is any delay in this, the overall project would be delayed, right? Now, this path is not a critical path because here, suppose the total duration is 6 plus 6, 12 plus 4, 16 plus 1, 17, right? So even here, if we get delayed by 1 week, instead of 17 weeks, we take 18 weeks, then also there is no impact on the overall duration of the project, right? Because anyways, this critical task or critical path takes 21 weeks to get completed or to complete the task in this critical path, right? So therefore, the critical path is that path, or critical path is identified by finding that which path takes the longest time, right? So I hope you have understood about PERT CPM at least a little bit, right? And this much is sufficient for you to understand for the exam. Now, what is the process of PERT? Right. So you would have understood from what I explained in the previous slide how a PERT chart is run, but let me go through the steps officially to explain you in detail. So the first one is identification of activities. So you basically identify all the activities that are required to finish your project, then you sequentially arrange them. That is, you find out which activities are dependent on other activities, which activities can be done in parallel. So you basically come up with a sequential arrangement of activities. Next is time estimate of activities. So if you saw the previous PERT chart, what was there was, like if you saw the PERT chart which I showed you in the last slide, on each line there was a time mentioned. That was an estimated time. Now when you are to do an activity in future, obviously you cannot predict an exact time. You just give an estimated time, and this estimated time in PERT is derived from 3 times. Right. That is 3 different times are listed for an activity. One is called an optimistic time. That is the time you feel optimistically that you can complete the activity in that time. Pessimistic time, that is the time you feel in the worst case you will be able to complete the activity. And most probable time, which is kind of a normal scenario, it is between the optimistic time and the pessimistic time. So when you estimate the time of any activity in PERT chart, you come out with 3 different times: the most optimistic time, the most pessimistic time, and the most probable time. Right? These times are denoted by, optimistic time is denoted by O, pessimistic time is denoted by P, and third one, that is most probable time, is denoted by M. And using these 3 times, the expected time that we need to find out is calculated by this formula: O plus 4M, that is most probable time, right, into 4, plus P, that is the most pessimistic time, divided by 6. Now if you're thinking what's the rationale behind this formula, how this formula has been derived, that is of no use to us, right? Just concentrate on this, that how the estimated time is calculated, this formula, right, that is sufficient for you. So once you have estimated the time, you will basically do the network construction because now you know all the activities they sequence their time. So you will formally draw a PERT chart and then you will find the critical path, which I told you is the longest path from the start to end. So this is how PERT chart is drawn, right? So I hope by now PERT and CPM is very much clear to you. And please remember these small facts. PERT was developed by US Navy, CPM was developed at 2 Point, which is a company in USA, and it was developed at the same time when PERT was developed. Let's do some concept checks. In PERT, critical path is the one. In PERT, critical path is the one which takes the longest time. We discussed that, right? So answer is option number 2. Assuming O is optimistic time, M is most probable time, P is pessimistic time to complete an activity, then the expected time of an activity would be, so we discussed that it would be O plus 4M plus P divided by 6, right? But here, the closest option I find is O plus 4M plus P divided by 5, which is wrong. It should be divided by 6. So answer should be nota, option number 4, right? So that was about control techniques, guys. We discussed a lot of control techniques at an operational level, right? And I hope you are able to understand all of them. Now we shall move to last point on our agenda, which is related to role of managers, right? So let's discuss about role of managers in the company. So what is the role of manager? Right. So till now we have discussed about various management functions: planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. Obviously, managers at different levels perform different functions, but the role of managers that we are going to discuss now, they are different from management functions, right? So first we will discuss about roles of manager. Then I'll show you that how these roles of manager can be mapped to different management functions. So that's a separate thing. First, let's discuss about roles of management. So roles of managers, right, have been basically defined by Henry Mintzberg, right? Very famous theories. Henry Mintzberg describes 10 set of roles that managers perform. He has categorized these 10 set of roles into 3 categories: interpersonal roles, informational roles, and decisional roles. Interpersonal roles are basically related to where you are required to maintain a kind of harmony between you and other people. Information roles are related to some information, right, that you know and you need to share, you need to discuss with other people. Decisional roles are related to making decisions. So he has categorized 10 roles under 3 categories: interpersonal, informational, and decisional. Under interpersonal roles, there are 3 roles: figurehead, leader, and liaison. Under the category of informational roles, again, there are 3 roles: monitoring, disseminator, and spokesman. And under the category of decisional roles, there are 4 roles: entrepreneur, disturbance handler, resource allocator, and negotiator. Right. So we shall discuss about these respective roles in these categories one by one. So let's start with the interpersonal roles first and discuss about figurehead, leader, and liaison role. Like what does a manager do in each of these 3 roles? So in an interpersonal role, manager basically performs 3 functions or 3 roles, right? Figurehead, leader, and liaison. Figurehead means that he is kind of symbolic head of the company, right? So if any meet is being conducted, right? If any minister is coming to the organization, then he needs to be present, right? He has to make speech on any important event. When some prizes are to be distributed, he would have to give those awards, right? If some committee is established, then he would have to serve on that committee. So figurehead means kind of ceremonious and symbolic nature, right? Where he is not executing what he is supposed to do, but he is just acting as a symbolic head for his unit or for his company, right? Next is the role of a leader. The role of a leader is about maintaining the relation with his workforce, right? Motivating them, understanding their problems, communicating with them. So that is the role of leader, right? Liasoning means that he acts as a link between his unit and other units in the company, or between his organization and the outside world. Right? For example, if the company is working on government projects, then he has to basically act as a link between the organization and the government, so he will liaison with government. Right? There are some people who represent their organization in the industry associations, then they liaison with industry associations. Right? So any role where they are required to act as a link between their organization and external entity and perform that function of liasoning, right? That would come under liaison role. So figurehead, symbolic and ceremonious in nature. Leader, where you actually lead people by motivating and communicating with them. Liasoning, acting as a link between the organization and the outsider. So that's about interpersonal role. So that was about interpersonal roles. Now we move to next category, informational roles. Under informational roles category, a manager basically performs 3 roles: monitoring role, disseminator role, and spokesperson role. Right? Monitoring role is all about that you keep scanning the external environment. You see if there is anything of consequence which is related to your company. You take a note of that and take action for it. Right? For example, if there is change in government policies and that affects your business, then you should keep a note of that. Firstly, you should be tracking what the government policies are. Right? So you should be aware of when they change, and when they change, you should be able to analyze what is the impact and make changes in your business. So that is about monitoring role, because here you are tracking the information, analyzing it, and taking action. That's why it comes under informational role. Next is disseminator role. Disseminator role is about sharing information with your subordinates, with your team members. Right? So in a company, there are a lot of decisions taken by the top management, which flows down to the middle management. So it is the duty of middle management to disseminate it properly, right? To disseminate it properly to the people who are not aware of it. That is their subordinates or the team members. That is the disseminator role. Right? Next is spokesperson role. Spokesperson role is to basically act as a representative of his organization while interacting with outsiders. Right? So that outsiders can be customers, that can be government, that can be news channels. Right? So it's all about public relations. Right? Now, these seems to be very easy, but at times they can be confusing. In the last slide, we discussed about a role called liasoning. Liasoning is where you act as a link between the organization and the other entity. Right? Now we are discussing about spokesperson role. Here you are representing your organization to the outside world. So they seem to be very similar, but there is a difference. See, liasoning is related to business, right? Where you kind of interact with them, do business with them, right? And you find new opportunities to do business with them. Right? That is about liasoning. On the other hand, spokesperson role is just about giving information to the outside world, right? For example, different political parties have spokesperson. So they are not involved in liasoning. They are not concerned about getting right candidates for the political party or asking anybody to join the political party. Their main role is to act as a spokesperson, that is to spread the ideology of the party. In the same way, the role of manager as a spokesperson is to interact with the outsiders and tell them what is the stand of a company on a particular thing, what does the company thinks about something, right? So that is about spokesperson role. There is a very thin line between a spokesperson role and a liasoning role that you should be able to understand. So that was about informational role. You can see all these 3 roles are related to information. Here we are monitoring information, analyzing it. Here we are disseminating it, and here we are sharing information with the outside world. So next we come to decisional roles. Right. So decisional roles has been categorized into 4 types: entrepreneur, disturbance handler, resource allocator, and negotiator. Entrepreneurial role of a manager is that whichever unit or whichever organization he is heading, he has to act as an entrepreneur for that unit or organization. That is, he has to initiate some changes, he has to make some policies, he has to minimize the cost. So in a way, he is acting as an entrepreneur for his unit or for his organization. Right. Disturbance handler as a role means that in a company there are a lot of disturbances happening. There are a lot of forces, right, who are basically constantly trying to create some disequilibrium. Like for example, trade unions will go on strike. There would be conflicts between some people within the team. Right. So as a role of disturbance handler, manager is required to handle all these situations. Try to placate the trade unions, try to resolve the conflicts between the team members. This will come under the role of disturbance handler. Third is resource allocator. Now, in a company, manager allocates organizational resources of various types to different organizational units, right? For example, a manager may decide that how many workers would be allocated to a particular production process and how many workers would be allocated to another production process, right? So he's acting as a resource allocator. He is allocating the resources to different tasks, different departments, depending upon the need or depending upon the priority of the task, right? So he approves budgets, schedules, sets priorities as a part of resource allocator or as in his role of resource allocator. Next is negotiator. Negotiator means that he negotiates agreements, he negotiates things with the stakeholders, which may be customers, government organizations, shareholders, anything. Again, we discussed about licensing, then we discussed about spokesperson, third is negotiator. Now, negotiator is also kind of interacting with the stakeholders, outside world. But this interaction is in terms of negotiating. When you negotiate something with the outside world, you are not licensing, you are actually negotiating. Right? So again, there is a difference between licensing, being a spokesperson, and negotiating. Try to understand that. In exam, they can ask you and they will confuse you between the options. So that should be very clear to you. Right? So I hope you are clear on entrepreneurial, disturbance handler, resource allocator, and the negotiator role of a manager. So that was about different roles of manager. Now we should try to map the management functions and the roles of manager. So we discussed about different management functions, planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. And we also discussed about different roles as per Henry Winsberg, which has been categorized into interpersonal, informational, and decisional roles. So let us try to map that for a particular management function, what type of roles are performed. At a planning level, right, you basically perform informational and decisional roles. Informational roles because you constantly monitor for what is happening in the external environment for your planning, which is a kind of informational role, and you take decisions, right? You act as an entrepreneur, you do resource allocation, all those things. So planning also involves decisional roles. In organizing, basically you decide the structure of the company, you decide about resource allocation. So organizing is more about decisional roles. Like staffing is not mapped to any of the roles of manager, right? But otherwise staffing is performed at every level in the organization. Directing involves leading people, where you motivate people, right, to perform better. So that is kind of interpersonal role. In directing, you also communicate with people. So you disseminate information to them. So therefore, directing also involves informational roles. Controlling is basically about monitoring and see if there are any deviations, controlling those deviations. Since controlling involves monitoring of what is happening, so controlling comes under informational roles, right? Because monitoring of information comes under informational roles. So this is how we can map the management functions and the informational roles. Very, very important. I think rather than understanding, it's better you cram this, right? Make a mind map in your mind, because the question which can be asked from these can be very trivial questions, but if you can remember this, you can easily answer all those questions based upon this mind, right? Now let's do some conceptual questions. As per Henry Winsberg, disseminator role is categorized as disseminator role means disseminator of information. So that is categorized as informational role. Answer is option number 2. As per Henry Winsberg, the role in which leader acts as connecting link between the organization, outsiders, and the organization itself is what. So the role where leader acts as a connecting link between the organization and outsiders is basically called licensing role, right? I told you there's a difference between licensing and spokesperson. Spokesperson shares information with the outside world. Licensing acts as a connecting link. Answer here would be option number 2. Next is, as per Henry Winsberg, the role in which manager allocates organizational resources of various types to different organizational units is called what? So the role in which manager allocates organizational resources to different organizational units is called resource allocator. Option number 3. Which of the following management function does not have any role mapped to it from the roles defined by Henry Winsberg? The answer is staffing. That is option number 3. Staffing does not have any role mapped to it from the roles defined by Henry Winsberg. Right? So till now we have discussed some of the roles of Henry Winsberg, which are the most famous roles, but then there are some lesser known roles which can be asked in the examination, and that is what I would be discussing now. The first one is the communicator. The communicator is the one who is basically there to present the information in organized, clear, and concise manner to the people in the organization or outside it. Now you must have seen that every company has people who have very good communication skills and they can present the information in a very simple manner, organized manner, and clear and concise manner so that others can understand. So that is the role of a communicator. I would say the communicator is kind of a mix of disseminator and the spokesperson role that we discussed under the Henry Winsberg. So he's a kind of a mix or somewhere in between them. Then there is the role of a networker. A networker is the one who basically networks, and here the networker networks to meet people. Meet people who can help them, that is the company grow, who can help them company innovate. For example, in a networker role, you might be trying to reach out to people who can invest in the company, or you might look for some people who are kind of best talent in the industry and can join your company, or you might look for new sales channels. For example, your company is producing cold drinks. Then you might look to tie up with some hotels or airlines where those cold drinks can be sold. So this networker role is basically like a kind of a license role that we discussed under Henry Winsberg roles. Next, I will discuss about the enabling role. Enabling role is basically help people work together by creating a favorable environment. So it is like build bridges of cooperation. That is the keywords. For example, there are two departments, sales and marketing. Now, often these departments are at logarithms. Now, a person who is in enabling role will make sure that there is good rapport, there is good trust between both the teams or between all the stakeholders, and will create a favorable environment where people can give the best, where people can deliver results. Next is synergizing role. Synergizing role is about creating energies between the two teams or the two companies, whatever it is. Now, you might be confused that what is the difference between a synergizing role and enabling role, because in enabling role we also discussed that it is about enabling people by building that trust or building bridges of cooperation or by creating favorable environment. And in synergizing role, we are also discussing about creating synergies between two teams or between companies. See, the difference between synergizing role and enabling role is that enabling role is mainly related to creating a favorable environment. That you somehow create a rapport, create a favorable environment, create that trust between two teams. But synergizing role is about using that trust. It's about using that favorable environment and then devising a further strategy in that favorable environment which can benefit both the companies. For example, now take an example of Tata Group. Now Tata Group have various companies, TCS, which builds software, and then Tata Steel, Danish, so many individual Tata Motors under Tatas. Now, TCS, who is building softwares, can also build softwares for other companies of the Tata Groups like Tata Steel or Tata Motors. Now, a person first in enabling role will kind of create a rapport between the higher management of TCS and Tata Steel or Tata Motors, kind of create a favorable environment. And then further going ahead, the synergies will come when they sit together, they devise a plan, they devise a strategy that how can TCS help all these companies devise a common software for employee management or something like that. So there the synergies will come. So enabling role is kind of creating a trust, and synergizing role is using that trust and devising a strategy for further growth of the companies, so that with one task you are able to achieve multiple objectives. That is what synergizing role will try to achieve. Next is link building role. Link building role is basically a role where manager motivates the employees by telling them that the work that you are doing is making an impact in the lives of the people. That makes the employees motivated because that gives credibility to their task, what they are doing. That task becomes meaningful, that how that task, what they are doing is making contribution towards the betterment of the society. For example, if somebody is building an app, right, for Uber, let's take an example. Now you can make them understand that how that app will be used by millions of people to commute, how it will help them save their time, how it will help maybe a person in need to reach the hospital on time. So there can be various scenarios that can be taken into account to make employees understand that how their work is contributing towards the betterment of the society. Next is balancing role. Now, balancing role of a manager is quite common. We know that manager needs to balance the growth of the organization and the aspirations of the individual. Now, suppose some individual wants to grow technically, he wants to learn new technologies, whereas his current role is not allowing it so. So the manager can take a call where he shifts him to a different role where he can learn new technologies, whereas at the same time he tries to bring a new person who can replace the current person. So this kind of balancing role is something where he tries to bring harmony between the goals of the organization and the individual goals. Next is developmental role. Developmental role is about career planning, training, and development of employees. So here, managers ensures that there is proper career path charted out for the employees and they are given training and development to grow in the organization. Now, you might feel that a balancing role and a developmental role sounds the same, but there is a difference in balancing role. It's just the kind of understanding that he needs to balance the individual goals and the organization goals, whereas in development role, he actually executes that. So as part of balancing role itself, he is executing the developmental role where he plans in more detail regarding the training, career path, and the development of employees. Next is performance management. Again, this is very common, and performance management is something which is taken negatively. But see, performance management from a perspective of manager is not about finding mistakes or criticizing the employees. Rather, it's about providing feedback, monitoring their work, and learn them better. And when they learn better, they can grow in the organization, and hence the organization can also grow. So these are the roles which are kind of lesser known roles apart from principal roles, but they can be asked in your examination. So please try to understand them, understand the keywords. Questions in the exam can be very confusing on this. Thank you guys. That's it on this chapter. I hope you were able to understand all the concepts and you really enjoyed watching these videos. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to this new video on your chapter General Management Part 4.
In this video, I'm going to start with nudge theory, right? So there is only one item in the agenda, it is nudge theory. Now what is nudge theory? To understand what is nudge theory, let us try to understand the meaning of nudge. Nudge in English means small push, right? Whenever we just touch somebody, in a very subtle way, we click a nudge. So nudge means a small push. Now how does the meaning of nudge relates to the nudge theory? So basically nudge theory is all about, which says that when we want people to change, when we want people to have some habits, we cannot have them those changes, those habits by forcing them. So rather than forcing them, they can be encouraged through small pushes, through small motivations. I'll explain that with an example in the next slide. So suppose obesity is a problem, right? And it's indeed a problem in many countries, many European and American cities. So now obesity is a problem. Now to overcome this problem, either government can ban junk food, which would be kind of forcibly doing something, right? Or the other way is to give more access to fruit, maybe make fruit cheaper. So this way of tackling the problem of obesity, where if people have more access to fruit or fruit is more cheaper, is called nudges as per nudge theory. Right? So because here what we are doing is we are not enforcing any rules and regulations on the people, rather we are giving them small pushes, small motivations or small nudges which will make them change their habits. So this is kind of doing something in a very subtle way so that people when they see fruit in front of them or they see that the price of fruit has been reduced, they will go for eating fruit. Right? Rather than banning the food itself, which is kind of enforcing through rules and regulations which people do not like and which actually does not work in the longer term. So I hope you would have got the basic understanding of nudge theory. That nudge theory says that to bring about changes in the behavior of the people, rather than getting that done through enforcements, rather than getting that done through rules and regulations, it is better to give them small pushes, small nudges, which will certainly make them to change their habits. So we can say nudge theory is kind of giving indirect encouragement or enabling something, facilitating something so that the behavior of the person changes, right? So it all depends upon the choices available. As I explained in the previous example, if choice of fruit is available in front of them and it is available on a cheaper rate, then maybe many people will shift to fruit instead of eating burgers, or at least they will decrease the frequency of eating burgers. So nudge theory is all about changing behavior through small pushes, small motivations, which we can say as indirect encouragement or enablement. Like for example, instead of instructing your child to clean his room, which is kind of enforced the change, you can just play a game in which you and your child clean the room. That will be a nudge technique, right? Instead of saying no littering and warning of fines that if you litter here, you will be fined. Instead of doing that, because that will be an enforced change, instead of doing that, you can make available the litter means. That would be a nudge technique. Instead of counting the calories, you can use smaller plates so that you put lesser food in your plate. Instead of joining a gym, which might be very difficult, to be persistent going to the gym, instead you can start using stairs. This is again a nudge technique. So like this, there can be many nudge techniques which are better techniques as compared to enforced changes. That is the whole crux of nudge theory. If you can understand till this point in time, I think you have understood all of the nudge theory. It's all about enabling, facilitating changes in the behavior of people indirectly through encouragements, through enablements, by giving them small pushes instead of enforcing rules and regulations on them. Now what can be the different type of nudges? The first type of nudge is default. Default nudge means wherever you have many options and some default option is set to change your behavior. That is called a default type of nudge. For example, in Spain, the problem they were facing is that there were very less number of organ donors. So what Spain government did was that they by default made everyone an organ donor. After this policy, people were allowed to opt out, that if they do not want to become an organ donor, they can opt out. But it was analyzed that most of the people did not opt it out and the organ donation increased many folds, right? So this type of nudge where a default option is set to something so that your behavior is changed is called default nudge. Then social proof. Social proof is like you follow some big personalities like Shahrukh Khan, Salman Khan, Amitabh Bachchan, and when they do something, you are influenced by that. That acts as a nudge and you also start doing that. So it's kind of the role models you have, they will do something which will act as a nudge for you. For example, Amitabh Bachchan. So if Amitabh Bachchan goes to a hospital to get himself vaccinated, there are a lot of people that would be influenced by that. I know they will also try to behave in the same way by getting themselves vaccinated. Next is increasing the salience of the desired option. So again, people will have many options, but you want them to choose one option, so you can increase the salience. It means the visibility of that option. For example, now people can eat snacks, people can eat fruits, people can eat various type of things. But if you put fruit at the cash register, which is usually visible, right, then many of the people might opt for eating fruits instead of snacks. And this was observed in Netherlands when fruits were placed next to the cash register on the railway stations. People consuming fruits, the percentage of people consuming fruits increased many folds. So these are the three types of nudges. I hope you are able to understand each one of them. Now moving to how nudge theory relate to other theories. Is there any relationship between nudge theory and other theories? The answer is yes. So I'll try to explain the relationship between nudge theory and Maslow theory, and nudge theory and theory X and theory Y. So let's start with the relationship between nudge theory and Maslow theory. So if you closely analyze the Maslow theory, which talks about that people keep moving upward the hierarchy of needs, that is, as and when their needs at one level are satisfied, they try to move up to the next level of the needs. So if you try to analyze this logic given by Maslow, Maslow is actually talking about that, we should always try to nudge employees. That is, organizations should try to nudge employees by giving them opportunity to satisfy their need and move up the ladder of hierarchy of needs. That is, if somebody is not getting proper food and water, or is not getting proper sleep, has some issues, then organizations shall try to give them an opportunity to get over that, so that once they get over that, they will be able to move to the next level of the needs. So in a way, Maslow hierarchy is also based upon nudging employees constantly so that they can satisfy their needs at one level and move up to the next level. Now if I try to make a relationship between theory X and theory Y, right. Now if I try to make a relationship between theory X and theory Y and nudge theory, what is the relation that can come up? So we studied that theory X is basically about leader being authoritative, leader having no trust in the subordinates, leader feeling he needs to have tight control over the subordinates. So that is theory X, right? So theory X is more about enforcement, that is rules and regulations. Whereas theory Y is more about giving people freedom, believing that people can control themselves, or people can guide themselves, people can achieve their goals by themselves, achieve their targets by themselves, empowering them, giving them responsibility. That is what theory Y believes in. So theory Y actually equates to nudging people, giving them that constant push, constant motivation to move ahead, to achieve their goals, to achieve their targets. So if I try to relate nudge theory with theory X and theory Y, theory X is more about conventional enforcement, which we feel as per nudge theory is not the right thing, and theory Y basically equates to nudging. That is the nudge theory itself. So till now we have understood about what is nudge theory and how does it relate to different theories. But if we now try to understand that how does nudge theory works in reality, what is the thinking pattern or the deciding pattern of the people which makes nudge theory to work? That is, which makes nudge theory to change our behavior. So the answer to this is basically, first of all, we all believe that people act rationally or logically. That is, all our decisions are rational, but that is not the truth. In fact, most of the times people act irrationally. For example, a person would know that eating a burger is not good for his health, but he would still eat it because there are a lot of emotional, personal reasons or personal things involved when we take a decision. So most of the times our decisions are irrational, though we think we are taking a rational decision. And since our decisions are irrational, that is where the nudge theory becomes useful. That is where the nudge theory helps in changing the behavior of the person. Let me explain that in more detail. So basically the founders of nudge theory, Richard Thaler and Carl Sustain, these people are the founders of nudge theory. They said that the people in this world are of two types. One they called as humans, normal humans who think irrationally, and the other ones they called econs, who think reflectively, or the other meaning of reflectively can be logically or rationally. So they said people are of two types, humans, as in that is their connotation, though all of us are humans. They believe that they have given the word humans to somebody who thinks irrationally, and econs, the name to somebody who thinks reflectively or logically. Now they say econs do not exist in real life. That we believe that econs are the ones who think logically or rationally or reflectively, but they do not exist in real life, or their numbers are very less. Most of the time we make decisions irrationally. That is, people who behave as humans, that is the people who behave as humans are large in number as compared to econs. And when humans, that is the people who think irrationally, they make decisions, they make it on the basis of heuristics. Heuristics are nothing but they are kind of gut feel. They decide based upon their emotional factors, their personal factors, and based upon that they will take a decision, which most of the times would be irrational. Right? So this in detail describes, to summarize, that people act irrationally, they take decision very abruptly and very promptly, and there are a lot of emotional factors and personal factors behind that, and therefore if we try to give them a nudge, right, we try to change their behavior, then it can work. As we have discussed in case of if somebody wants to eat snacks and fruit is put in front of him, or fruit is made cheaper, then many of the people might switch to eating fruit rather than those unhealthy burgers. Now let's move on to some of the applications or relevance of nudge theory in the real world. First is with respect to government. So government can actually nudge people to solve the problems which it wants to solve. For example, in India, population control is the biggest challenge. So if government wants to control the population, it can give nudges like it can give incentives to the family which are having two children, so that it can give subsidies in the school fee of the children. So basically incentivizing having two children. Then maybe it can run campaigns where social media stars like Amitabh Bachchan, Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan can be very subtly shown having very smaller families instead of larger families, so that it acts as a nudge to other people to have small families. Right. So this is just one example I'm talking about. There can be hundreds of examples like this. Then parenting. Non-parenting, most of the time parents tend to enforce the changes in the behavior of the children, but that does not work. Children does not agree to your wishes, or they do not take your commands seriously. So for example, if you want to make your children clean the room, then instead of instructing them to clean their room, you can play a game with them in which you and your children will clean the room and they will learn the art of cleaning, so that will act as a nudge. In business also, nudge theory has relevance. Suppose any organization wants to implement a time of people to come and leave the office, then having a very strict control over times will not work. Instead, they shall try to give them a nudge by making them aware that work-life balance is important. If you come early, complete your work early, go back on time, have good time with your family, and it will be a very good work-life balance for you. Then they might start coming early in spite of any rules or regulations being there. Then the next can be fundraising. So many NGOs want to raise funds, but they're not able to raise funds, so they can also use nudge theory. Right. So first of all, they can make donation easy. Maybe they can set up counters at different places. They can make provisions for online donations. Then social influence. So basically, making donors who donate money to be visible on their websites, in newspapers, or something like that, so that donors feel proud of what they have done, will also act as a nudge for other people to donate. Then investments. You must have heard about 80C, Section 80C of the Income Tax Act, where if you put your money into 5 years FD, or you buy some mutual funds, or you invest in provident fund, then that money is not taxable. Right? There is a limit to that, so that money becomes not taxable. So that is also kind of a nudge by the income tax department to encourage savings habit in you. Right? Next is change management. Change management can also work, right? So if you want to change the behavior, that is the whole point we have been talking about. You give them small nudges so that they feel easy to adapt to the new scenario. Leadership and motivation. So all the leaders, they want to motivate their juniors, they want to get the work done from their subordinates, and leaders cannot just enforce rules and regulations. They want voluntary compliance, and that will only come through if they keep on giving small nudges, small motivation to their subordinates. For motivation itself, right? If you want to motivate people, the rewards will act as nudges, and rewards should be in line with the needs of the people. If somebody wants money, money should be given. If somebody wants vacation, vacation should be given. Because only if the rewards are in line with the needs of the people, then only they will act as nudges, right? So after discussing the relevance of nudge theory, I would love to discuss the criticism of nudge theory. What are the criticisms? The first one is short-term behavioral change. That nudges may lead to short-term changes in your behavior, but some psychologists believe that they do not lead to longer-term change in the behavior. Second is psychological manipulation. So if you basically see nudging is nothing but they're trying to manipulate your mind to some subtle changes in the environment. And manipulating your mind, that is nudging to change your behavior, some people see that as unethical. Small nudges are not enough. Sometimes if government wants to implement something and if it tries to implement through nudges, those small nudges may not be enough. Like, for example, if you want to keep India clean and you give them small nudges that by keeping India clean, we will have a better image in the world, we will have more tourist revenue. These kind of nudges are not big enough to make people change their behavior. The whole of India will not become clean. So in that sense, maybe some stricter rules and regulations can be implemented. Some heavy fines can be implemented so that people become fearful and they do not litter things in their surroundings. Similarly, if government wants to promote that please use less fuel, then instead of giving small nudges, many psychologists believe that you just increase the fuel taxes, you just make the fuel dearer, that is costlier, and the consumption of fuel will itself decrease. Sometimes nudges are not enough. In fact, rules and regulations, if implemented properly, can give better result. Now let's do some concept checks. Putting chocolates at the cash counter so that people buy them during billing is an example of what? So here basically you are highlighting something by putting that at the cash counter. So you are increasing the salience of desired option nudge. So here my answer would be option number 3. Which of the following theories has a certain element of nudge theory in them? Maslow theory, yes, it has to discuss theory X, no, theory Y, yes. Option 4 is 1 and 3, which is right. Maslow theory and theory Y certainly has some element which equates to nudge theory, so my answer is option number 4. Thanks guys for watching this video. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.